This conference will now be recorded.
Good morning. Looks like we have 26 people online, which is pretty respectable. Do we have Alan?
Yes, I am here.
Okay, that's great. Looks like we have the agenda up too. So what we were going to do to start the day was just do a short review of the report writing from yesterday, just focusing on changes that were made then. And I noticed that we got an email from Maggie with a couple of suggested wording changes, and I don't know if maybe we want to tackle those wording changes in our bigger report writing session tonight, but note that we got them. And I was not able to stay till the very end of the report writing, so I would suggest that maybe Adam take us through the report, and then our plan after that was to do a bit of a roundtable where we could go around and get everyone's impressions of the results on what they're thinking about, what management strategies strike them as workable, elements of management strategies or management procedures that that people think work universally or don't work universally, etc. So with that, if there aren't any more, sort of beginning of the day concerns, I'll let Adam take it away.
Sounds good. Thanks, Carey. Let's pull up the report here, and we'll focus on those, pardon me, those sections that we had edited yesterday. It'll be very brief, as we had indicated much of the edits would be more substantially completed with the conclusion of today's session. So there's a number of placeholder pieces of text. Okay, so this first change was identifying it as agreed as opposed to recommended. This was something that was done or suggested by the Secretariat, I believe, correct?
You mean the strikeout of recommended?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, yeah, that was suggested by Secretariat.
Is there any other background that we should add? Like why the suggestion to use agreed rather than recommended?
I think that because recommended is something that really gets advanced to the commission and is something that requires a timeline, exact specification, and who's going to do it. And therefore, it just seems like this is a little bit more directed at the MSE team in particular on these are things that should be done. If the MSAB would like a very specific alternative hypothesis or something, then we can write that out as a recommendation. But given that it's a little bit more vague, I guess, that it's something that we can decide exactly how to do that, that agreed would be the more appropriate verb for that.
Okay. So perhaps a flag for, go ahead, Carey.
I think we were on the fence about it yesterday anyway, and I agree to agree.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks very much. Let's scroll down a little bit further. I think it was the next page where all the subsequent edits were.
I would note that 30 and 31 were added yesterday, so that's why I stopped there. So.
Yes, yeah. So there was a few items that we had asked the Secretary to go away and add in additional text to just copy pasting things from previous reports. So that's why there's quite a bit more text on here than what folks may have seen at the end of the day. It's mostly subsequent paragraphs, but we'll pause here for folks to have a minute to review. 35 was I think the first key paragraph though to draw folks' attention to. It had the intent, I think, was to reflect the point that Ian had expressed near the end of the day, but we did have some disagreement about whether to submit it as a single paragraph or to parse it into two. I also know this was one of the paragraphs that Maggie had suggested an edit for in the final sentence of it, or the final line.
Yeah, this is Dan. Real quick, the one point I saw that we didn't capture yesterday, we can get in the report writing session, was the concept that the survey timing doesn't necessarily create a bias when distributing from the region to the regulatory area. I think that came up in our discussion and should be incorporated into 35. And we can do that tomorrow.
Okay, but that's something in addition to what's in the parentheses.
Yeah.
Okay. Tom?
I sat and listened to it all last night, and just for the record, I don't agree with that statement. Maybe I'm the lone dissenter in the room, but I don't think the FISS is representative in our area, and that's just my opinion. I think we have information to back it up, but I'm probably the lone dissenter. But anyway, I didn't say anything last night because it's kind of pointless. But I don't agree that it's the best method.
Okay, so I think there's two pieces here. One is then whether or not there's actually consensus on this. The other is if, and we need to have more conversation for that. If we can achieve a consensus, then I would say we would focus more on wordsmithing it tomorrow. But I suspect with the speaker's queue, it's going to be more of a discussion item.
Oh, I agree. There's consensus. I think everybody in the room feels that, probably maybe one or two of us, but so there's clearly consensus. Yeah.
Well, consensus, Tom, is the absence of strong opposition from everyone. So the fact that you said you don't agree indicates there's not consensus. But if you could indicate that it's something that you would be able to live with, then we could find some consensus. Per and then Glenn. Nice to see you, Per, by the way.
There we go. Yeah, I was just on 35 there. I feel better about it if we added that also logbook data is part of that process.
The part of the management procedure process?
Yeah. Let me see. You're trying to estimate stock distribution in the biological regions. If you couple the survey along with logbook data, you have a more accurate picture, I believe. And isn't that what the commission does?
Yes, logbook data is part of the stock assessment process. I don't know that logbook data, I'd look to Ian, is used in stock distribution in its current form. However, logbook data could be an item that's considered as part of a management procedure, which I think is what paragraph 37 and maybe 38 are trying to get to, is that there's many ways to use data and to use other management or policy tools to distribute the stock.
All right. Well,
Ian, go ahead.
If it was specifically mentioned in one of those paragraphs, preferably 35, then it's in there. I know it is used, and it's it's not weighted the same as the survey, but it does give you a longer time frame for assessing stock distribution than say this.
Oh yes, the history as well. Okay, Ian will correct me here, please.
Thanks, Adam. No, just to clarify, we definitely do use the fishery logbook catch per unit effort as an additional index of abundance in the stock assessment. The challenge with logbook data being that there are more aspects of the data that need to be standardized, given that selectivity and catchability and things can change over time. And so it provides a less direct measure, but it is certainly used in the stock assessment. It is not currently used as a measure of stock distribution, but as we've noted in the past, and I think is represented there in paragraph 37, it is definitely a potential tool for use in a management procedure.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ian. Yeah, so again, right now it's only the FISS that's used in stock distribution, but there's many other tools that could be used for that, including logbooks. So I think the statement about logbooks is better suited for 37 or 38, but pair, I think may need a bit more conversation to go to make sure there's comfort there. I would suggest that happens through the report writing piece, though. Is that all right with you, Per, that we looked at that for that logbook insertion in one of the subsequent paragraphs during the report writing? Or do you feel
Yeah,
there's a, yeah?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Okay, okay, thanks, Per. I've made a note here. Glenn and then Chris.
Thanks, Adam. Just a note on noting. We have the first part of the paragraph 35 being an agreement. We agree that this is true. And then the parenthetical is noting something. I wonder if it's easier to have that as a separate paragraph of 35 bis, right? That would be the MSAB noted increased uncertainty, because it's a slightly different statement that we're making there. More of a technical issue here, but I think it gets a little confusing when we have these rather long paragraphs that are trying to capture multiple points.
So moving the parenthetical statement to a subsequent paragraph. Right.
Yeah, that would be my suggestion.
Yeah. It certainly does make it read a little bit easier. This was a suggestion near the end of the day by Ian, so I just looked to him to make sure it doesn't feel it's changing the intent of the statement. But I think as long as we're tying the two together, that should be okay. Ian?
Yeah, no problem. I think the first part of that before the parenthetical stands on its own as a fine statement. The only discussion that I added yesterday was just recognizing that the Secretariat has encouraged a greater focus on biological regions because there is less uncertainty at that level. But we currently don't have a better scientific method for estimating stock distribution at the regulatory area level. It is the best scientific available method, and that's something that's been reviewed by the SRB as well. So although the MSAB is certainly discussing how they want to word this, I don't think that statement is really under question.
Okay, thanks, Ian. Alan, I'm hesitant to get into a whole bunch of reporting. I don't know if there's a way to if we just want to insert a comment or highlight it so we can come back to it during the end of the day. Say, it's proposed this is moved to its own paragraph. Thanks. Chris? I'm sorry, I haven't been monitoring the chat here. Sorry, go ahead, Chris.
Well, I know we're going to talk about this later. I don't know if this is the time to bring it in, but I guess the point is I want to make is that this was basically a comment that Dr. Stewart made during the meeting. It was sort of one thing. I think we need to keep them together because of the context, because of that's what was said. And I also don't know, I think the term agreed is incorrect. I think it should be MSAB noted this, because it's just like when a paper is presented or we get a presentation, we note the presentation. Dr. Stewart, the Secretary, was making a comment and we noted it here. That would be my one suggestion, but I know we're going to talk about this later. I don't want to bog it down now.
Right. Okay. Maybe in the comment then we can add the verb as well. And then we'll come back to the verb. Okay. Thinking noting that we are looking mostly just to recap. I'd like to stay out of too much wordsmithing, given we're probably going to be continuing to revisit this throughout the report writing session. I suggest we move down to subsequent paragraphs. So first 35 was the comment about the use of the survey and stock distribution, and that there's multiple ways that could be done. We then recalled that all of the MPs satisfied objective 1.1, notwithstanding the issue with regulatory area 4B's stock distribution. And then we transitioned into a discussion about what are the different elements or components of an MP that are currently on the table for consideration. And as folks can see, Alan's done the split screen, so you can see what 27 is in terms of the reference in paragraph 36. 37 is taken directly from our May meeting, and it just lists what concepts we had been discussing at that time and will continue to discuss today. The subsequent paragraphs are points, Chris, that I'll bring to your attention in particular, as I think 37 and 38 were a couple of points that you had proposed in the report but weren't able to fully complete, as you had to jump off near the end of the day. So we've highlighted them in blue as something that we'll come back to during our report writing session. If there is, if you've got more refined notes from the conversation, I think feel free to pass them on and we can work off of that. But otherwise, these will stay up here, especially 38, I guess, for folks to refresh their memory in the course of the roundtable discussion in a few moments. 39, 40, and 41 are the placeholder text that the report was pre-populated with. So I think actually, Chris, it's just 37 and 38 that are based on your comments near the end of the day. So it was a few hours of work yesterday afternoon. It feels like there isn't a whole lot to show for it based on the report, but I don't think that's true. It's a pretty complex conversation for us to go through. The one thing that we didn't note here was all of the different tours of the Explorer that we had. I suspect there might be something that comes up in the report writing session today following the roundtable that we are just about to get into. So to refresh folks' memories, we had indicated we were going to go around the room this morning to give all those members an opportunity to provide their comments on particularly interesting MPs, observations about the performance of those MPs relative to the primary objectives, trading off specific elements that you think are quite important, or maybe things that aren't currently realized in the primary objectives. So with that, I think we can stop here with the brief summary of the report. It was distributed to folks, I think it was last night. And again, we received some comments that we can make sure we've inserted in at the end of the day here. Thanks, Alan, for controlling the screen to walk us through that. And with that, I think we should get right into it. For the roundtable, I maybe actually looked at Carey. I can't recall how we did this last time. I think we had maybe gone alphabetical order through the participants list, starting at the list sometimes and at the top of the list sometimes and the bottom of the list other times. Does anyone else recall?
I think that is, Sarah Webster says we've gone backwards the last few times. And so I've tried to go from the people who are online. I'm not sure that that's ideal though, because we kind of miss collar 2. It might work better if we actually just pull up the membership, which I think we can do from the meeting files here.
That's a good suggestion.
I'll pull that up right now.
Yeah, I'm working.
I think it's in the meeting appendix.
All right, thank you. I was working on it on my.
Oh, yeah, got it there in the chat as well.
Yeah. And then I can,
Is this good from document 03, or would you prefer something different?
I think this
I
is
think
sufficient.
that,
It's
You can just
2
make it a little
pages.
bigger.
Yeah, it's 2 pages. So do you want to start at a certain spot, or there's just Tom and Forrest on the second page?
okay. Well, it seems like this is not in alphabetical order, so maybe we'll take the sections and rotate between Canadian and US. Is that too complicated?
Oh, we can do that.
So maybe we'll start out with, we can start out with Chris, and then we'll go to Jim
Yeah.
Johnson.
Sorry. It might be better to use the appendix. Let's just have a look on the report, just because it's showing current attendance as well. Sorry about this. Oh yeah, and Joe Peterson, I think, was missing in that document. So the report should
Okay.
be a little
Yeah,
bit
let's
accurate.
not miss anyone.
Yeah.
This will be easier to go from Canada to US as well.
And
Sure.
it's identifying in red, I think, the missing participants right now.
Okay. So that will work then. Yeah, so maybe we start with Chuck and then we go to Rachel, and kind of onwards from there. Would that work?
That works great.
Okay.
Although, Chuck, you didn't have much of a say. Sorry, you're up first.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, I hope that's all right.
that's okay, because others will add to what I probably just basically repeating from yesterday. I mean, I know the discussion on apportionment, or at least in distribution in through means other than
I can't hear Chuck anymore. Can other people hear Chuck?
No.
Send him a message.
try now.
Yep.
Oh, there, go ahead, Chuck. Yeah.
Okay. I guess the easiest thing for me to do is point out the that there are the MSC has determined that, or at least the process has changed their understanding about scientifically defensible ways to allocate the resource. There are many ways to scientifically support ways to allocate, and such as provide a shared or regulatory area, or set a minimum TCEY for other areas. And this is stated on page 7 or page 6 of the document 7 for this meeting, where that it states distribution of the TCEY to IPHC regulatory areas have several components that range from purely scientific to describe the distribution and shifts in harvest rates due to differences in productivity, to also policy driven that modify the distribution based on additional consideration. And that was basically where I take that we're going. And as such, I still continue to think that there's something that can be done where we use a combination, or such as our interim agreement, or even a straight set share for certainly a contracting party, which is Canada, and others may wish to do the same too, as well as we work through this process. I think there's room for this type of discussion. And it also does stay within what the objectives are for fishery sustainability for the across the board. So I'll stop at that for now. I'll just see as I go along what others are saying. So thank you.
Thanks, Chuck. And you were referencing which paper, sorry?
Document 7, and I think it's on page 6. There's a few pages there that this issues been going back and forth on. So, and that was a statement there.
Okay. Okay, thanks, Chuck. Rachel.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. I guess I'll take a higher level perspective in terms of what I hope we can talk about today in terms of the management procedures and what we might recommend. Have just really appreciated Alan going through the results yesterday, and took a little time to look over some of the results, and really ended up focusing on table 10 in paper 9 for this meeting. And I'm just really interested in looking at the management procedures that generally perform well over all the objectives. And I think that table 10 really does show, if you look at the shading, and I know there's maybe not dramatic differences between some of the values within the cells, but you know, management procedures G through K have the lightest color in terms of meeting the objectives. And I particularly noted, remembering early on in my participation in the MSAB, the focus of many participants on limiting or providing stability, in other words, limiting annual changes in the TCEY. And I was just really struck when I looked at table 10 again that management procedures A through F, for example, in those, what I consider the kind of the fishery stability performance metrics, management procedures A through F do not perform as well in terms of stability compared to G through K. And that was just something that really struck me, and I am interested in talking about today, along with everything else. Look forward to hearing everyone else's comments. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Rachel. Sorry, I'm trying to keep additional notes at the same time. If there's any anything that folks would feel would be helpful to kind of bring up to facilitate their points, like if you want to have a particular paper brought up or a table you like to reference, it'd be good to note as well. Okay, next in the queue, Angus is absent, so I think Forrest, you're up.
Okay, I'm coming. Give me a second.
No problem.
You good? You got me?
Good, all good.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. So I think my thoughts are centered on some, you know, basic levels of what would be good for all regulatory areas. I think there's seems to be consensus on constraints, and appreciate the MSC team doing some work on slow it fast down on a couple of the MPs. I did a little bit of comparison on, I think I compared 16 G3, I think it was. So compared Gs, MPGs, one with the coastwide slow it fast down. And there was a small yield loss in average TCEY at the coastwide level, very minimal, but there was some gains in stability for the coastwide TCEY and also regulatory area. So I don't know that it matters as much to some sectors that are participating in this. The stability is pretty important to, at least the way things are currently set, stability is pretty important to at least the Alaska charter sector. And that said, I do have some real concerns about MPs that would deviate too far from the setline survey, and I'm going to take a different approach to explaining why I'm concerned about that today as I did yesterday. And if you think about where we're headed with regional modeling of the stock, I think if there's too much concentration in one area of TCEY that's not based on the survey, we could start looking at issues in terms of what we're harvesting, what the survey ends up picking up. If I don't know about survey timing particularly, but I can see commercial CPUE going down. I can see survey results going down in catch per unit of effort if we're taking an inordinate amount out of a particular area, and it could affect adjacent areas, and what the assessment shows available to them. So, you know, that's a concern I have, you know, and I confess that I'm a 2C fisherman, and so I have some concerns in region 2. Let me think if there's anything else I want to add to the conversation. I think that's it for now. Maybe something will come up later, but I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thanks, Forrest. To make sure I've captured this point correctly, so you spend a lot of time focusing on what would be good for all areas. You feel like a key element is this use of constraints. Was it just constraints in general, or is it particularly, like you'd mentioned slow up, fast down? We didn't have a whole lot of MPs that focused on slow up, fast down. They were mostly the max change. So is it consensus on constraints in general or some specific type?
Right. So I just before the meeting, I pulled up and I compared MPG to 16G3, I think it was, which has both the 15% max and a slow up fast down on top of it. There was a difference. They didn't, the team did not get a chance to do, for instance, a slow up fast down on top of a 5-year rolling average as a smoother. It would be interesting to see what that combination looked like, but that's, you know, that's not down. We haven't analyzed that yet or done any runs on that. But I guess I gravitate towards constraints that show improvement in, you know, stability between years, but aren't really sacrificing much yield. And I felt like that was the case comparing those two this morning, at least when I looked. They perform almost identical on most of our biological objectives, et cetera. So, but it did show that it helped to smooth between years without too much sacrifice of yield. Okay. So did that help?
Yeah, I think I have a better understanding there. Thanks for that. I did have one other question on this, the second point too, about concerns about MPs that deviate from use of the FISS, and it was you have concerns because, but then I missed it. Concerns because TCEYs would be which?
Yeah. So imagine, you know, imagine a situation where an area is exceeding the survey distribution by twice or something like that. If you think about how we're starting to see biological regions, region 2, 3, 4, you know, we're gravitating towards seeing the stock that way. I think that not only can there be effects on all regulatory areas by building that into an MP, but there can also be assessment effects, meaning that if you're taking way more than a survey distribution shows should be given to a certain area, that neighboring areas could be affected by availability of fish seasonally or over time. And so, for instance, if a survey was done in June or July and there was a lot of fishing that happened before that, I know that there's adjustments made, but you're pulling resource out of a biological region where we're told that there's not, you know, fish are seasonally, there's no movement, very little movement between regions seasonally. At least that's the best we know right now, right? And so I'm concerned about the effect on the assessment. You know, if Area 2C assessment drops because there's more resource coming out of that area than is biologically sustainable, then it's going to have other effects than just, you know, its share of subsidizing, subsidizing other areas TCUI. So I don't know if that's clear. I've said it twice now. And if
I know I understand the concerns. I think I'm struggling to try to see where that's represented in the analysis, but I've taken up too much time from everybody else.
So can I take a shot at my interpretation of that, and then I have another clarifying question for Forrest, just going back. Is it, Forrest, is one thing that you're trying to say, which may not be represented in the analysis right now, or that we may not have specifically looked into, is that if we're using an approach not based on the survey at all, that you could end up with TCUI for a regulatory area that essentially exceeds what the TCUI for the whole biological region would have been if you had been using a survey-based management procedure, and therefore there could be some effect, some negative unintended effect on spawning biomass for that biological region, which would then impact the assessment overall, or the spawning biomass overall. Is that, am I just making up my own point there, or is that kind of what you were trying to get at?
No, I think we're getting there, and I didn't know if it was off limits because it hadn't been analyzed. But I think we're looking at, we're discussing O32 distribution versus other ways to distribute TCUI between region or between regulatory areas. And so I think there's a consequence for making MP choices. And though there's maybe no particular work done right now on how is area, X going to be affected by area Y exceeding their O32 survey distribution, TCUI, I think it's a reality. And so I thought it was fair game for this discussion. Anyway, maybe not, but yeah, I think
that's very helpful. Thanks, Forrest.
Yeah, thanks,
Carey, for the clarification. I think I'm following on.
It's an interesting thing to think about. And to think more about, how it would affect the coast-wide spawning biomass, which is the level for our conservation objectives ultimately.
Yeah, I mean, the reason I was why I'm asking is I'm wondering if there's some sort of other yet to be defined objectives. As we've said a few times, we're not here to reopen objectives yet and have a whole bunch of new ones, but I do think it's helpful to start to consider if there's some cryptic objectives or objectives that have not yet been defined that we need to consider in some future iteration.
Mm-hmm.
And that there might be something there.
Yeah, okay. Well, we can write that down. Forrest, I did just have another clarifying question for my notes that now I might have just totally lost it, but you were comparing two particular management procedures, and I missed which two those were.
So MPG, and I think it was 16G3. I have them up. Let me clarify that. Let me go to my table here. Yeah, it's G and 16G3.
You were looking at stability TCUI trade-offs.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you for time to comment.
I don't know if Robert's actually on the call yet this morning.
I think he's gone out fishing, Adam. It's Chris.
Yeah, I think he is fishing. That's right. So look to Angel then, please.
Good morning, everyone. So I think my comments are quite broad as well, and I appreciate hearing ideas on how others may want to approach ranking the MPs procedurally, considering there's going to be likely points of disagreement here. One idea that we heard from Dan yesterday that really resonated, which I think may be a good starting point to consider, would be to categorize the various MPs into what I believe you said were 3 areas. The first being those MPs that had a broad application and benefited regions fairly equally, and the second being those that were applied broadly but had more distributional impacts. And I think the third were those that had more discrete benefits and trade-offs to particular regulatory areas. And categorizing them maybe as far as we get at this point, but could also be a good way to organize the discussions and some of the decision making as far as moving recommendations into more bite-sized sections. As far as the specific MPs, I made the same observation as Rachel, and I think that G through K would really rise to the top of the more broad-based MPs. If we were to follow, some of the model that Dan may be recommending. I like the 5-year rolling average and the maximum 15% change in J in particular. I think both of these provide really important components of stability for the fishery. And before we get too deep into the recommendations, it may be helpful to quickly review MPH and the harvest rate adjustment in Area 4 in particular. I think there's a lot of interest from Area 4 stakeholders, including myself and Jeff, in forwarding this MP, but there may be some further discussion needed on the level of confidence we have in doing so at this point. And maybe to what degree some of the movement issues that we saw in the model may justify waiting for further refinement before moving this, and maybe discuss what that time frame for refinement in the model would look like. So I think that's all I have for now.
Thanks very much. That was a very succinct summary of Dan's kind of 3 categories. I found that a very helpful way to put it. If I could clarify, then this suggestion was, after using those 3 categories, that's where you think MP's golf through kilo really rise to the top, like in terms of trade-offs at the regulatory area level?
I think that they would rise to the first category, maybe as a starting place for discussion. So if, or perhaps we would, try to tackle the middle section first, those that have more broad-based application, but discrete implications, because those are, I think we'd be looking at fewer MPs in that section, and kind of discuss how we would want to, if at all, recommend moving those forward, or whether or not we just want to capture them in a category and move those to the commission and commissioners, and let them know that these are, this is just how we see these MPs affecting and applying to each of the regulatory areas.
And it's through that second tier. Sorry, I see there's a request for clarification. These 3 categories that I think Dan had suggested was there's this some elements, some components of an MP are applied at the coast-wide level, or at least applied very broadly, and they may be of universal benefit, like a constraint, good for everyone or near everybody. Second category is some elements of an MP that are applied broadly, perhaps at the coast-wide level, but there's a differential benefit. They benefit some areas more than others. I think that the example Dan provided yesterday was all sizes versus 032 in terms of stock distribution. And then the third kind of category of elements are elements that create a more stark trade-off between regulatory areas. Did I characterize this correctly?
And that's my understanding of kind of where Dan wanted to go with that. Yeah, and then the third category, of course, would be those with national shares.
Right, and yeah, so national shares or fixed amounts, like in 2A, where they're providing a specific amount to regulatory areas. And is it that golf through kilo rise to the top based on that third category? Or this, I'm not clear, like in terms of the performance metrics, where those are the top performing. Is it separate through the ranking results, or through this process that's still to be discussed?
I think it's through the process still to be discussed. I think G through K really stood out as far as more broadly meeting the objectives, but they may be, 1 or 2 may be in category 2 and the rest in category 1.
Okay, great. I also, really dominating the conversation here. I would like to say that I think it's interesting about the concept of using this 5-year average in MP Juliet in terms of an alternative way of achieving some of these stability objectives. Is that why MPJ was of interest, because of the stability, or is it something else that made it a particularly interesting element?
No, I think it was the stability aspect, and I know I take Forrest's comments regarding the potential layering of slow up, fast down as another another potential area of interest to look at further further stabilization in that component.
Okay. Great. Thanks very much. Lots there. Sorry, I'm jumping between screens, Carey, so I don't always see what's going on in the chat or who's up next. Is it Anne-Marie? Oh, you're muted, Carey.
I just was saying I'm doing the same thing. There's a lot to keep track of right at the moment.
Hi, Anne-Marie. Nice to see you.
Anne-Marie.
Morning. Okay, so in terms of evaluating management procedures, I'm going to come at this with my kind of management biologist hat on, which means that I am very good at telling fisheries managers when their plans are a very bad idea. And that is from the perspective of bad things happening to the stock. And then I am less good at helping with identifying plans that involve trade-offs between socioeconomic and other policy decisions until I started learning more about what their priorities and interests are. And so I'm finding myself at that point with this process. Like we've seen all of the 22 MPs, none of them look like they're creating really disastrous results for the stocks. And so when I'm looking at the fisheries objectives, I'm at a bit of a loss in terms of how to prioritize those things. So, and that's my lack of experience with halibut fishery, and also just the way that the fishery performance measures are. We don't have tolerances associated with them. They're not prioritized. And so that makes it difficult for me to weigh in on that, like from my background and my perspective. In terms of discussion, I think the idea of going through the elements or identifying elements sounds good for me. What I think might be helpful is to identify out of those elements, like what's the goal, or what's the principle or the objective behind them. So like we were just talking about right now in terms of the MPs with the 5-year rolling, or actually, sorry, 5-year, the multi-year plans, and that gets to the variability objective. And so there's multiple ways of smoothing that variability, both in terms of the coastwide constraints, there's multi-year plans, and I'm sure that if we had, there's a bunch of different ways to get to that objective or that principle, and that we can have a bunch of different elements that can potentially address those particular principles or those particular objectives. I don't know if that's a helpful kind of idea or approach to take to it, but that's maybe adding another layer to the potential discussion. Thanks.
Okay, thanks very much, Anne-Marie. I think I got that. As a biologist, you're really good at telling managers when bad things are happening and when you're screwing up, but you're less good at talking about socioeconomic trade-offs. And looking at the results, none of these MPs are causing irreparable harm or crashing the stocks. The biological objectives are met, but it's difficult to distinguish MPs for their socioeconomic trade-offs given, how do you say, prioritize or thresholds? What did you?
Yeah, so the fishery performance measures, there's no tolerances and there's no prioritization. I think those two things would be helpful.
Right. And then your last suggestion, I think that was building on Carey's suggestion yesterday about identifying some of the key elements or things that seem to be important to folks within an MP and better understand what the intent is behind them.
Yes, and then that way I think it's helpful. Like there might be different ways of identifying or addressing those concerns. Like you were just having the conversation with Angel in terms of like the MPs that have those 5-year components to them, that is addressing the variability issue. And so we've also had those discussions with other people about the different smoothers, either the slope fast down or the max 15%. Like those all address the variability issue. And so there's probably a few other things that can address the variability issue.
Okay, great. I think I've got that one. Thanks very much. Cool. Okay, back to Dan. I think Dan's up, right?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
First, I think looking at the high level approach, like Angel did, I do think that there's some utility to taking a 2-step look today at these MPs. You know, the first step being, as Anne-Marie said, you know, what are some of the components, what's their purpose, and, you know, is there consensus about these are good or bad, or, you know, how to address those that would help the commissioners and the stakeholders kind of understand why that component, what that component is targeted at, and what the MSAB feels about the utility of that component within an MP. And then secondly, then look at the specific MPs and try and distill it, as Carey was saying yesterday, down to a smaller number than 11 that we could, you know, bring forward to the commissioners. And I think, Adam, you and Angel have done a great job of distilling those 3 categories. I was initially trying to say yesterday in a lot better way than I did yesterday. So, you know, I think that might be one approach to look at those different components from, and then include in our minutes, you know, where there's consensus if these are good or bad, or what the pros and cons are with each of those components, just to help stakeholders and the commissioners understand that. And then we can kind of get into the nitty gritty of the specific MPs. And then with respect to the specific MPs, you know, I appreciate Rachel showing us table 10. I've looked at that quite a bit. And, you know, without trying to figure out ranking methods or anything else, I think the colors do help kind of understand relative impacts. I do align myself with more of the Gulf through kilo versions. And then, you know, with respect to some of those really specific alternatives, I picked up on Forrest's comment that, you know, maybe fishing pressure, if it gets asymmetrical too much, can have an effect on some of the other areas. And Alan, I know I sent you an Excel sheet this morning, and I was just curious if I could ask you to pull that up just to show real quick something I looked at last night that may help us with that discussion that's in the model. Would that be okay, Carey and Adam?
Yeah.
I didn't receive an Excel spreadsheet, but I pasted the table into a Word document. So it should display similarly.
The 2C yield tab that I'd ask you, well.
Oh, really? Let me check real quick. Oh, yep, sorry, I wasn't monitoring the email. Just give me a moment to pull that up. It'll be about 2 minutes. I don't know.
Anyways, I did some investigation of some of the specific management procedures with the idea of, are there some that I would float to the top and others that might float down, as we're trying to narrow our scope. And, you know, I wanted to share one aspect of what I saw based on Forrest's comments. And, you know, if in our conversation deliberations today, we started going through the management procedures, I might have some other things to add on specific ones, but this is one that I thought was interesting because Forrest raised it.
coming up. Sorry, I have not looked at this sheet, so
You just go to the 2C yield tab and zoom in a little bit. So this kind of came out of yesterday's conversation a little bit, which was, you know, I think Forrest did say, does putting all this fishing pressure in one area have effects on other areas within that region? You know, and how is the model trying to understand that? And Alan said, well, you can, you know, our objectives are short term, and to understand how it might have downstream effects on the yield, you'd look at the long-term version of them. And so what I did really quick yesterday was just take a look at a couple of these management procedures and compare the short-term, which is the S, to the long-term outcomes for the median average TCEY within region 2. In which what I found is, if you look at MPF, which has the most fishing pressure concentrated in the southern part, the difference between, for 2C, the adjacent area, between the short and the long term is greatest. And then if you look at MPB, you know, it's 0.6. If you look at MPB, which has a little less fishing pressure in the southern areas, it gets a little better. MPE, which just has the 1.65, starts to show that, you know, there's very minimal effect of taking that. And then MPG and MPH, which are just survey based, also show a minimal effect. And so to me, within the model, what this started to say is that there are two-stage considerations to really piling up fishing pressure in one corner of a region. You know, one of them is the annual compensation that goes to those regions to balance the SPR number. But the second is that there may be some of these longer term effects on adjacent areas that cause them to get a reduced share of the overall TCEY because of abundance within the region overall is going down. And I thought, you know, I think that's sort of what one of the things Forrest was driving at, that you could see in the model by comparing the short and the long-term statistics, that I found interesting. And, you know, some other things like that we can talk about with the different management procedures, but I think, you know, I can wait until later in the day when we start looking at specific ones for that.
Thanks, Dan, for taking the time to put this together. Did it happen? Did you happen to pull it together for other regulatory areas as well? I think the focus is just on area 2. I mean, yeah. Sorry, didn't mean to put you on the spot there. It could be, but it's not yet, right?
Yeah, it could be.
Okay.
I mean, I think there's the long term. There's an effect of, as you go further out, of where the model thinks the stock's gonna go, how it's gonna distribute. But yeah, be interesting to look at. I agree.
Mm-hmm. Alan, did you have a question?
Yeah, I had an additional observation that I noticed last night, if that's okay. That's related to this point. I was also interested in Forrest's question and was disappointed that I couldn't answer it. So I had a look at the results using MSE Explorer last night, and I found for, say, MPD, which is an interesting one. It has the agreement, but it allows for some for the areas other than 2A and 2B to increase their allocation if distribution suggests that, up to that maximum fishing intensity. And what I did notice there was there were gains across all the Alaskan regulatory areas, but 2C had the largest proportional gain. So it had the largest percentage gain going from B to MPD, which suggested to me that that is that same effect that Dan's talking about here, is that adjacent areas are more affected by these types of agreements, and especially within region, which is what you would expect in the model, being a regional model. It's going to have those dynamics within the region.
Alan, can you clarify, I had the biggest gain or the biggest loss?
Well, I was thinking going from MPB to MPD. So MPD had a gain to all the Alaskan areas. The agreement remains the same, but there's some flexibility to increase the TCY in those Alaskan areas in the management procedure D, because it had that maximum buffer. You could exceed the fishing intensity. And so by doing that, it allows for all the Alaskan areas to, it says, okay, this is the percentage now based on a 32 stock distribution. This is what everybody should get. Let's apply the agreement and not adjust everybody, recalculate the SPR. And if we haven't exceeded the max buffer, we're fine, right? So we're allowing actually 2B and 2A to be increased to meet that buffer. And so what happens is it increases the TCY in regulatory areas in Alaska, and the proportional gain that, I think it was like 2C increased from B to D by like 20%, whereas 3A increased, even though it was more in absolute value, it only increased by 10%.
Right.
So it was just indicating to me that there is the feedback in the model, which you would expect. And these are actually short-term results. I looked at long-term as well, it was similar. But the feedback in the result was that there are local dynamics, and that's what you'd expect, and that's why we're doing the multi-region model.
Okay, I follow. Thanks for that. I mistakenly thought it was a similar comparison to what's on the screen. It would be interesting to see MP Delta having the same analysis as Dan's put on the screen. Your other point notwithstanding.
Yeah.
And I guess the last thing I would just say, going around is then, I like this from the big picture level. I like the idea of looking at, are there some of these components that are, broadly affecting and all that. But when you get down to the ones that are specifically targeted at a purpose for a specific region, I agree there may be more controversy there, and there'll be a lot of work for the MSAB. But when I do look at Table 10, and I look at MPD, and what that shading really tells me is that if you can, accommodate needs of specific areas without necessarily taking quota away or increasing variability in other areas, it rates better, basically. In other words, if you have to address a specific management area's need, doing that with the least impact on other areas performs best under our objectives we've identified. It's that concept of, there may be easy ways to do this and there may be hard ways to do it. And the way we've created our objectives, the ways that minimize spillover effects do rank higher and should be considered more seriously. So that's what I have. Thank you.
Really helpful, Dan. Thanks very much. I don't see the membership list, so I don't know who's. I think it may have been Chris Spore. No, it's me. No, I'm using my. I'm busy taking notes, so I'm taking my liberty to pass for the moment while I finish cleaning up these notes. So it's either Jim or Jim. I think it's Jim Lane, though.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. Okay, so these are all really kind of an interesting discussion. Some of the things we're going to say have been covered off already by other people from the Canadian section. But I like to make, the comment. It's like these MPs. One of the when we were setting our objectives, way back, God, it was it 8 years ago. One of the things we wanted to explore, at least on the Canadian side, is okay, the concept of national shares or whatever, and what would that do to the, the sustainability of the stock. And it was okay. Let's look at that. So we have, and we've shown that, as one of the suite of MPs that we've looked at, it doesn't crash the stock in the biological sense. It does create other issues for distribution, because what we're in right now is an allocation discussion, and it's never really, because to me that's kind of what we're doing, right? And there's never any all winners, and because however you want to couch it and say this looks better, well, as we brought up yesterday, and Anne Marie, brought it up again. There's no tolerances for the MPs or for their objectives. So we're, ranking is really subjective, and that creates even more challenges. But I think, maybe what might be useful, and I think might be saying the same thing that Anne Marie did, is we want to look at maybe more effective to sort of, just sort of look at, develop our recommendations to a number of MPs, and I think people have already said this, and what are those, identify some key components that are, important, and may not to everybody, but to some. Because, for me, stability, okay, I look at stability and if it's plus or minus, even if it's up and down 15%, in the people that I work for, the nations, that's, that's for them, that's actually a good thing. Others I understand, especially when you're getting down into lower, total TCEYs, that, the complex cap sharing plans and the way they're kind of implemented in different places, that becomes more problematic, and that stability and not being able to, you want to be able to plan out. I get that too, but all right. So what are those important things? And, for part of us, what is, contracting party shares, constraints to limit variability. And I think maybe if we can, I don't see us agreeing on any one MP or whatever that, and even agreeing that these ones are better than others, because the perspectives, at least from why I look at it, is that's not something that I think I came here for. We wanted to investigate, concepts of national shares, and we're talking about fixed, a floor, and how that would work. Now, yeah, there's trade-offs, and that's what I brought up earlier, and I'm basically probably rambling now, but this is now we're into this allocation discussion, which is never easy and never fun. But what are the important parts of the MPs that are components? And I'm sounding frustrated because I just find this part of it really, it's not just challenging. It's like it's kind of this no-win situation, because I feel that we could sit and go through all the very intricacies of all the MPs and comparisons, and which would be really great if we had that time, and still not really maybe change people's perspectives on where to go. So I think, I'm struggling with this stuff, because I just look at this as, there's things that, where we see a benefit, or we think that's where we want to go, and others, that's where they're, think that's where they think things should go, benefits them. And we get in this discussion, and we're all being very polite. But I find it frustrating, because it's kind of like, without having tolerances and without having, the ability to, I mean, we're looking at this as like evaluating the MP for what it was intended to do, which means, so if it's intended to distribute the stock across, according to the FISH surveys, how well does it do that and meet the other things? If it's intended to do national shares, or shares for, one part, how well does that do? I don't see them being distinctive and saying one is better than the other. So I guess I'm just kind of frustrated at this part, not with the process, just kind of where we are, and I, anyway, so I'm going to stop there, because I think I've said enough so far.
I feel you're a little bit hard on yourself, Jim. It is a challenging situation. I agree, everyone is being polite, and at the end of the day, yeah, this comes down to allocation, and there is no easy answers for any of it. One of the points that I just noted here, your concluding statements, which were helpful, is, we're evaluating the MPs and how well they're doing what they were designed to do, which, yeah, that, like, if you define a national share in an MP, do you get a national share? Yes. And if you use just stock distribution, do you get stock distribution? Yes. Trying to trade off between those two in an allocation decision is something that is not easily done. What I've heard you say is you feel that's something that's there's not a clear win-win situation where everybody's going to walk away with a single recommendation. Well, I think that's true. At a minimum, I think we can, and I think you also said this, identify what those key elements are that folks have felt are important in their interests, representing what their interests are. The other point I noted is that ranking, because we're in an allocation discussion, ranking these MPs is going to be very difficult without any tolerances or thresholds. I agree, and I don't have the answer for that. Actually, I don't know if anybody has the answer, because if we did, allocation problems wouldn't be so complex.
Well, I would have to say, though, there's a reason that we don't have tolerances or thresholds here. I think that was strategic. I think we had more of them before, but some of them were kind of meaningless. We didn't want to reject a management procedure because it had an AAV of that was 1 point over the threshold, because what does that mean in the context of a management strategy evaluation that we're developing, where we've discussed that further refinement of uncertainty in certain aspects of population dynamics could be defined that might change that specific number, and so I guess, without trying to pull us off our discussion where we're going through different names, I'm having trouble identifying what the problem is with not having specific tolerances here.
At least for me, but good to hear from others as we continue around the table. AAV wasn't so much the problematic piece, but TCEY tolerances, because ultimately, again, this is an allocation discussion. So what's a sufficient allocation for different areas? And we avoided identifying those in part because I think the complexities of the CAT sharing plans.
And I think also, just going back to that, thinking back to the figure that we were looking at for so long of 032 distributions and how that matched up with recent observations, I just want to make sure that we continue to focus on ranking these management procedures relative to one another, and putting a tolerance on TCY, I think, is not quite appropriate, because we do have some irreducible uncertainties about the halibut population, and what those TCEYs would really turn out to be. And so I think we're looking at them relative to one another, and that's the right thing to do. If we put tolerances on them, I think that we could very well reject some management procedures that would be perfectly good, yeah, I guess I'll leave it there. So we're looking in a bit more of a ballpark way, is my understanding of things. And I don't know if Alan wants to chime in on that too, but I think if we did have kind of like a hard and fast, the TCEY for this area needs to be specifically above this number, we might not be using the results of the analysis in quite the right way.
I look at tolerances a bit differently in that it's not necessarily an outright rejection of an MP, but a relative ranking. Right now they're all blank, so how can we say whether one MP is better than the other with respect to TCEY production when it's a blank value?
Well, because we have a report out of what the TCEYs are relative to one another, so we still have, I would say we still have the information. to work with. But maybe there's something missing there, and I don't mean to pull us off our activity here. Maybe this is something that is better to come back to later.
I think I agree. This is a good flag for the discussion after we get around the round table. Unless Alan's going to come in and save all of us.
I just wanted to mention when we did discuss objectives, we had quite a bit of discussion around, are we interested in what the actual TCY is in an area, or are we interested in what the percentage of the TCY is in an area? And that was a very interesting discussion for me. I agree with Carey that, you know, using this model for short-term predictions to quantify short-term objectives is, I just hesitate to do that. That's not how this model was built. It's a strategic model. And then secondly, if we are defining tolerances, I mean, I'm all for defining tolerance on the TCY, but we just have to be careful how we interpret the results. And as Carey said, you know, we really can look at these things relative to each other. And then looking at the changes in the percentages between areas too, and thinking about those objectives may be useful as well.
So I want to wrap back around. The other part of that, I think, was prioritization. We do have some prioritization in that we've prioritized the conservation objective. It's just that we've pretty much met the conservation objective. So I guess the question or the note that I feel like is relevant to write down is that do we need to further prioritize among these other objectives? Is that the concern?
That's my question, I guess, as well. Is right now, based on the primary, so evaluating MPs against the primary objectives, there's little differentiate between them. Although we've heard from some that they do find the ranking process helpful, and that may be one means of doing it. But from the conservation perspective, the MPs perform comparably.
Sure. So I've just heard several people, you and Anne Marie and maybe others, just bring up that we haven't prioritized the objectives. And so I'm just clarifying, you mean?
No, not prioritize the objectives, sorry.
What's that?
Sorry, not prioritize the objectives. I think what I'd heard was, if you're looking at the primary objectives, all the MPs meet objective number 1 and objective number 2, for Bravo notwithstanding. So then we're dealing with the fishery yield objectives as the sort of the tiebreaker to figure out how the MPs shake out. And because there aren't tolerances within those objectives, we need to find some other way to rank the MPs within that fishery yield tiebreaker section.
Okay, I think I understand what you're saying now, is if we could come to a consensus about how important we think each of those is relative to one another, then that might be helpful. Is that the point?
I think that's what I've heard, but I'm
okay.
Also becoming painfully aware that this is now a conversation between you or I, and there's
yeah, no, but I'm just trying to like write down some. In writing down notes of this conversation, I want to make sure that whatever it is gets captured, and so I just wanted to clarify. But I think I understand well enough to write something down, and I think we should go back to our roundtable.
Thanks, everyone. Sorry for that. Hopefully, folks still found it instructive. Jeff, are you on?
Jeff or Jim?
Hi.
Jeff Kaufman at the moment.
Is that Jim Johnson?
Or Jim, are you on?
Just, yeah, I'm on, but sorry, I'm not very engaged. I took the week off to go deer hunting, and I'm actually butchering a deer in my garage right now. But I'm listening, but I wasn't planning to attend, and I'm not very well prepared, so I apologize.
Okay, well, let's, thanks for that heads up, and welcome, Jim. We'll go to Jeff then, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, Adam.
So first, I want to congratulate Alan and Piera and their team for getting us to this point. This seems like a big leap forward in the process and in the modeling. And I really appreciate this conversation that we're having today. It seems that this MSC process now has some teeth, and we've got the tools to work with to hopefully make some good scientific recommendations to the council moving forward. So I really appreciate where we're at in this process. So I really like the max change of 15%. And I'm very interested as well in the 032 stock distribution on a 5-year moving average, assuming that is a 5-year rolling average. I'm very interested in those two. I think those two provide the stability that we're looking for and is a better mechanism than the slow up fast down that we've used historically. I found myself spending most of my evening last night thinking about the relative harvest rates of 1 for all areas except 4B that has a 0.75 harvest rate, and whether or not I should be advocating for this. And I'm just really torn on this issue if we should proceed with looking at the harvest rate of 1 for 4A and for C, D, and E for several reasons, really. One, as Dan had mentioned yesterday, and I thought he made really good arguments around suggesting that we learn more about migration before making this leap. And so do we have an understanding of migration that's strong enough to justify increasing the harvest rate in our area? One reason that I'm very interested in moving forward with it and prioritizing it is that we would have had a TCEY of 600,000 pounds in 2020 had the commission not granted us more fish. And with the 3-year projection in decline, or showing a decline over the next 3 years, I would anticipate, particularly given no survey in 2020, that the best case scenario for us going into 2021 and 2022 is basically, I guess what I'm saying is that going into those years, we don't know what we're going to get, or even if we're going to have a fishery. If we get down to 600,000 pounds in 4 CD and E, you've effectively shut down the Bering Sea fishery at that point, and that concerns me. And so part of me wants to really support this and move it forward, just simply to give us fishing opportunities in the upcoming years, if at all possible. However, I am concerned too about higher removals in these areas of 4A, 4 CD, and E, and being a fisherman there and having fished those areas for decades, I'm not certain that those areas could withstand a higher harvest rate or more fishing or higher fishing intensity at this point. So that worries me. Yeah, so let me see here. And then, so I guess before I decide on that, I wanted to ask Alan a question about migration and what are we doing in 2021 on migration, and do we expect to have maybe a better understanding going forward? Is this a priority for the commission at this time, or is this something that's later down the road? Because I think this could sway my decision. You know, if we're going to work hard on migration and try to get a better understanding of that, as I'm sure we are in 2021, then maybe it's best to hold off on looking at increasing the harvest rate out in the Bering Sea. So Alan, can you just fill me in a little bit on that?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Jeff. Yeah, I encourage everybody to have a look at the 5-year research plan that's available for the IMO96 meeting, and it will outline the current research that's being done for migration. Regarding migration, I think there's been a lot of work done on that, and it's ongoing. But I think there's some other research projects that are taking priority over really doing some intense research on migration patterns and that at the IPHC. But we are continuing the research on it. Given that, I think what we would be doing in 2021 specifically is what we've talked a lot about here at the MSAB, and that is doing more of these sensitivity analyses. Now we have this framework, we have this operating model. We can actually use the operating model to predict the outcomes of different migration assumptions. And that would begin to identify what are, possible migration patterns or assumptions or hypotheses that would be useful to include in the MSE. And actually, it might even start to identify some of the migration patterns that are just not possible given the observations we have over time, or just how complex migration is. So a lot of work can be done with the model, I think, right now. And furthermore, there's been some work currently published on larval movement throughout the convention area. That's a really interesting piece of work. And so there's been some current research being done and actually been completed using modeling and other things like that on the distribution of recruitment. And I think that's another factor that we would want to consider in this question in particular, is productivity in these regions and net migration in and out of these regions.
Excellent. That's very helpful, Alan. Yeah, the other one to touch on was productivity, and I think you did that well. And it was my understanding, at least over the last couple of years and the conversations that we had, that there is a new understanding of productivity, or maybe not a new understanding, but a shift in productivity in the Bering Sea region. And that was the reason, my understanding is the reason for the lower harvest rate in that area was based around productivity. So if there isn't, if there's a new understanding of productivity looks good in those areas, then I think we should push for this. And obviously the guys in 4C-D&E, they feel like they're taking fish from the Bering Sea and giving them to the eastern areas, and that hurts a lot, especially in these times when abundance is really low, and our TCEY or the FCEY, after taking bycatch off the top, is going to be really small, and it would have effectively shut us down in 2020. I think we saw that also in 2014. And so maybe increasing the harvest rate, or looking at increasing the harvest rate in these areas, will provide for a directed fishery in those areas, understanding that it will take fish from mainly 3A, but also in area 2. And so anyway, I've wrestled with this one, and I would like to keep it on the priority list. So thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. Alan?
Just a quick reminder for the MSAB. Thanks, Jeff, for bringing up the productivity analysis we did, which I believe was presented at the annual meeting last year. That was really interesting productivity analysis. That should be available in annual meeting documents. Can't remember exactly where. But the general outcome of that was, you're exactly right, Jeff, is that it looks like, according to that analysis anyways, productivity has changed in the last decade to be more similar across regions 2, 3, and 4 than was previously actually observed in that same analysis. So it's again that question of if Pacific halibut could just remain constant or static, that would be great. That would be so helpful to us, but they're always changing. Weighted age is changing, productivity is changing. And so how do you define a management procedure that is going to be a consistent management procedure? You have to define one that is robust to all of that variation. And part of that variation is changes in productivity, and it might be productivity changes in region 2 relative to the other areas, which that analysis showed a small part of. So I just encourage people, we're talking a lot about current status and what we're going to have for short-term results, but know that in the next decade, Pacific halibut could be in a completely different place in terms of productivity, size, everything else. And so it's just a reminder there, but thanks for bringing that up, Jeff.
I was actually going to build on a similar point there to note that relative harvest rates are obviously informed by productivity, and that's something that's very much subject to change. And it's more an observation. I don't want to put anybody on the spot quite yet, but the concerns that we've heard about in some of Region 4 and in Area 2A are not that dissimilar in terms of being at the edges of the stock and looking for some way to have a stable share of the resource. But the two regions have approached it in very different ways, where 2A is looked for a fixed number, and Region 4 has looked for a relative harvest rate change. I don't know if that's more rooted in a philosophical approach about how best to access the resource, or if folks are looking at it, some looking at it as an allocation problem and others looking at it as just tweaking parts of harvest advice. But I do think there's some appeal in trying to find a consistent approach across the board. Yeah, I don't know, maybe I'll leave it there. I'm gonna get lost wandering away into that.
Thanks, Adam. So just, can I get just quick clarification on the O32 stock distribution, the 5-year moving average? Is that rolling then? So it would, we're not going to use a set of 5 years and then the next set of 5 years, right? It'll be rolling on an annual basis. Is the way we're looking at that?
I believe in those MPs, it's currently a rolling average in kilo.
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah. Or sorry.
Sorry.
Oh.
In J, I can't remember the call number for J, but in J, it is a 5-year moving average or rolling average.
It is, okay.
In kilo K, it does only change every 5th year.
Oh, I see.
Both of those options in there.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Okay. Well, I'm less in favor of the 5-year shares from O32 stock distribution, and more like the moving average. I think that will help provide the stability that we're looking for among all areas. And so, given all of that, I really like MPs G, H, J, and K. Well, I guess not K, based on the base 5 years.
I'll note for K, it's a little bit interesting when the MSC team was coding this management procedure, we noticed that there wasn't a definition for relative harvest rates in the table for K. So correct me if I'm wrong, Pierre, but this MP15K actually has equal harvest rates across all regulatory areas. Is that correct?
Sorry, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, so now what we decided to do for K is to have kind of a direct comparison with J. We applied to K the same harvest rate that we applied to J in MP16K. So MP16K has the same harvest rate that is applied in MPJ, because we wanted to have kind of a direct comparison of how this moving average was behaving compared to a fixed 5 years. So for a change every 5th year.
Right, but the MP15K has equal.
Doesn't have, yes, has equal harvest rate across all, correct.
So I would suggest, if you're interested in MP15K or that concept of it only changing every 5th year, to also have a look at MP16K. And I believe, sorry, I'm flipping around here a lot. I don't even know if you can see my screen very well, but I believe that is, and I believe we did 500 simulations for that one as well. So it should be a pretty trustworthy, it should be one of the 16 ones that is trustworthy. You see I was doing some stuff here. Number of sims. And yeah, so MP16K also has 500 simulations. So I think that's one of the MP16s that would be comparable to the 11 that the MSAB brought forward in MSAB 15. And the reason that we did that is to allow that more direct comparison with MPJ, since there was ambiguity to us, at least, exactly how they wanted relative harvest rates applied. We couldn't quite remember if that was intentional or not. Thanks for the tangent.
That's helpful, thank you.
So Jeff, you had, just to make sure I'm clear, you had suggested MP Golf, Hotel, and Juliet are key because of stability that might be offered to Region 4, but not supportive of MPK. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Just based on that 5-year, fixed 5 years.
But would that not provide a lot of stability if you're only changing distribution every 5 years?
I think it's dangerous, frankly. I think to do that would not be a good idea, but I don't know. Maybe I'm reading it wrong, but it sure seems like there's a lot of room. I mean, if you're at 5, use it for 5 years and then something different, there could be dramatic jumps in between those 5 years,
Right.
and just not evaluating the current assessment in the fold. I think that one looks pretty darn dangerous to me.
So K would be very stable, but maybe it's, I think what you're saying is it's too stable because it could be a really rough jump in the 5th year, whereas G, H, and J are a little more responsive to changes in stock distribution or abundance.
Yeah, absolutely, and I just think it's, scientifically, MPJ works a lot better. A moving average, and you're capturing, the current year's stock assessment for utilization in the upcoming season's TCEYs, and so I think you're right. It is K is too safe, and I just think it's a dangerous approach.
So the takeaway here is stability, but not too stable.
Yeah, sure.
Right. Okay.
Do you mind if I make another quick comment?
Yeah, please. And I see a clarification from Chris as well.
Yeah. So the first thing, just so I don't lose it in my mind, is that MPK does have this every 5th year it changes, and there is that potential for a big jump in every 5th year. I just want to note there really isn't any performance metric available that shows that consequence. And if you remember last year when I presented the multi-year approach where you set the TCY only every 3rd year, I did look at that. It said, oh, the AAV is really small, but that change every 3rd year was pretty big. And so we don't actually have a performance metric that would get at what that change could potentially be every 5th year, maybe looking at probability of annual change every 1 or 2. But so I just caution you in interpretation of that, and make sure, I'm happy to work with people on verification of any interpretations. And then to Chris's comment, the clarify what relative harvest rates were used in MPK. So there's 2 Ks now. If you look in MSC Explorer, there is, here is the original K from MP 15-K, and then now at the bottom, it's now showing here MP 16K. And the difference between those two is it wasn't specified what relative harvest rates were for MPK, MP 15K in that table from MSAB 016. So we coded it as constant, same relative harvest rates across all. So we didn't adjust for any relative harvest rates, in other words. So it's just 1 across all regulatory areas, including 4B. And then we thought, well, that's just not consistent with anything, and it would be nice to have a direct comparison to MPJ. So MP 16K, if you scroll down, you can see that has these relative harvest rates that are the same as MP 15J. Sorry for the confusion there. We just didn't want to risk if we misinterpreted this one. So we've supplied both.
Thank you for that. If I could just have one more comment, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, please.
Well,
maybe a couple things. See, there's a few comments in the window. So okay. Jeff, maybe follow up. We'll look to clarify those comments, and then we'll take a break just if folks are looking at the time. So please proceed, Jeff, Chris, and Dan for clarification.
Okay, so I understand that the MPs are that they're developed already, but looking at the 032 stock distribution on a 5-year moving average, from my perspective, it would have been nice to see that as well in a 3-year moving average, and I hadn't considered that before, but I think it's similar to what they did last year with a 3-year rolling average on bycatch, and maybe doing something in a 3-year instead of a 5-year would still provide stability, but also be more responsive to current stock assessment. So anyway, just throwing that out there. Thanks.
Adam, I think we're kind of past the break time. I'm wondering if we should look at these questions after the break.
Sure, maybe we can use that break time to pull up the response for them if needed.
To pull up the response to them?
Well, if I don't know if there's any, I haven't actually read them. I don't know if there's any clarification that Alan needs to mull over.
Yeah,
we need to speak.
Yeah, I think that there are a couple that maybe Piera or Alan could answer quickly, and then the others could be longer. So I suggest that we take a 15-minute break now and come back and address those, and then continue down our list.
Sounds good. So that would be 5 to 11.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks everybody for this morning. We'll talk in 15. Through
This conference will now be recorded.
Roundtable. I think we'd like to continue that conversation on, just to ensure that everyone has had an opportunity to share some of their thoughts on MPs. We left off with Jeff. I believe Brad is absent, so that would put Tom up next on the queue. Just checking if Tom, you're present.
I am. I'm just trying to get myself turned back on again.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you. Yeah, my take on this is kind of, I've used document number 9. I'm trying to find my notes here. With tables 7, 8, 9, and 10 as my leading, sources of really information, and playing around with the model. And it's interesting. I've kind of looked at like Alan, I've looked at the shaded areas help kind of give you an indication of what seems appropriate. And I guess I'm looking at all our concerns over the last 8 years have primarily, I think, in objectives been one of no more than 15% change a year. That's been a strong point for, I think, all the commercial and the sectors. The other is not having a lot of annual errors, annual change. So the AAV and the AC were kind of my 2 leading indicators I looked at. And it's good to see that really all the management, procedures work for the population. I mean, we're not crashing the population. So then it comes out to, okay, what seems appropriate? For 2A, I mean, I'm a little bit discouraged in the sense that I thought we were doing pretty well through the surveys up to about 17, and then they put in some new assessment protocols on how they distribute things, and we took a real hit. I mean, we got cut 50% or more, and 2B has kind of had that. So, right or wrong, or that's best science available, whatever, we took a substantial hit. And so, what the option now is we either hold tough on our 1.65, or we suffer the best science available and get cut down to basically £500,000. That's, there's really no in between. It's kind of all or nothing. And, the second one crashes our population. We just don't have any fishing left. I mean, we literally have a half a day to fish, literally, in California. And I think a lot of Washington would have 1 day or probably half a day to fish. It's just so drastic. It just wipes the fishery out. So, seeing that, I guess, looking at the options, I would settle on probably D, as in dog, just because it's kind of it splits the baby, so to speak. It seems to model pretty well. The shaded areas look, fairly reasonable. It's kind of a compromise with, the 2B situation. So there's a couple of things that, and looking at this data really carefully that I'm puzzled about, and I don't know. I guess as a backup, I would probably go to something like I. If you could have the 1.65, carried over with it, the idea of a 5-year rollover, it kind of concerns me that we're lagging so far back. Maybe you're not reactive enough to what happens, although the model seems to say it's okay. That has that appeal to it, but I just kind of question, having a geometric mean or something lag that long, if that's going to be responsive enough. But the model indicates it probably is. The migration, is a bit of a problem on some of these things, but I selected D just because of the components of what are in D. has a 36%, intensity to test. I don't think we'd ever go that low. That's what it tests to. And it even holds up. It's, you're getting close. Like 3 out of 10 years, you might, approach it or get slightly beyond it every once in a while. But on balance, that was my first choice. The one thing that has me puzzled looking at like these tables, like table 2, I believe, it gives us all the percentages of distribution, and they seem very much different, particularly in 3A and 2B, from what they are this right now, presently. And maybe historically, this looks more representative, but I'm looking, if we start now from day 1, what is our population to go forward from? It seems like there's been some substantial shifts in the allocation from like 30 to 33 for 3A up to 44 to 47, and I'm puzzled why that's such a 25% jump in allocation for that area, when the trends show that they're going down in the survey, and 2 and 4 are kind of holding stable or even going up. So just some questions came out of these, looking at all this data carefully, that I don't understand some of the numbers in there and how they were derived and why they're there. But as far as management procedure, I guess I would select B. I'm done.
Okay. Thanks very much, Tom. Helpful to identify, a preferred MP, and I think from what I heard, it's preferred because of some of the stability aspects it provides, as demonstrated by the performance metrics, and that it meets 2A's concerns about providing some minimum access and preserving, I guess the interim agreement in some form for 2A and 2 Bravo.
That's correct.
Great. Okay, thanks very much. Chris.
Oh, hi, Adam, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I probably some of the stuff I'm going to say has been already said, but I'll repeat it anyhow. But first, I think I would like to kind of, I was thinking over the weekend and before this meeting about how much progress we've actually made, and I think we do need to pat ourselves on the back a little bit about that. Going back to the start of this, we've evaluated the harvest control rules. We looked at different things coastwide and now on a distribution level. We had the blue line, and then we had the handrail of an SPR-46, and now we've tested and evaluated it. Now we've got SPR-43. So I think we need to recognize we've actually come a long way, and I think that's important. And now I think we're into a bit of a challenging discussion, as some other people have pointed out, because of the nature of what we need to discuss. Point I'd like to make is just that we've seen that. From paragraph 37, which recalls paragraph 39 of last meeting, there's different elements for management procedures of how you can allocate between areas, or you can deal with it. It's fishery dependent. There's other tools such as percent allocations, relative harvest rates, all those things. That's in our notes now. So you've sort of got data-based and policy-based options, and as someone else pointed out, the paper number 7 from this meeting on page 6 notes that the distribution of the TCEY to IPHC regulatory areas have several components that range from purely scientific to describe the stock distribution and shifts in harvest rates due to differences in productivity to policy-driven that modify the distribution based on additional considerations. So that's where things like socioeconomic considerations come into play. But what we've got now is we've got these MSC results, and they've updated our understanding of that they're how we can distribute the stock and distribute the TCEY amongst the regulatory areas. The results demonstrate that there's many scientifically supported ways to distribute the TCEY by regulatory areas. They're all now backed by science. This is, as pointed out by Alan, this is at day 1. This is a science-based process, and so there's little appreciable difference between the management procedures at the coastwide level and the key decisions are going to come down to trade-offs between regulatory areas. And as we've talked about now is, in some cases there isn't tolerances. It makes it hard to have an objective way to assess relative performance. It's also complicated by the fact that everyone around the table has got a vested interest, whereas Jim Wayne pointed out, we're in an allocation issue, so it's very challenging. From my perspective, obviously national shares are what we're interested in, or what I'm interested in, and then there's versions of it, management procedure Alpha, Beta, Charlie, and Delta. But I thinking of how we can move this forward, I was thinking about Carey's suggestion yesterday, what we want to put forward to the commissioners, and that's what she sort of suggested makes sense, is we need to identify some important elements of the management procedures for distributing the TCUI, and provide, we said 5 examples, some examples to put to the commissioners. What we've learned is there's many tools for distributing the TCUI to regulatory areas, and these need to be identified for the commissioners. So what we need to do, I think, is look at the results we've got in front of us, and use that to put forward our advice. That's going to be, identify the important elements. And Alan points, so we've got, you've sort of got 2 in our management procedures. You've got 2 very distinct things. You've got one, which is like on one polar extreme, you've got, national shares. On the other side, you've got O32 biomass distribution as the way to distribute the TCUI. And then everything else in there is kind of a variation of those 2 themes. And those are the elements that I think they're important. Alan pointed out in one of the tours that the suite of MPs we have allow us to look at the effects of the various elements. And I think that's what we need to capitalize on. For example, Alan used the example of management procedure Alpha and Bravo. And he shows, what the effect of having the plus minus 15 constraint. And then you can go through it. For example, management procedure G or Gulf, that's O32 biomass distribution used to distribute the TCUI. But then there's variations on that, like management procedure Echo looks at what that's like, but putting that 1.65 million floor on TCUI floor in 2 alpha. And, and then hotel is management procedure H is a variation of G in that it uses different relative harvest rates. And then not surprisingly, when you get into J and K, which is the same thing, but different, but what it looks at is, what if you had that moving average over time? And not surprising, when you have a 5-year period and a moving average, your variability goes down. So I think the elements of these are what's going to be important to bring out in the discussion, because I think, we're going to have different views on the management procedures, but some of these elements of what they mean, I think, are going to be critical. The other thing I just say is I think we're all going to be challenged a little bit on communicating these results out. And I know some people have been pointing to table 10, but as we talked about earlier, I think we have to be cautious using that table because it exaggerates the differences between the management procedures. And I also think I wasn't clear, but I thought it mixed short-term and long-term, depending on, because some objectives are short-term and some are long-term. And I think we just have to be careful and cautious about using that and how people interpret it. But that's sort of my comments at this point.
Okay, Chris, thanks. Oof, lots there. Carey or Alan?
Yeah, thanks, Chris. I just want to make a quick note and a shout out to Piera. She coded in some extra stuff for the MSC Explorer. And now for each of those ranking tables, you can choose the period of time, and it defaults to long-term for the first 2 tables and short-term for the fishery tables. So that's an improvement made last night.
Yeah, no, I think we can move on to Scott is next. Yes.
Yeah, I'm just seeing if there's anything to clarify in Chris's points, but I think I've got them here. Scott, please.
Oh, good. I'll try to keep this really short for the concern of time. But first, I want to definitely thank Piera and Alan for putting together this Explorer tool. This is a really wonderful way to compare different MPs and see how things are working. Being from area 2A, we've always said, no, the reason why we put forth this 1.65 floor is because we feel that we're at the tail ends, that we can harvest at a higher rate and not have a detrimental effect on the entire population. And it'll survive over time, and it'll have minimal effects on other regulatory areas. And I was particularly looking at MPE, which takes that into account. It's the 1.65 floor with stock distribution to all other areas, and comparing it against MPG, which is stock distribution to all areas without the 1.65. And it's very, very clear that, it's minimal damage to the population and minimal impact to other areas. And I'd also like to add, I was also looking at MPH. I remember Ian talking at the last annual meeting that we could bump up the harvest rate to 1 in all areas except for 4B. And I am definitely willing to consider this. I leave that up to people in those areas, Jeff and others, to whether they want to pursue that, but I would definitely be supportive. And one last thing is people have been talking about harvest variability from year to year and trying to maintain fishery sustainability. And that seems to be a big concern up north. So I will defer to others as to how they want to deal with that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Scott. So here again, the importance of some defined minimas for a regulatory area as a concept, particularly at the ends of the stock distribution in particular, and then also flagging again some of the concepts in MP Hotel. Up to you, Carey.
Right. So I have very few comments right now, but just to note that I think that everyone's doing a really good job of taking these results and thinking about the interpretation of them and what they mean. And I think focusing on ranking these management procedures relative to one another and picking out some different pieces of the management procedures that maybe we want to provide as an example. So I think Chris said that, and of course, as a science advisor, I think most of this is up to you all in terms of how you want to organize advice for the commissioners. But I do think it's useful to think about some of these things that have come up in terms of specific pieces of management procedures that we want to draw commissioners' attention to potentially, and particular management procedures that particularly did or didn't work. And so I don't want to go into sort of reviewing what I've heard so far, but I can leave it at that. Yeah, and we can move on. And I think the next person is Glenn.
Thanks, Carey. I guess a lot of what I wanted to cover has been covered by others. I would like to align myself with the comments that Rachel made in terms of focusing some of our exploration in the Gulf through Kilo side of the house. I do have a couple of points, I guess, that I would like to make that I think are important. And I think this is one of the challenges that we have with any allocative process is, how to be diplomatic and yet get at the core of the issues. I think one issue that has arisen somewhat during these conversations is questions about the adequacy of our survey as a methodology for coming up with the distribution of the halibut stock. And I am not seeing anything in the scientific literature, in our SRB review, that would suggest that that is not an appropriate way to consider the distribution of the halibut stock. I can certainly understand that from a policy perspective, there are misalignments between some of the potential results from that survey as a basis for determining distribution and what may be desired, particularly with the idea of national shares. But I think that that's an important distinction for us to make, that there's a policy aspect to this process. There's a scientific basis that can be used as a foundation for making our decisions. I think that it is important for us to kind of affirm as a body that there is good scientific rationale for continuing to use the survey. We use it certainly to make determinations at a coast-wide basis. Really, the survey is merely providing that estimate at a more regional level. If there are specific scientific issues that are of concern, then I think that there's a process used to address that. I'm a little concerned about how that gets folded into this MSC process as a whole. I'll also note, I think there's an important factor in terms of the United States, given the broad geographic scope and the distribution of the stock throughout the United States. I think we recognize that there are some unique issues at play there, which is that there are times and socioeconomic considerations, I think, when it may be appropriate for the United States to consider moving some portion of the TCEY from one area, regulatory area, to another. I think that's been a principle that generally we have tried to recognize, most recently in the last few annual meetings. I think that that's an important point for us to make as well. But I do believe it's important for us to start with the basis of our decision being the survey and then moving on from there. One of the challenges that I see if we deviate substantially from that is that the prospect that we may find ourselves with substantial harvests in one area, a broad biological area, that could be significantly higher in order to accommodate the other regulatory area concerns. And in particular, I think it's the paper 9, table 3, kind of highlights, for me at least, some of the potential differences or disparities that you see with the national share approach versus the other MPs that we have before us. And as you can see from that table, in all cases, you're talking anywhere from a 4 to roughly 12% or 13% of the total coastwide TCEY being shifted to one specific regulatory area. That creates some pretty substantive, I think, challenges for the United States to be able to address some of its concerns. But I also think that that's a fairly broad disparity between the scientific information that we use for determining coastwide basis and the distribution of the stock and that particular allocation. Obviously, I think there are perfectly valid policy reasons for Canada to want to seek that particular approach, but that's a policy choice, and I think it's important to make that distinction. Thanks.
Really helpful to pull those together, Glenn. I think this conversation is this direction we need to head to kind of bridge the gap between the kind of broad classes of MPs. I don't know if I can put you on the spot here. It's okay if you don't have an answer yet, but I think what I heard was, there is some concern that there may be a question of legitimacy of the FISS as the key tool for distributing the stock. I don't know if that statement is widespread. What I've heard from folks more recently, particularly in reference to paper 7, was that distribution of the TCEY to areas has components that are both purely scientific, like stock distribution, and policy driven, that may modify the distribution based on additional considerations. And I think that's actually what you just said as well. The point that I wanted to put you on the spot for was expressing some concern about deviating too much from that distribution. Is anyone able to say what that too much would be? Because I think that's a really good point. Like that's going to be the pinch point in this conversation. And it's entirely understandable if there's no number there, but it would be helpful if we can start to ballpark that. You'd said 14 to 13% is how much some of the MPs redistribute the share. Is that sort of threshold we're thinking of?
Well, I think that gets to kind of a larger issue, which is which particular management procedures do we want to pick and why do we want to pick them? And then I think if you can compare where we want to go as a body with those management procedures against that national share approach, you know, if you're looking at doubling the allocation that would be going to, you know, Canada as a contracting party relative to the other MPs, you know, I think that's certainly concerning. One of the challenges, I guess, that I see is that, you know, defining too much is somewhat in the eye of the beholder. And I think that is one of the challenges for the commissioners to try and balance as they're looking at these issues on an annual basis, considering all of these socioeconomic factors. But it does stand out to me as the one management procedure that has the most dramatic impact on the distribution of the TCEY to one specific area relative to all of the other MPs.
Okay, great. That's really helpful, Glenn. Thank you very much. Like I said, I really feel like that's kind of crystallizing where the disparities are between the current MPs. I think that's the conversation that we need to have. Okay.
So it looks like Joe is not here, but Per is.
Yeah, you got me here.
Yes, Per.
Okay, well, thank you. Looking through this, I compliment everybody on their diplomacy, which is kind of refreshing nowadays, at least in the U.S. And you know, our job here apparently is to give advice to the commissioners, but also we have to run this by our stakeholders. And once our stakeholders get on the MSC Explorer and start writing down the tables, I think it's going to get less diplomatic for me. And you know, it's a zero-sum game, in effect. And so what, from my point of view, what I can sell easily, and I'm using that term, is management procedures G through J. They'll should be a problem. And management procedure E, where 2A gets our 1.65 and everything else is divided up as by the survey. That'll also be an easy sell, I think. And you know, it all comes down to, you know, who gets what. And we're talking about, you know, we're dividing up the stock here. I mean, it comes down to regulatory area. Once you get on the tool, everybody's going to start looking at the regulatory area. You know, what do I have? What do I have to give up for somebody else to get that? And that's going to be the issue. And we're not going to come to an agreement here. I just don't see it. And we're going to have to just push it in the hands of the commissioners. And that about covers it. And everybody else, you know, has done a really good job. And I agree with half of everything you say.
Right to the point, Per. I appreciate being frank. If I could ask one clarification, you said MP Echo might be a possible sell, so to speak. Would you be able to expand on why that one would be easier or achievable?
Oh, well, many of our members also fish the Washington coast for blackcod, and they get a bycatch there on halibut. And all our members, you know, fish in all the areas, you know, Alaska areas from 2C on up to 4D, 4B. So.
Okay.
So
understood. Thanks very much.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting one that's come up several times, and maybe it's because it has elements in it that would especially the 1.65 floor that maybe is one of the example elements that we would want to have in our suite for commissioners potentially. So I'm just putting that out there for future discussion, I suppose. That one's come up several times. Peggy.
Let me jump in one more time.
Apologies, sorry, Per, I thought you were done.
1.65 is an easy sell because nobody is sacrificing a lot from the U.S. side, you know. So you have no problem with that. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, yeah, I'll try to capture that in the notes. Do you want to make other points, Per? Are you satisfied?
Yeah, I'm satisfied.
Okay, thank you. Peggy.
Thanks, Carey. I think I can echo what Per has said in terms of the management procedures. That would be something that our members would support. So let's add E to 15G, H, and J. I'm skipping I because it isn't over 32, it's just all sizes. And while I think that's really interesting to know what that is, and I think it would have some important ramifications for area 4, A, C, D, and E. For coast-wide and including all of them, I think doesn't perform as well as the others. So that's what my vote is for. I wanted to make a couple of other comments, though, to support what's been said so far. I really like how Angel did crystallize Dan's ideas, and I would like to go through that process of categorizing the management procedures in those 3 boxes, so that we would all see what we're talking about, and I think it would help us get back to our stakeholders. Throughout this process, I've been thinking about what HANA members and other processors would be thinking on all of this. And I think one of the things that would come to them right away is, because I know they keep track of some of the research that's being done by the commission, is, and this also goes to what you said earlier, Adam, there will be times in the future where we will have other objectives, or at least narrow down objectives that we have now. And I think it would be likely coming from new information, new research that is happening. So I'm hoping that this is the beginning. I think from my perspective, it is the beginning of a longer and deeper dialogue with all stakeholders, the ones that I represent, on distribution. I think we've got scaled down. The distribution of the TCEY is confounded currently by a couple of things, in my opinion, and these are, I don't mean to use confounded in any pejorative way, but if we lived in a perfect world, we would be distributing based on where these fish are during the season, and adding the considerations of protecting spawning stock, making sure that we didn't take too many removals of very young fish, all of that. That gets complicated. But right now we have 2 areas that have fixed floors to some degree. It's probably not the right terminology to use, but, and then we have a 3rd area that has a large amount of fish, I'm just using that term sort of relatively, taken out off the top. So given those 3 considerations, complicates our job for sure. But I do think that all of that is going to change. And I think what Alan said earlier, that this fishery could look quite different 10 years down the road, is really, really true. So I think I'll end with that. But I do want to thank the staff. This is incredible. This is incredible. And I'm glad that it kind of represents an end landing area for you guys. I think it's sort of a launch pad for my group of stakeholders, because I think this will help them get more involved in actually using the shiny tool, which they haven't done much of. So that's all I've got for now.
Thanks, Peggy. The part about that very last comment about folks not having an opportunity to use the tool, is that just, is it a communication piece? Is it a time piece? Is it getting them to engage? How might we address that issue?
I think it's uncertainty. I think the idea of being able to play with alternatives isn't key to them. I think what they would like to know is where we are now, what we can apply to change these things that's reasonable, and then talk about it. And they are fine so far compressing all of that in the annual meeting, or maybe it's now expanded to the interim meeting. They start then and then they finish in February. But I think the tool is to a point now. It's still very complex, and I have to think about how to present this to them in a way that is a little easier to get. I don't think that's going to take long. But I think now with this, it's to a point where they can get more out of it. So I think it's the uncertainty that has kept them away until now.
Right. Okay, thanks very much. Interesting observation.
Yeah, Peggy, I just had one more question. I think at the beginning of your comments, you had mentioned 3 management procedures, and I wasn't completely clear on what it is that you particularly liked or found useful about them.
Yeah, I think I really like the rolling 5-year rolling average on stock distribution, and that's in J, Juliet. And the other two, the other two really only differ on harvest rates. I don't have, so here's what so the other big differences are in 2A and 2B. And I don't have any huge, strong sense that these fixed amounts are bad or are not aligning with abundance. National shares too, so let's throw F, like Frank, in there. Those are not things that I would say are absolutely off the table, but I don't, but there is some uncertainty there. So in 2A, it's easy to see that 1.65 doesn't have much ripple effect to any other regulatory area. So allowing for something like that presents no danger to the stock until it gets really, really low, really low. And that could happen, and we may need to revisit it then. On 2B, it's a larger amount, a larger share of the total available, and I don't really see, I have never quite understood the support, the scientific support for that, other than what I've heard, I think pretty consistently, is that the survey doesn't cover what the fleet has been seeing. So that's a agree to disagree, or agree to put it in the closet for a while before we have more information, particularly on migration. I think will help that. And national shares are a quick and easy way to put this to bed, but it doesn't it's not sensitive to abundance necessarily. You know, otherwise I don't have much to say about it as a member of MSAB. It's kind of a, if that's what the commissioners decide to do, that's what they decide to do. And I just am sort of silent on that one. Does that help at all?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Yeah. Did you have other comments that you wanted to make, or?
No, I'm happy to keep going now.
Thank you. Did we decide that Joe Peterson was here?
Yeah, I'm on the call.
Okay, great.
Okay, so first off, so this is my first real, I guess, MSE meeting, and I really appreciate everybody that's here and all the thought that's put into this. Definitely appreciate the IPHC staff, and you know, thinking of this, I kind of was trying to look at these management objectives and the different possibilities with what was actually incorporated into each of the proposals, as well as how they performed onto each of the objectives. And then as the meeting went on today, and I was listening to each and every one of you speaking, it really kind of opened my eyes as to how I don't think through this process at this meeting, we're going to be able to come up with one clear and single proposal moving forward. But I think there are a good set of options that I keep, you know, hearing come back up over and over again, you know, that are, you know, possibilities. And so I guess my opinion, you know, being from Area 2A and from the tribes, we're kind of looking at this through a little different lens, I guess, because we have what's called the conservation necessity principle in 2A. So the tribes have to be taken care of by their trustee, the federal government, which is where that 1.65 came from in the first place for the floor. So coming into this meeting, any option that didn't include that 1.65 really wasn't anything that I could even consider being a tribal representative, because that would be in violation of the trust responsibility to the tribes. So that left that A through E. Today in the meeting, I've heard D and E both proposed. I think with that 1.65, then it becomes a push of, I guess, really an allocation battle between Alaska or Canada. Between those two proposals is where I see the biggest difference. But what I was really surprised at was when earlier today we started talking about management procedure J and K, and I was listening to Jeff Kaufman, and Jeff was talking about how at the annual meeting they had basically, the IPHC staff had stated that there was really no scientific benefit for having a differentiating harvest rate in the areas 4C, D, and E, where Jeff is from, and you know, the other areas, and the relative, I guess the harvest rates could be one for all areas. And so I was looking through the management procedures, and I didn't really see that reflected in the way I needed to in all of the proposals. But with those J and K proposals, that I was thinking too, along the lines of what Dave Wilson has said and Ian Stewart to me in conversations, that it would be really interesting to move away from an annual season setting process and quota setting process and move to something that's more a longer term process. Like in the Pacific Fishery Management Council, where I have a lot of my experience from, we use 2-year cycles for groundfish. In those management procedure J and K, I mean, you use that 5-year moving average, or you use like a 5-year allocation. Both of those really intrigue me as a way to move forward, but it doesn't get to that 1.65 for Area 2A where the tribes need. And so I was looking at it through different lenses. If you could take either of those two proposals and you could basically pick your starting point, I guess, of where that moving average started from in order to get at that. I think either of those J or Ks could actually work down in area 2A, but that 5-year average, it really couldn't start from what the stock assessment and the set line survey say, even though, you know, that's great data and we really appreciate the work that's done on that. As a tribal representative, the tribes really don't feel that that set line survey is reflective of what their fishermen can catch, especially because I think we're the only area that sees, you know, I think it's like a 10-fold difference between the set line survey weight per unit effort and our commercial fishing weight per unit effort. And that's just based on, you know, we believe some of the set line surveys are in areas where, you know, fish aren't, you know, caught in numbers that they're saying in the commercial fishery. But anyway, so those are my initial thoughts for management procedures is, you know, really without any changes, the ones that I hear that people have supported that I would also be able to support is that procedure E or D. And then also with a potential little bit of tweaking, I think J or K could work if that distribution for 2A started at 1.65 where the moving average started from. And I don't know how that would work. Alan or Ian would have to rework something. So, but anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Joe. That was really informative and well said. Maggie.
Yeah, thanks, Carey. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Yeah, I will say I agree with, I think, far more than half of what's been said so far. I won't repeat it. Certainly, I think we are all finding it challenging to fulfill this body's charge to incorporate into our discussions and advice the interests of our constituents when they, you know, when you get to the regulatory area, they differ so much. But that is really explicitly our role. And so I think, you know, along those lines from a 2A perspective, I really also was focusing on the management procedures that included a minimum value for 2A and found that that was reasonable. You know, I think as Peggy succinctly said, it doesn't have a much ripple effect to other regulatory areas. And then I had been thinking about the potential biological sustainability impacts and really appreciated Dan's input this morning in comparison of short-term and long-term effects, which seems like a good way to try and get at some of those questions. So I did a little bit of exploration of that during our break, and if that's a valid way to do it, it looks to me like comparing management procedures that include that floor with the procedures that don't. There also appears to be, you know, negligible difference in the kind of the performance metrics that really get at stock status and productivity. So that also felt reassuring to me. I guess within that, management procedure E has been put on the table. I would certainly be supportive of that. I do have concerns about focusing only on G through K, as has been suggested a couple times, just because of the lack or, you know, the potential reduction that Area 2A would see in TCEY with those. I did note Adam's comment earlier about some similarity between Region 4 and Regulatory Area 2A and being on the edges of the stock, and that we've taken different approaches in going about that with a floor versus a relative harvest rate. But frankly, I think that functionally those are maybe a little bit more similar than the wording sounds, right? Essentially, they would both be a deviation from the established harvest rate. So I think there's some good room for thought there collectively on whether there is some value in, I was going to say standardizing. I'm a little bit leery of using such a black and white word, right? But bringing those approaches closer together. I have not given that a lot of thought yet, so I'm not sure that's beneficial or not, but wanted to at least acknowledge that. And I think looking through my notes, I was organized earlier and then became scattered listening to everybody because there were so many good points of agreement. I'll leave it there for now. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thanks very much, Maggie. Sarah.
Oh, sorry, camera's blocked. There we go. Hi. First of all, I want to really reiterate everybody's thanks for the MSE team, or to the MSE team. They have put an absolutely immense amount of work into all of this, both in building the models and in doing a ton of different runs, both ones that we requested and some additional runs that I think provided a lot of insight. And then also into building this Explorer tool and in ways that I think the presentation of results in the Explorer tool can be used in a lot of different ways and work for different people in different ways. And I think that that's really valuable because what works for one person doesn't necessarily work for another. And there are lots of different ways to look at things. So just a huge thanks to the MSE team because I really appreciate just how much work went into all of this. Sort of some general thoughts that I had. I think I had been saying quite a bit before seeing these results that I really wanted to make sure that there were some management procedures in there that were that distributed the TCUI based on sort of more scientific methods, appreciating that all of the results are scientifically based. And it was definitely interesting to me to see that with our primary objectives, our biological objectives, all of the results met those objectives, notwithstanding the issue in 4B. And so I think that was really an important result for me to see, just kind of the way that things work out from one MP to another. And so really from here, you know, this is a policy decision and an allocation decision, and it's not necessarily a biological concern, though there may be some biological components that need to be flushed out a little bit more. A couple of additional thoughts just from an implementation standpoint for recreational fisheries, and Forrest brought this up. I know it's kind of come up quite a few times. Limiting variability with the way that we currently manage the recreational fisheries in Alaska is pretty important. Now, certainly there could be some changes in the future to the way that things are managed, but right now, if there are big fluctuations from year to year, from an implementation standpoint, that is really difficult for the recreational fisheries in Alaska, which is really where my expertise is. And so I think that like the additional run where Alan looked at combining both the slope fast down with the 15% maximum change was really interesting to me and something that we might consider as sort of an element moving forward to be explored more. And I think that there are several elements that it would be nice to explore more, even if we are trying right now to focus in on certain management procedures, but with the idea that there may be some additional elements that warrant more exploration. Another point that I think it sort of briefly came up yesterday, and I think just is worth mentioning in thinking about management procedures to put forward, is that pretty much everything that people seem to be really focused on looks at the O32 stock distribution. And I've noted that over the last many years, and again for this interim meeting coming up, the size limit of 32 inches has been evaluated and reevaluated, and I wonder whether or not using a size limit that may or may not be retained for the long term is necessarily an appropriate thing to do in a long-term management strategy, or whether that might be something that, because we keep on saying, do we want to maintain this size limit, is something that perhaps we should think about whether or not that should be retained in a management procedure. I think that's all that I have for right now.
Really good point, Sarah. Thanks for that. I had the exact same thought over the break about this 032 stock distribution and pending discussions on size limits.
So I think that fits. I was going to say that is an interesting discussion that I think fits into our program of work section. We can come back to that. So that's the end of our list. Unless I've missed anyone. Have I missed anyone? And or did staff want to chime in? Alan.
Yeah, thanks, Carey. I don't think IPHC, well, I think the IPHC staff has said a lot already. I don't know that we have much more to say, except that we really appreciate all of the comments from everybody. And, there's obviously policy decisions to be made. And the MSE process is that process that is spanning the science and the policy. It's that middle ground in there. And that's why we do it, for these reasons, to inform the decisions, whether they're based on the biology, based on the scientific decisions that have to be made, or based on the policy decisions. So we really appreciate the focus on elements. And I think that is a helpful way to go. I was writing down sort of the different elements people were identifying, and it looked like, because limiting variability, annual variability from year to year is important, a lot of those elements came to the top: constraints, averaging, stock distribution, and those results are pretty clear from the MSE simulation. So hopefully that will be informative for those. And then, so I wonder if, continuing to focus on those elements, there's a lot of management procedures that you could compare, like A and B for a constraint, I think E and G for the effect of 2A agreement, national shares, F with G, I think it is. Making those comparisons is a useful way, for at least for the MSE team, to investigate the effects of the elements. And then I just want to remind too, it came up, I think Jeff Kaufman mentioned, what about 3-year averaging of the survey? Well, this 11 set of management procedures are on the table, but that's not all the options that are out there in the world. And we might find that I like this element, as some were saying, I like the 2A agreement, but I didn't see it with this other elements. These things can be pieced together in the future. So I think maintaining those elements, maintaining the important concepts, is a really useful way to go to inform the commissioners on the task they have at hand. But again, it's up to the MSAB, and I think the MSAB is really going the right direction. Thank you.
Great. We're about 5 minutes until lunchtime, and so unless there are other comments from the from staff, I think it would be a good idea to break for lunch. And I know Adam and I have both taken a lot of notes. It sounds like Alan has too. So if we all have a little bit of time over lunch to kind of synthesize what we've heard and see if there are emerging themes that come out of it, I think that would be, I think that'd be useful. And to take some time to just, eat and take a break for a minute. So Adam, if that sounds good to you, perhaps we come back at 1. Is that what's on the schedule?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. We can compare all of our notes, see what some of these common themes are that may have come together Oh, Peter, you're there you are. I know some of the other MSAB members have throughout the course of the roundtable this morning proposed maybe different ways of looking at MPs. I know that Dan had and Angel had identified those three kind of categories. It may be that we can sort of through our discussion over lunch see if these fit within that categories, or maybe even look to some others to delve into those ranking proposals that they had put forward. So I think the point is we'll go away and compare some notes and then come back after lunch to pick up this roundtable discussion and see if there's some ways that we can winnow down MPs or at least elements.
Okay, great. We'll see everybody at 1 o'clock then. Thanks very much for all of your comments and thoughts. Everybody really has thought a lot about this.
This conference will now be recorded.
Welcome back. Hope everybody had a good lunch. I think we had a really productive roundtable this morning, and I think what we want to do, and Adam, you can jump in if you like. One thing that came up this morning was a table that Dan came up with, and we never actually put the table up on the screen and saw what was in it. So I'm a little worried that we didn't bring everyone along with that. And so I'd like to quickly do that, just so that we're all on the same page about what people were talking about when referring to Dan's concepts. Then I think Adam and I both took some notes that sort of summary of the morning's discussion that we can both share. And so we'll do that, and then perhaps continue on. This afternoon is an important afternoon, I think, for us to try to take what we learned this morning and everybody's comments this morning and see if there were themes that came out of it. And that's what I think Adam and I were probably both looking for in our summaries, and see if we can distill that down to some messages for the commissioners. So that's the goal for this afternoon. And I would add, after we show Dan's table, which I think is sort of an organizational scheme, if other people have ideas about that as well, or other ideas, we'll provide an opportunity for that too, so that everybody can be heard. Does that sound good, Adam? Okay, great. So Alan, if you could put that up, and then maybe we can have Dan speak to what he was intending.
Okay, I was just looking at it, realizing I really butchered it when I pasted it into Word. So I'll just want to see if it's, I tried to fix it real quick. Yeah, this is the table you were talking about?
That's the table that I had in mind, yeah.
Okay, just to make sure. Okay, so Dan, I have it split on each of these larger categories on the left, or each on their own page, so I can scroll through as you need me to.
Yeah, just I think from the discussion yesterday and the discussion this morning, there was some interest in talking about some of the components that make up the individual MPs and providing some feedback to stakeholders and the commissioners on what the operating model tells us about those components. You know, and so last night I just tried to organize my thoughts about what are those components, what scale do they work, and what really is the intended purpose that they're trying to achieve, and try and get some clarity on that. And then I thought it'd be helpful to kind of highlight one or two of our management procedures that you can contrast that will actually show the effect of that component well, and then just talk about general pros and cons. And so I just came up with this table as one way of organizing some, you know, organizing what the the elements are, the scale at what they work, and trying to get clarity on what we're trying to achieve with them and whether or not they are achieving those goals. Because it seemed like that would be a useful part of our recommendation. But I'm more than willing to work with whatever framework people want to put together to be able to make those comments.
Okay.
So Alan, I guess if you scroll up, so like there's the first one is the coast-wide effects, and there's basically 3 elements that I understood from that, and then you get down to regional effects, which is kind of having an increased harvest rate in region 3 only, not region 4, and then what happens if you maintain the regional limits, and the managed repeaters that can contrast that, and then as you go down, you can get down to the next one is the area specific, I think. Oh yeah, measures that affect multiple regulatory areas. These are the broad brush things as Adam described them, such as the size limit and rolling averages and relative harvest rates are kind of these larger principles that apply uniformly across regulatory areas. And then finally, the last one down would be, are there elements that are specific to a single area and really focused on trying to address an interest of that specific area more directly. And so that's kind of how I was last night, thinking about how these different elements might be organized and scale at what they work. And that's all I have for that.
Thank you, Dan, for sharing that. And I'm wondering if there are other comments that people have at this time, or questions, or kind of other organizing principles that they're thinking about. We did hear one that I'll address in my summary this morning. Okay, Jim, I see that Jim is online.
Oh yeah, no, I just, it's just gonna take a little bit, right, to look at this, and then you kind of figure out. It's also hard just when it's split up like that to actually visualize it, and then and this sort of what's the top one? Like the columns, the top of the columns. What are they? Oh, the scale. Yeah, and then anyways, I just need some time to sort of look at this for a bit. But I did notice that there's MPs, not, I know there's an example, but there's MPs that that we're not actually looking at right now, like the ones from the G ones. Anyways, yeah, I mean, it would be nice to sort of be able to sit down and go through this a bit, right, without having to make a decision right away. Anyways, that's my initial thoughts right now.
Yeah, Chris.
Chris, you're muted.
I think you're still muted somehow.
There we go. Is that better? Okay. Yeah, I'm still trying to understand this as well, and I guess I had a different perspective on sort of what I thought an element was, and I thought an element would be like, I think the elements there are tools, or the tools. I think the element is that people want to put a limit on annual catch limits, changes to annual catch limits from year to year. That's an element when I was thinking about it, things that people would want. So I think we need to think this through and decide what we want to do. I guess the other question I had is, has there been any sort of recent direction from commissioners on what they'd like to see and what they're looking to get to see from this meeting that could maybe help guide this discussion as we try and sort of struggle around how to kind of move forward from here? Is there anything that they've put forward lately, other than I know in the past they've given direction to use the primary objectives and the like, but has there been any recent direction? Thank you.
Yeah, I think we could let Alan or Dave answer that in terms of what the commissioners as a group, if the commissioners as a group have said anything.
I was at the work meeting and I didn't hear any specific advice, guiding the MSAB that I can remember. And I think the commissioners are just looking forward to the recommendations and insights that the MSAB has on the decision they'll have to make.
I forgot to ask if we have any commissioners on the line. I know Commissioner DeGrief had joined in earlier. Don't see any here. So, Alan, maybe I've missed part of the conversation. My recollection from the work meeting was that the commissioners, had looked forward to some recommendations from the MSAB. We had flagged the concerns that were discussed at the ad hoc work meeting about limited opportunities to engage with stakeholders and how we were going to resolve that, what the plan was to deal with that issue. And then the ability to advance a suite of MPs or a single MP or specific elements of the MPs. Now, I don't think formal recommendations come from work meetings, which is the challenge that we have, but I do recall that conversation occurring. Carey, is that your recollection as well?
That's my recollection as well, that there was some discussion about it and perhaps some support for sort of narrowing things down a bit to provide kind of a digestible set of management procedures or concepts or types for the commissioners to consider. And of course, it wasn't a formal recommendation or anything, but that was the nature of the discussion that I remember.
If you don't mind.
Go ahead.
I remember the discussion. I don't know that the commissioners provided any advice on engagement with stakeholders. I remember that being brought up as a concern, but I don't recall, although I was pretty busy during the work meeting, any advice coming out of that. But if I do remember anything, it was that commissioners, felt 11 was a lot of MPs to look at, and they were hoping that the MSAB could identify at least a smaller subset that would that could at least focus them in on their decision making.
So I think that's a concept, and I guess I will talk about that for just a minute. That I had sort of proposed at the beginning of the day, what if we try to sort of whittle this down to a subset, something like 5-ish. And I heard that come up in some of the comments this morning, that perhaps there are some management procedures that can sort of serve as examples of particular concepts that we want to draw out. And that seemed like it could be a workable way to move forward. So I'll put that out there for discussion. Dan?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good path ahead. I think we have, I'd like to see us try and tackle two approaches. One is to narrow down the 11 to a smaller group that we can forward on, and two is to comment on the specific components or tools or whatever the right term is that we see within some of those MPs specifically, and how they, and what the operating model tells us about how they work. And so, we can, I mean, I think it'd be helpful to stakeholders and to the commissioners if we could do both of those with whatever process works.
Thanks, Dan. And Jim?
Yeah. So I think what came out from the, and I think you summarized it, or someone summarized it well before lunch, was there's a number of, or a few components of management procedures that people feel are important, and how you want to describe those or term them. So I think that's important to get out to the, at least provide to the commissioners. And then how individual MPs may work that way, and I guess I kind of look at it as a little bit different from what some other people may have said, is that have the components, what's important, and example MPs that show that, and whether or not, you know, it's exactly how you want it to work. It's, maybe if I can describe this, it's like, here's some examples of what an MP that has those components may look like, or could, or does work, and how it works. But be important to say that, you know, these things are, you know, the next iterative thing that you know, you could start maybe looking at MPs that, I think, I don't know if Alan or someone else said it, that actually can take some of those components and combine them in some way. But I think that the first thing is getting what those important components are, and maybe, like you said, a selection of 4 or 5 example MPs that illustrate those type of illustrate those components that are important, as opposed to looking at the actual result, you know, results per se, that it's more the example and the concepts to illustrate. I don't know if that makes sense to you.
Yeah, I think so. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, we're hearing a number of points of agreement about the utility of at least whittling down this list of 11. So if not for the commissioner, selfishly for us and communicating to our constituents that it's clear about, you know, here's really where we should focus our effort. Let's look at these 5 or 6 first, and whether they're MPs or elements, I think still something to be sorted. I do think there's some utility in Dan's approach about providing some sort of framework or structure to it. The admission I have is, although we've had the benefit of having this email, I think Dan sent out yesterday, I haven't had a chance to read it or digest it to really understand what populates it. But I think, you know, I think based on some of the comments we heard this morning, there are kind of a few key elements of MPs or components that have risen to the top in the roundtable conversation that we could at least look to ensure are within this proposed framework.
Yeah, Adam, I agree, and I wrote down some things like that kind of weave in with this approach of kind of finding some examples and some themes that came out and what multiple people said. So unless there are further comments on this, I think Dan's table is really useful and also very specific, and so maybe we can kind of keep it in the back of our heads, but use a kind of a general approach to this of keeping in mind, you know, what are sort of the example properties of MPs that we want to bring out. And I think we can consider from the results side, like what that's going to be somewhat based on what performed well. And I do see one more person coming on the screen. I was going to suggest that it would be helpful if we moved on to our summaries, because that might help us get into what those themes are to launch the afternoon conversation. I do see Chris on the screen if you have a comment first. Or I did.
Why don't we move with the summaries, and then I'll hold till then.
Okay, that sounds great. Adam, do you want to go ahead with your summary?
I was actually going to suggest that you are. I'm still trying to put these last couple bullet points together. I can't type and hold a fork at the same time, so I'm a bit behind.
Okay, well, I will, I left mine in messy form, so you can hear me say it also in messy form, but hopefully not so messy as to be unuseful. So I'll give my attempt at this. I kind of just tried to organize by theme. And so I'll just start out with, I heard several people bring up using table 10 as a useful table for kind of summarizing the results. And a few people brought up in particular MP G as in golf through K as ones that would rise to the top for them, more broadly meeting the objectives. So just based on how Table 10 is organized, so that might be something to draw to the commissioners. That might be a particular table to draw out or repeat. Stability was an important theme in many people's comments. A lot of people mentioned MPJ and the stability aspect that was demonstrated by MPJ. Several people mentioned MPs A through F, as in Fox, as not as good at meeting those stability objectives. So there are several ways to achieve stability that were mentioned, and using these either alone or in combination were things that came up. Doing more exploration of more slow up, fast down, 5-year rolling averages, and the 15% maximum change constraint. And in general, it seemed that there was a consensus on using constraints or some type of constraint or constraints together in many people's comments. I think that this is more specific, but I think it was maybe Alan that brought up taking a look at MPG versus 16G3 to understand stability and TCEY trade-offs. So that's something that we could come back to if we wanted to, if we were trying to make some big comments about stability. And then there was talk about kind of what stability tools have the best characteristics. And several people brought up the characteristics of MPK, as in Kappa, that may be super stable for 5 years, but then there could be a rather large change where some of the others, like GH and J, don't have that same property, if I have stated that right. Someone can correct me if I am mixing and matching MPs, but I did hear K come up as potentially problematic for a couple of different people because of the abruptness of the change at the 5-year mark. And then I also heard from a couple of people that the perspective from the recreational sector is that limiting variability is very important. And the idea of combining slow up, fast down with the 15% maximum change. So that's kind of falls under the category of exploring the constraints a little bit more. Something that we didn't talk about this morning, but it's come up at past meetings, and I don't know if it's something that we would want to capture for the commissioners, is having constraints that are at a smaller spatial scale than coast-wide. Okay. Let's see here. We talked about harvest rates. Harvest rates came up a few times, and this was perhaps a characteristic that we would want to point out, and it came up in the context of migration and what different hypotheses or uncertainty in movement might be, and how that might affect some sort of harvest rate analysis. And I don't know exactly where we are. There was that harvest rate analysis that was presented last year, and I think there was some talk of updating that or refining it. I don't know if that has been done or not, or if that is relevant to the conversation or something for the Secretariat to comment on after this. Let's see. So I think the characteristic of the buffer came up, which is expressed by MPD as in dog, and perhaps with the description that it might address some areas' needs without so specifically taking away from other areas. That was something that some people liked about it, and addressing some of those regional effects. And it's kind of unique in that respect. There's also a discussion that several people brought up of an MP with shares, national shares, or floors, and noting the trade-offs of a structure like that. But I think that it's kind of a big theme that we probably need to forward to the commissioners. Several people brought up the fact that we met our conservation objectives. And so that's something that kind of like an overarching thing that we can just note for the commissioners. In terms of, there were some particular concerns about areas at the edges of the stock, and 2A in particular, and some of the socioeconomic or governmental concerns around that, and what MPs might be best for demonstrating the role of a floor for 2A in particular. And so that might be something that needs to be drawn out. And the idea that there were most of the MPs did not include that floor, but the idea of mixing and matching the idea of that floor or something similar with some of these other components, or adding it to some of the other management strategies that people liked, and noting that it had kind of minimal impact to other areas. Let's see. I'm almost at the end of this here. Hopefully it's still a summary. And and there was the idea that we've just been talking about. There's one person brought up giving kind of 5 examples of different types of management procedures. So for instance, A is our management procedure where there were no constraints, and so that's kind of demonstrative of, you know, what happens when you have no constraints. E was a demonstration of a floor in 2A, and how that filtered out for the other areas. There were 2 like H and G that demonstrated harvest rates, or finding one that demonstrated harvest rates. And then there were a couple that were good at demonstrating constraints. J and K were given as examples. One that demonstrated the buffer concept, which was D, and maybe just making sure we have one in there that had O32 stock distribution, and one in there that definitely has national shares. So that was kind of one way to organize our thoughts around that, and the major themes that have come out. And then just noting for our discussion on the program of work, how does size limit fit into all of this and how we make decisions? What do all these MPs mean if the size limit isn't retained, and would that change the results? So that's my long summary of the themes that came out, but hopefully people did hear some themes in that. And hopefully I didn't mistake anyone's comments.
Thanks very much, Carey. Thanks for going first too, while I scramble to get my notes organized. I don't know that I have a whole bunch more really to add. So maybe one point that wasn't covered was regarding the survey. And I think there was, by and large, I think there was, I heard 1 or 2 comments about it, but there's by and large support for identifying the survey as the best available tool for stock distribution. I think there was a couple of concerns in 2A about the survey not being representative. But by and large, folks had identified that the survey was the best available tool for stock distribution. But we heard concerns from 2A and 2B that this ought not to be the only means for determining allocation. We then also heard concerns from other regions, particularly in Alaska, about deviating too far from the survey-based stock distribution when determining allocations. And defining what too far is the million-dollar question. I know Forrest and Dan had attempted to quantify some of the potential impacts or consequences to specific regulatory areas if the deviations were far or too far. So there were some folks that identified some attempt to quantify some of those consequences. Others had flagged, more just a philosophical concern with this approach, that we're not able to sell this idea of using policy-based adjustments to allocations. I heard from Joe and Maggie and Tom and Jim and Chris about the validity and importance of policy considerations, not just data, in determining allocations, which we heard a few times in terms of how do allocations be defined moving forward. Another point of note I had was there was a lot of folks talked about stability and limiting catch variability, but I'm not clear that we're actually all talking about stability in the same way. So I think that's something that might be worth exploring. As you pointed out in your summary, there's many different ways we could achieve stability. Are we talking just about fluctuations in annual changes to the catch limit, or something else? In terms of key elements from MPs, we've heard from 2A and 2B and Region 4 the role, potential role for policy-derived components of the allocation, whether they're relative harvest rates or fixed amounts or defined shares. We've heard from a number of areas about the importance of data-derived allocations, namely O32 FISS. We've heard about the constraints on annual catch limits as being a really key element of MPs, whether it's a slow up, fast down, plus minus 15%, using some sort of rolling average perhaps to smooth things out. And then a fourth key element, which I think we've only kind of poked around the edges of, but it certainly could be worth more exploration, is this idea of multi-year harvest advice. So with those four elements, I've kind of heard of two different approaches to pare down those list of elements. A few of us have expressed interest in further exploring Dan's approach to kind of categorize MPs, not to put it on Dan, but Dan, what had been proposed or put out there. I also heard Chris suggest that we could look at these kind of two apparent poles in terms of allocation, purely data-driven, purely policy-driven, or some blend of the two, and try to assess trade-offs that way. Those are my summary points. Hopefully I haven't mischaracterized anyone's points there. I'd look to folks to speak up if I have.
So I see Alan on the screen. Thank you, Adam.
Thanks, Adam and Carey. I think that's really good. I just want to make one note, and then potentially something that's missing from the discussion overall that would be important to an important outcome of this meeting. And that is this meeting in the MSE is doing simulations of coast-wide scale and distribution of the TCUY, and we haven't had much discussion about the coast-wide scale other than a few mentions. I just want to bring that up because I think the MSAB's in agreement that an SPR 43% 30-20 control rule, meets the objectives, and that isn't really recommending to look much further than that, maybe in the future, but not right now. I think that might be a useful recommendation to come out of this, that recommendation from previous MSAB meetings still holds for this one. And then on top of that is everything else we're talking about. And then, sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry, just agreeing. Yeah, a good flag.
And then the second thing is I heard a lot of discussion about the floor in 2A. And I realized in the table it was specified as a floor, and I just wanted to note when the MSE team went to code this, it's also noted in the table of the 11 management procedures from MSAB 15 that it references the agreement in the paragraph 97B, or I think it's 97B of AMO 96 report. And in that paragraph, it calls it a fixed TCUY of 1.65 million pounds and in 2A, subject to conservation concerns. So our interpretation of that was to set that as a fixed TCUY, meaning it doesn't go above 1.65, but it can be less than 1.65 if certain circumstances extenuating circumstances required it to be, such as there's no fish there or something. So I think that's a slight difference, and that might be something the MSAB wants to consider to put in the report as well, to clarify what the management procedure that is of interest would actually be. Right now, the results are simulated as a fixed value that doesn't go greater than 1.65. Thank you.
Yeah, those are two really good points, Alan. And I think that you're right that we have we do need to be a little bit more specific about what the 1.65 is when it's used in a management procedure. And also we have focused on distribution, and it seems that generally speaking or unspoken, perhaps the F43% seems acceptable to people. And I'm wondering that based on these summaries and what Alan has said, if we could, maybe one idea is to bring up a Word document or something like that and just start writing a couple of these things down and sort of see what we have already in terms of, there would be, I suppose, general recommendations, and then there would be maybe example management procedures to forward to draw the commissioner's attention to, because I have a feeling that we have some things here that we have perhaps made a lot of progress, and if we write it down on paper, we might be able to see what progress we have made and what we still need to do. Does that make sense, Adam? Or do you have another suggestion?
I don't have another suggestion. I think I might benefit from you repeating what the proposal is, like writing down, if you're filling out these 3 headers, is that what the suggestion is?
Yeah, I'm wondering if, like Alan just said, sort of one recommendation and one clarification. And then I think we have heard some themes about recommended management procedures. And so I'm wondering, as we move through our discussion and various people speak up, if we can just have this Word document up and write things down in it as we go. I'm wondering if basically we have what we need, or having everything written down would tell us what we still have work to do on, where we need to still narrow things down a little bit, or where we do and we don't kind of have some agreement about where we're going with our recommendations. Just using the Word document to organize our thoughts and see where they are organized or not, in short.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. I think I follow. I'll follow your lead on populating this.
Sure, and I was envisioning this as discussion based, but I'm happy to kind of start it out. And it looks like Alan is starting it out, and that's exactly what I would do. I think we could make a general recommendation about reaffirm our recommendation about coast-wide scale, and kind of move on from that, unless people have don't agree with that. And I think that it would be good to have a good chunk of text somewhere in our report later on about stability and the various aspects of stability and the pros and cons of those various ways that we could achieve that. So those 2 things I think are excellent. I'd be more comfortable with other people besides me, a science advisor, filling in the recommended or example management procedures. But I think we did hear some recommended elements and tools that we kind of want to draw out, which were our stability tools, and harvest rates was one, the buffer was one, and there were several others. So I don't need to sort of hold the whole conversation, but in terms of recommended MPs, there are a few that I can think of that kind of came out, but I see Peggy on the screen, and maybe maybe we can just start the discussion from there.
Thank you. This is a really great format. Thanks for coming up with this. My question is more of a step back a bit. And in this recommendation to the commissioners, are we going to include things like, you know, as part of this simulation or recommendation, we included an SPR of 43, we use the 30-20 rule. How will those be addressed in this?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose I envision that what Alan was saying is that it seems like we, in the process of focusing on distribution, that we have kind of done that with a general acceptance for F43% using the 30-20 control rule. And that could sort of be kind of an A1 general recommendation that we're kind of still okay with that. We met the coast-wide conservation objective with it for all of the MPs. And now we're going to focus on distribution. Others can comment on whether they like that proposal or not.
The one clarification I'd have for that is MP Delta had the max fishing intensity. I'm not sure how, like, I'm assuming when we're talking about the coast-wide scale, we're talking about the, oh my, it slipped my mind. What do we call the SPR that, what is that? Procedural SPR. The procedural SPR in the harvest control rule.
Yeah, I think that's fine. Yeah, let's just proceed and see where we are at the end of this. I think we're making more progress on this. Thank you.
Chris?
Yeah, I guess I'm looking at this, and one concern I have is we need to somehow tie this back to our objectives. You know, that's what we're here for, is to evaluate these against the objectives. For example, the important concept stability and yield. That's not really one of our objectives. I mean, I think it's, you know, our objectives are limiting annual changes in the coast-wide TCOI. I think we need to express things that way and keep it consistent with how we're evaluating. I know somebody would say, well, it's kind of saying the same thing a different way. I think we need to say the same thing the same way each time, because otherwise it could look like we're trying to bring in new objectives, and I know nobody wants to do that.
I think Anne-Marie had a similar suggestion in the chat window. I don't know if you meant general observations, Anne-Marie, or general recommendations, but we have a paragraph in the report that notes that all of the MPs met those coast-wide conservation objectives, notwithstanding the distribution piece to Area 4 Bravo.
Yes.
I think, sorry, I have one other point. I think it's just the comment around recommended elements and tools. I guess there's some different thinking in the room, and I think we need to be clear on that. What do we mean when we say an element, or what do we mean when we say a tool? In my mind, you know, elements are things like, you know, I look up there, there's, you know, constraints on annual catch limits, and within that, there's things like plus minus 15%. There's slow up, fast down. There's multi-year approaches. Even commissioner decisions, I guess, would be in there. But and then there's, you know, policy-derived allocations. I think what we've got there, 2A, 2B, Region 4. You know, and then O32 biomass distribution. I'd use the consistent wording or whatever it's described there, but. So I guess data-derived allocations is fine too, and maybe put in brackets O32 biomass distribution. But again, I just think we need to make sure we're talking about the same things, because maybe I'm viewing it differently than everybody else in the room. But to me, the elements are more broad, and then we're talking about specific tools. So I just want to make sure I'm on the same page. We're on the same page.
Yeah, I'm almost wondering if we could get, we don't want, because this could become a very long section where we're listing all of these different elements and tools that you can kind of see if you just look at the table of management procedures. And I'm wondering if instead of doing that, we really just want to draw out the ones that we talked about or cared about the most under recommended MPs. Rather than listing this as kind of a separate section. And likewise, I'm wondering if we can move this stability point up into the general observations where we can just, we can kind of go point by point, like what we liked and didn't like about each of the stability tools. So it can kind of start, we all agreed that stability is very important, and here were the pros and cons of the different ways to achieve that.
So can I chime in here on what Chris just said? I really think that that was important. We need to tie this back to our objectives, and we need to make it simple for the commissioners. And I think it's great to go through each of them and talk about their individual benefits and drawbacks, but I think more important than that is to come up with a recommendation and then justify that. Maybe a few steps down the road.
I don't want to be divisive too, but I think it would be helpful to point out the points of conflict. Like I think we all agreed that I mean it states itself through the results that all the MPs met the objectives, but while you know, the division, I think the biggest, most obvious division is we're talking about allocation. Do we just use database procedures? Do we just use policy-based procedures? Can we find some middle ground where we mix the two? I'm thinking back into this point where everyone, I think almost everybody acknowledged the use of some policy components within an MP, but how much that's weighted is the point of contention. Is that accurate?
I see what you're saying, Adam, and I'm wondering if that is kind of a section under general observation, kind of a, here's where we have some differences of opinion within the group, and just point that out to the commissioners.
Yeah, I mean, I feel Sarah's comments at the end of it, it was great that Sarah was right at the end, really wrapped things up well, that, you know, we acknowledge all the results are scientifically based for this process, and while initially a lot of the focus was on data-based MPs, those were of key interest to some, and others were interested in policy-based MPs. The upshot was good to see that none of these MPs compromised conservation objectives, and we now realize that this is like a commission allocation discussion, and how the commission wants to weight those different aspects, they've got to weigh in, obviously advised or informed by what our scientific process shows. Sorry, I've lost track of the speakers queue. If it was Chris and then Glenn?
Yeah, I think Chris and then Glenn.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, when I'm talking about tying things to objectives, I mean, the recommendations, whatever we recommend has got to be tied to the objectives, because it's got to have passed the objectives to get to, you know, it's got to have met the objectives to get to this point. When I'm saying tie things to objectives, like stability and yield was very important. Okay, but I think we need to frame that in how it's framed in the objectives. Limit annual changes in the coastwide TCUI, limit annual changes in the regulatory TCUI. That ties it to the objectives, and then you can put in brackets stability and yield was very important. I just think so we're very clear on what we're talking about and why. That's what I meant.
Thank you, Chris. Glenn.
Thanks. I'm wondering at this point, is it helpful for us? It seems like we're moving through recommended elements and tools. We're almost on the recommended MPs. Are we at the point where we're seeing whether or not there's an element that or a specific MP that we want to suggest, and then have us move to discussion of that is, I guess, what's the most efficient way for us to try and capture some of the issues that we've discussed, and yet at the same time maybe be able to come up with a management procedure that we can recommend to the commissioners.
Yeah, thank you, Glenn. I suppose my vision of this is that I'd really like to see people put management procedures on the table, along with a justification that is linked to one or more objectives, as Chris said. And I guess that's where I'm curious to see how much agreement we have among the group about kind of what's the subset of MPs that will rise to the top. And so I'd really be up for someone kind of starting that process, like put one on the table and tell us why.
Okay. So I'll start, and anyone from the U.S. side, if you want to chime in or feel like I'm not characterizing the discussions that we've had recently, please do so. So one of the management procedures that we had talked about with a slight variation would be management procedure J, Juliet, with the incorporation of a 1.65 million pound floor in 2A. So carrying over that principle also into J, although that's not currently a component of J. I maybe can spend a little bit of time speaking to this particular approach and sort of what some of the thinking was, at least from the US side. And I'll note we had a discussion at lunch and sort of came to consensus on this viewpoint. I think that this captures the US position for at least one management procedure right now. There may be others, or there may be additional issues that we might be able to get to later. I think just looking at some of the principles that we've discussed here, and unfortunately, if you could scroll up a little bit, let's see. Obviously, from a coast-wide scale standpoint, I think that gets to the issue. We're still looking at this at a overall SPR 43 approach. This would provide stability in the yield, as we have talked about that being a key concern overall in terms of both limiting the maximum change, and then I think also probably very effectively addressing that through the 5-year moving average as a methodology to smooth out some of the potential changes that can occur. So with those two factors in mind, I think that there's significant stability that is also addressed there. One other issue that I think is important within this particular aspect of the proposals is that it's recognizing the fact that we have newer information concerning the overall productivity of the stock in some of the more westward regions. And so it would make an adjustment in the overall harvest rate policy for those western areas relative to the status quo. Again, I think that's consistent with a lot of the information that we've been receiving recently. I think this also addresses another key concern from a number of US stakeholders, and I will spend a little bit of time on this because I think there are some important distinctions between this and perhaps the national share approach, and that is considering a specific floor for Area 2A. So a few factors I think as reminders to folks within that discussion that we've had within the US. One, I think given the broad geographic scope of the United States, it's appropriate to recognize or consider the fact that there may be specific conditions where it is appropriate to consider moving some amount of TCEY from one regulatory area to another to accommodate a wide variety of different socioeconomic considerations, particularly in the case of Area 2A. We have already identified, and you've heard from tribal representatives at this meeting, a number of trust responsibilities that are important for the federal government to meet, and this has been something that we have tried to accommodate as best we can through the consideration of that 1.65 million pound limit. I think the other factors that I just wanted to highlight briefly without getting into a long dialogue on this is the overall scope and the location of Area 2A relative to other areas that even if you look at, I believe it's table 3 in paper 9, which would kind of contrast where a 1.65 million pound limit would result in compared to the sort of median average TCEY over a period of time. It is an adjustment of several hundred thousand to around 1 million pounds, but that would largely be incorporated within the entire allocation that is being provided to the United States. I think that gets to a number of issues. I think also with the smoothing of the stock distribution over a multi-year period, it's also addressing one of the concerns that in the past have been raised by participants in Area 2A, which is that there can be, given some of the bathymetric features in that area, some substantial variability in the surveys from one year to the next. And so in this particular case, I think that addresses a number of those concerns by recognizing some of those variations that have occurred in the past. I'll stop there.
Thanks, Glenn. That was thorough. I'm wondering. I see that Alan is bringing up another table, and that we don't actually have anything written down under the justification for MPJ. And I'm wondering if maybe you'd be willing to write a couple of bullet points and send them to Alan. We could put them up on the screen. Would that work?
Yes, I will task myself with that.
Thank you. Alan.
Yeah, I was wondering on that. I mean, I think this is great. Are we sort of in the report writing phase then too? In that context, I was just trying to get the really high level concepts down for further discussion in the report. But if you want me to try to grab some points, I can do that while they're talking, while people are talking as well.
I think that's great if that's manageable for you, and I think it's also we can also have people help you with that by kind of sending in some bullet points that they have to add, so that the whole burden isn't just on you. But I think we have potentially a very large report writing burden this afternoon, and so if we can write things down as we go, I think that will help us later on. I see Chris, and then I see Jim.
Yeah, I guess I'm just trying to understand the process here. Like we're essentially just created a new management procedure that hasn't been evaluated by adding something on to management procedure Juliet. So I'd like to be really clear on the process, what we're doing. I mean, this is why I think what's more important is we identify the things that are the elements that are important in terms of to different groups. Like for instance, here we've thought the policy-derived allocations are important. We heard that from 2A, 2 Bravo, Region 4. All we're going to do is get into an agreement to disagree. And I think if we focused on some of those things, put that forward, and we're going to make up new management procedures. I don't know. That's not my understanding what the process was or what the process is supposed to be.
Yeah, I'm a bit uncomfortable about creating MPs on the fly. I do think it'd be helpful for the discussion with commissioners for different contracting parties to flag these points. But I'm worried about making sure we've got some productive result. Like all of our general observations about coast-wide scale, stability and yields, tying to our primary objectives, we can't apply those or comment on those with respect to new MPs at this point in time. So maybe we need to break it out in a few sections. Here's our general observations. Here's the existing MPs that we think work, or the existing elements that are important. Maybe here's key MPs, but how they may need to change going forward.
This is a good question. Maybe is it okay to go to Glenn? Maybe Glenn has a comment on this.
Yeah, thanks. And thanks, Chris. I think it's a fair point that there is a challenge, I guess, that we face if we, are doing a little bit of mix and match here. I think one of the points of discussion that we had is, whether or not there might be some ability for us to at least have somewhat of a better understanding about the potential implication of adding a specific, floor or limit for area 2A to Juliet and what that would mean. In other words, if it's a relatively limited change overall relative to the performance of Juliet as it's currently described, can we reasonably understand the implication of that specific management measure with, that modification to it? I don't want to put Alan unduly on the spot, but maybe this would be something that would be helpful for us to understand, is whether or not this is the type of tweak or modification that, based on what we know so far, based on the relatively limited scope of the proposed change, this is the type of information that we could have a better understanding of, either theoretically tomorrow or later on when we get to the interim meeting stage, and whether or not we would expect there to be a substantive change in the overall performance of Juliet with this modification to it.
Would you like me to answer that now, co-chairs?
Yeah.
Sure, go ahead, Alan.
Yeah, I think for some elements, and I'm referring to an element like the 1.65 million pounds for 2A, the 032 stock distribution, things like that. For some elements, we can make an inference of what the effect might be. And that's based on looking, comparing E to G and saying, oh yeah, that has this effect. And then we can make an inference of how that might affect J, comparing J to G. So for some elements, we can do that. For others, I caution, we can't then combine some pretty complicated ones, all sizes, with something else and make inference on that. But I think something simple like this is probably make an inference on it. The interim meeting documents have already been released, and given the workload of the MSE team just recovering from this meeting and making sure we prepare properly for the IM, I'm not sure that we can do many simulations in time for the interim meeting, but simulations could potentially be done in time for the annual meeting, recognizing the entire MSAB would not have come together to review those. Now, I do note the assessment model is reviewed by the SRB before it's done, and because that can't be done until November, and then that's presented at the annual meeting. So I think we have precedent that a body does not actually necessarily review the final product, but has access to the results to weigh in on any thoughts or consequences on that.
I don't quite follow that same precedent, but I do. We have talked before about the necessity for the MSE team to deliver its results for the annual meeting for sure. Maybe one point of clarification though about this MP Juliet plus the floor. Was that also to include changes to relative harvest rates?
I think, Adam, unfortunately, I misspoke on that. That was my bad.
Okay.
I was looking at the box table, and unfortunately,
okay, yeah.
was one.
Okay, so no relative harvest rate change.
That's correct. Right. So the only thing that would change in Juliet relative to what is there now is the incorporation of the 1.65 for area 2A.
So I have what I think might be a simple solution, but there's a lot of other people in the queue and they might be aiming at the same thing. So let's get through the queue, and then I'll go if it's still relevant. Chris, I don't know the order. Chris, Jim, and then Peggy.
Why don't you let Jim go first?
No, that's okay. Go ahead, Chris. It's more like a follow-up, I think, for you.
Yeah, I guess I'm concerned about the direction the process seems to be taking now, in that all of a sudden are we now going to see an avalanche of new management procedures being suggested and people trying to mix and match? That's my first concern. My second concern is this idea that somehow we're supposed to present recommendations to the commission at the annual meeting in January, and all of a sudden there's talk that that process might change. So I think we have agreed to this process. We've agreed to objectives. We've agreed to management procedures. I think we need to stick to them. The other point I'd make is that I've lost my thought now. But we need to, and this is why I think, it's going to be very difficult. We heard from people challenges to try to get agreement on management procedures. But I think what we're trying to show in this attempt to add 1.65 floor to Juliet, I think what is more important there is to flag for commissioners is that policy-derived allocations are important for some areas, and some interests. For example, 2A it's important for them for the 1.65 million floor. Make those points, because then you can do that mixing and matching. You can do that. The commissioners can look at that, and you can actually go through these. And like I say, you start on, if you look at F and G, which are kind of one's policy-based, one's data-based, that gives you sort of, and everything else is kind of a variation of that. And I think that's what we need to draw out of the discussion, is point out to the commissioners, look, if you add this or take this out, here's the change. For instance, F is national shares, but Alpha, Bravo, arguably Charlie and Delta are sort of hybrids of that. So those are the things that I think we need to bring out. I think it's going to be very difficult to try and go around and get agreement on management procedures. I think it's more getting agreement on what are those important elements.
Okay. Thank you, Chris. I think I do just want to interrupt for just a minute, because I think my intention was for people to just start putting things on the table, and we've started with something seemingly complicated. I'm wondering if we could simplify it pretty easily by saying an MP of interest is J, period, and then maybe another MP of interest is E, or in our general observations say this is what we noticed about E relative to something very similar to E but without the 1.6 million pounds, and then just note that one idea is that we could take some of the MPs of interest and potentially add that part of, add the 1.65 that's an E to that, and that would be something to look at. So we're not suggesting something new right now, but we're noting there was this thing that we liked about E, and it could be an add-on. And I'm wondering if that would just be a simple way to get around this kind of mucky mess of, are we suggesting new management procedures right now or not?
I think that's a helpful suggestion for two reasons, Carey. One is that it allows us to identify what some of these key elements are, but also, as Alan said, there is some limited inference that could be made between the MPs. So if both Echo and Juliet were put on the table as candidate MPs, the commission could then make that inference at an annual meeting or some subsequent event, or go back and say, yeah, we made an inference, but we think it'd be better served from a comprehensive evaluation. MSAB, go back and create MP Zulu and tell us what it looks like.
So if that sounds acceptable to people, and I would argue that maybe right in this moment, we don't need to focus on, I think we should get out there what the MPs are that are of interest, and then we can see, is the list 10 long or is the list already 5 long, and kind of go from there. So I suppose I'm looking to move us, if people find that idea acceptable, maybe that can move us past this discussion and into getting some more MPs of interest onto the table.
Perhaps we can look for some comment from Glenn on that, given it was this modified Juliet at the start of this, and then look to Jim for other MPs. Would that work, Carey?
Yes.
Okay.
Sure. I think I guess two thoughts here. One is, I think what is important to convey here is, at least from the U.S. side, Juliet seemed to have a lot of support. The one thing that's not kind of captured within that, at least within the models that we have so far, is this idea of the 1.65 for area 2A for the reasons that were addressed earlier. If the concern is that, well, that's not the, there's not that specific element incorporated into Juliet and therefore we can't analyze it, but we can effectively get there the same way by measuring Juliet against Echo and appreciating or understanding the difference between them, I think that's fine too. I think it's just important to kind of capture that. I also think it's important for the report to capture the idea that the preference, at least as I understood it from the US side, was not to move forward with Echo, but to move forward with Juliet with this addition. And if that requires another iteration for us to kind of fully understand that, fair enough. I guess the other hope that I would have is that based on some of Alan's comments, if there's a way to have some additional information that can help inform the commissioners, whether that's at the annual meeting or slightly before that, that would also be helpful, I think, for us to understand that. Frankly, I'm not sure that it's that big of a deal. I'm not sure that it changes the dynamics of Juliet that much that we can't kind of fully understand what the implications are. But I appreciate from a procedural standpoint that that's a concern. So I think that's effective as long as we capture those concepts in the report itself.
Okay, thanks, Glenn. Yeah, I mean, at least for myself as co-chair, I think the procedural pieces, the process pieces are just as important or more important than the actual outcomes. As we've talked a number of times about MSC processes, it's really about the folks around the table and the relationships we build and having a defensible process in that sense. So I appreciate the accommodation there.
Yeah. I do think also, in addition to a justification of each MP, I think we can kind of flesh out what did we and didn't we like about it, and is there some way that people thought of that they could improve it. And so we can kind of have a paragraph or some bullet points if we've narrowed it down to a digestible set where we can discuss kind of all of these aspects for each MP, if that sounds acceptable. Was it Peggy and then Jim? I apologize. The videos pop up, but they don't pop up in order. So Peggy? I think Peggy, you're still.
Jim was before me. Jim, do you want to go?
Thank you, Peggy.
Okay, so couple of points of clarification. So now we are talking about putting forward one or two for individuals, a management procedure or two that is of interest to you, and then what's the justification, that type of thing, right? Is that where we're at now? I guess I mean, I'm listening to the conversation and stuff, and I'm just kind of still just want to be clarified from the co-chairs. What is it you're asking from us?
That's my proposal. Is tell us what, put a management procedure on the table and why. Relate that back to the objectives. Give us any sort of concerns or caveats to that, if you like. And then we'll just see how big of a list we have.
Yeah, I'd agree with that from a getting the conversation started piece. I think it's going to be a bit more complicated when we, because for me, my primary interests are the top of this Word document, advancing those pieces. And as Carey said, at the end of the day, we're going to have to see how big of the list we actually get. So this is a more of an exercise to get stuff on the table and get the conversation going.
Okay, so I'll be very I know I can't think of the word, but I'm going to put F out there. I'm going to look at that as a national share. It's been an interest we stated almost since day one. The MP, there's no biological, considerations apart from our caveat for 4B. And so, and it's the interest of what we've been discussing about for a number of years, which is a contracting party getting a share of the resource as opposed to the way, you know, just that's the objective. And, you know, it meets its objective. It meets it meets the sustainability objectives. It meets the distribution objective as far as it's concerned for 2B, which is what the objective is about, right? It's a very, you know, centric objective. So I'm going to put that one out there because it's just to get it out.
Okay, Jim, I'm not clear on which of the objectives that we have defined for the group that you're talking about.
But I have to look at the objective. Well, we have the coast. Well, okay, we have the biological objectives, right?
We do have biological objectives.
Sustainability objectives, which it meets. Now, it may not meet some of the well, I'm not going to call it stability, but what's the term? Someone help me with it. Not stability objective.
Directed yield.
Catch variability.
Yeah, the catch variability. So it isn't as strong on the catch variability, but it's strong on the catch share. So the important part is the national share. So just like, you know, MPJJ, which doesn't meet all the other ones they want, but it's in there as an important one for the U.S. side. This is an important one, I think, for the Canadian side. So, and that's the I'm looking at this as the component of a national share. Now, how it rolls out in the future, if it does, is yet to be seen.
Okay.
Thanks, Jim.
Am I up?
Peggy?
Are we ready for Peggy?
Thanks, guys. Yeah, I was like Jim, looking for some clarity on what really is expected, and it sounds like it is, as Carey has said several times, excuse me, management procedures. But I do think, as other people have said, we should be very clear about our educated observations, educated recommendations for certain elements within each of these management procedures. So I guess basically I would just ask everyone to not lose sight of that. I think that will be a really important contribution to help the commissioners in the end. And to follow up on what Jim has said, and thanks for throwing that one out there. Can you speak at all to the numbers, 2080? That seems a defining part of that management procedure. Just want to see if you've got any thoughts on that.
Peggy, I can take a stab at it just based on my recollection from the agreement that from the agreement that was established at the annual meeting. I think 20% was based on REIT's historical share over the past 5 years, and that 20% is what informs the 70-30 split. I see. Sorry, Peggy, is that clear? And Jim, hopefully I captured that correctly.
Thank you.
Thanks, Peggy. I see Chris is in the queue. One thing, what I'd like to try to push us back towards is filling in these general observations and recommended elements. And an observation that I'd make is, if you look at the black items under recommended elements tools, 5, 7, 10, and 11 are all black. We can slot some of those MPs underneath that, where, you know, MPJ fits under 7. MP Foxtrot fits under 10. MPJ also fits under 11. There's a number of MPs that deal with the floor that would also fit under 10. But I think it's that sort of linking that would be helpful to present to commissioners. I'm not married to this, but I am looking to tie these up in some way. So, you know, the MSAB identified that these are really important elements or tools, and these are different MPs that considered those tools, but we haven't yet found the one MP that is able to marry them all. I'll put that out there as an idea for folks to mull over as we go through a speaker's queue.
Yeah, I think we can try filling that out more as we go, but it would also be nice as we put MPs of interest on the table and we're linking it back to objectives. The way that we link that back to objectives, I think, is by commenting on, we liked this because it did a good job of these performance metrics that we care about a lot were met.
Right, yeah, good suggestion.
Keep that phrasing in mind. I think that'd be really helpful.
Yeah, I agree, Carey, and we've heard that from Chris and from others in the past as well.
So I think Chris was in the queue and then Glenn.
If we're putting MPs of interest on the table, I'd like to put MP Bravo B on the table. That is given that's basically the current inter-management arrangement with a constraint. We know from our previous work and the current work that if you wanted to meet that 15%, you reduce the excuse me, if you wanted to, limit the annual changes in the TCY, you needed to put a constraint on. So I think that's one that, it's a current procedure in place, and I think we need to make sure we comment on it. The other thing I'd like to put on the table is, and also, sorry, but for Bravo, it includes sort of a combination of policy-based allocations and data-based allocations or distribution. The other one is management procedure Delta D. I think that's one, just looking at the numbers there in terms of what it does for the sort of the overall number. It meets just like Bravo and the other ones, it meets the biological sustainability objective, it meets the coast-wide, it's not really different. But what it does do is it has a very low, coast-wide, and by regulatory, the median AAV is relatively low. The probability of any change is low. I just think that's an interesting one. I don't completely understand, to be honest, but I think it's of interest, and I think I'd like to put it on the table as well.
If I can interrupt too, I think that it would be good just to note that MPD is a bit unique because it is the one where we have the buffer concept incorporated. So that's the element that we're drawing attention to by having MPD on the table. And it leads to some of the outcomes that Chris just mentioned.
Agreed. Yeah, I think that's an important point to capture in the metadata that you've got in the grade text there, Alan. Is D stands out because of this this buffer concept, which I think might be beneficial for us to spend a bit more time discussing about how it's actually applied or what it means.
The other thing I just want to reiterate for Bravo, it also meets the biological objectives, coast-wide objectives, that type of thing. All those things, those have been said in the past. I didn't say that there, but just to make sure that that's added in the metadata.
Yeah, and I think that they all met the basic biological conservation objective, right? So maybe when we're discussing these MPs of interest, we can we've noted that somewhere else, and we can focus on some of the other objectives and performance metrics. If that makes sense. Glenn? Oh, and there was some interest from Peggy in reviewing the buffer approach. Do we want to pull quickly, if Glenn, you're willing to wait for just a minute? Do we want to get Piera or Alan to help us review that in terms of how it was implemented? Oh, no, it can wait, says Peggy. Okay. Okay, it can wait. We've noted that it exists. Maybe we can come back to that. And I think let's go to Glenn then, and then Dan, and then Rachel.
Thanks. I was just wondering procedurally, at least on the screen, I thought we had kind of addressed the idea of the 1.65 floor as being incorporated by considering both MPJ as well as MPE. E, echo, but I don't see it on the list. And maybe I mischaracterized what we discussed there. And then I think that there was also the desire then to have the note, not necessarily as a separate MP, but note that there was an interest in trying to explore the idea of MP Juliet with the 1.65 for 2A.
So yeah, I do recall that MP Echo was another item of interest, which ought to be noted on the list. And then we had talked about perhaps the ability to put forward both Juliet and Echo, which allows maybe some inference, and in the future or subsequent analysis, some new MP could be merged to see how those will operate together.
Yeah, and so I think we can note in our description of what MPs of interest are that it's they're not ones that were rotely moving forward for implementation, but there was some aspect of it that we liked and think that the commissioners should look at further. And if we need to, we could move something like MPE that people felt better about having as an add-on to some other management procedure than just moving forward on its own. We could move it to the general observations, or we could reclassify it later if we need to, but maybe let's put it there for now. So I think Dan was next.
Yeah, thanks. I guess I'm a little confused about what the procedure is, because I see MPF was added to the MPs of interest, but when I look at table 10, the blue table, it performs pretty much the worst against all of our objectives when you look at the rankings we have. And as we've heard today, we were doing the roundtable, you look at MPF the way it is, it reallocates between 12 or more % of the coastwide resource into an area. And that causes a significant impacts on all the other areas, both from an annual basis to compensate for that, to the tune of losing 12% of the coastwide yield from Alaska. And it also causes some secondary impacts on 2C, because that intensive fishing pressure in the southern half of Region 2 reduces the share of the coastwide TCUI that 2C receives long term. So it's the worst for all the other areas, perform worst in our ranking. And there's been a lot of concern by members of the MSAB based on the model outputs with the amount of catch that puts into that area. So how do we get that into the mix too to the commissioners? I think it's really important to carry those considerations forward. I think many of those same considerations apply to MPB as well.
So I don't know if that's a procedural issue or an objection to what some folks feel is an MP MP performance. It does meet the conservation objectives, and there are no thresholds with which one may evaluate Foxtrot and Bravo against. There is a proposed ranking on the screen with that shading, but there is a number of concerns that were raised with it. I don't know that we're in a place right now to cull specific MPs. We asked folks to identify what the key elements are and the MPs that contain those elements.
I'm still not clear of what is the objective that MPF is achieving. I mean, I've heard it say, well, it gives the contracting party their own chair and they can go off and do what they want. But looking at all of our objectives, and the fact that this is an MSE process, we're trying to understand the impacts across all 10 regulatory areas and across the stock. I'm not really clear on how MPF rises to the surface as a good candidate to meet those objectives, or actually the best when you look at the blend of objectives and how they're really designed to try and balance needs across the areas, how this one could float to the top given our objectives and the operating model outputs. It just doesn't seem consistent.
I think the issue here is that, and this is what we've come over the past couple of days, is without thresholds to to identify clear trade-offs between the MPs. It's an allocation discussion. All of the conservation objectives are met, and now it's a matter of trying to pick trade-offs between different areas.
I agree with that at the commissioner's level, but at the MSE level, it's a ranking question. It's not just an allocation thing that you meet the biological objectives and therefore anything goes. The purpose of all the other objectives was to try and understand trade-offs and evaluate the MPs against each other by ranking. And we may not love the ranking in table 10. I'm wide open to seeing some other objective ranking process applied to it, but our job is to rank these. That's what an MSC does. And then the commissioners can just have the allocation fight amongst themselves. But here we're supposed to have some criteria that we apply.
I would propose that there are two ways forward here. One is to make a couple of bullet points about the keep MPF on there and create a couple of bullet points which more specifically point out the concerns about MPF, that when we rank the alternatives according to the performance metrics, for many of the performance metrics, MPF did not rank as well as some of the others. And alternatively, we could continue with a discussion about I mean, I worry, given the time of day, about using the rest of our afternoon just having a discussion about criteria for keeping MPs of interest on the table or not. So I guess I would propose for now being really specific about, like, okay, so someone wanted this on the table and here are concerns about it.
I agree. I think it's really a great idea to try and provide rationale of why we think it's great or why we don't, based on what the model outputs are. And I think we should do that for all of them like that. So.
Yeah, so we've given Alan a hard job, but if you're willing to keep going, Alan, to try to capture the conversation in that way, that would be really great. Rachel.
Thank you. And so I wanted to go back to the suggestions for MP Bravo and Delta. I appreciated Chris's running through kind of the rationale there for putting those management procedures of interest. And so I want to tie that back to Adam's suggestion that as we're going through these MPs of interest, we tie the features of those to the elements, tools, whatever we're calling it above, which we've already done, for example, under 7, rolling average, on stock distribution, MPJ. My question is, and I really appreciate Chris pointing this out, although he didn't for MP Delta, but I think it also applies, is that both MP Bravo and MP Delta are combinations of policy-based and data-based allocations. And I want to reflect and appreciate the conversation that has taken place during this MSAB meeting. I think we have, and so my question is, how do we want to capture combos like that in numbers 10 or 11 above? Because I would see 10 potentially being purely policy-based, unless I don't understand what recent historical share is. I don't know what the years are and all that kind of stuff, or if there's a data-driven element to that. So there could be policy-derived allocations, purely policy. There could be some combination of policy and data, and then there could be data-derived allocations only. And I feel like that kind of clarity, I agree with Peggy, we should make it pretty simple and clear for the commissioners. And I feel like that's been a bit of a point of contention at this particular meeting. And I just would appreciate knowing what's data-driven and what's policy, and if we're combining them, how does that all look? And so just as making that as clear as possible. And I was just trying to figure out how to fit in MP Bravo and MP Delta into the elements above, and I was having a little bit of trouble there. So I don't know if I'm suggesting, you know, a 10.5 for a combination or something like that, or changing the numbers, but that's kind of the point I wanted to make.
Thank you. Should we go to Chris and then Glenn?
Yeah, I just wanted to, it's gone now, but this a couple of things. One is, you know, pointing out that, you know, adding 1.65 million pounds floor for 2 alpha onto management procedure J Juliet as an option, something commissioners should look at. You know, we could say that about a bunch of the management procedures. Hey, you should add this on, for instance. You know, could you look at the 1.65 million pound floor for 2A? Could you add that on to management procedure F, or this one or that one? I think it's an important point though, and I think what we want to convey to the commissioners is that there are these different. We've done a whole bunch of management procedures, and I don't think we should be lost on us that we looked at a bunch of different procedures, and like I say, Alan pointed this out in one of his tours, is they allow you to do comparisons between different procedures. And I think those are the elements we need to make sure that come across to the commissioners, is that they can use these results to kind of get us, okay, well, maybe we do want to combine the floor with a management procedure it wasn't for, but that's at the commissioner level. It's like was pointed out before lunch hour when we were going through the roundtable. You know, it's good to see that all management procedures meet the biological sustainability objectives. But we're really getting into a policy decision going forward, and I think it's going to be important to focus on making sure, again, like I said, the commissioners understand, you know, the different elements that are important. Policy-derived allocations are important, and they can work. Data-derived distribution of the TCUI are important and can work. This is what the results show. You know, we want constraints on annual catch limits, and you know, there's many tools for that. There's the plus minus 15%. There's slope fast down. We've seen multi-year approaches. That's kind of an interesting aspect to it. And like I say, and then you've got the O32. So, you know, and each of them is different and important for different regulatory areas. But I think those are the things that we need to point out. I think it's going to be hard to get the agreement on management procedures, but I think it's more focusing on, look, these are elements that are important and things that the commissioners should look at. I think that's what we should be emphasizing.
Thanks, Chris. Glenn?
I guess I'm curious procedurally if we're at a point where we feel like we've got the suite of possible management procedures outlined that there's interest in, without getting into the pros and cons yet. And then if we are, it seems like we already have a lot of tools that are available to us, or analyses that have already been done that compare these specific management procedures. And perhaps what would be helpful is to have those, you know, consolidated in a smaller subset of tables or otherwise, to help us begin to kind of distinguish between these various management procedures. Unless there's something else out there that we haven't captured. But it sounds like this is sort of where we're at in terms of the scope of potential procedures.
Yeah, I agree, Glenn. This is probably cast a wide enough net. The one piece that's still outstanding that I'm mulling over is how best to address the concern Dan has raised about some sort of ranking process. I know that table 10 or the tables in paper 9 was one process that was put forward. We talked about some of the challenges with that and whether we just use a color ranking scheme. I think that was actually your suggestion, Glenn. or something else. But I can't help but think this is a question we're going to have to come back to, if not resolved at this meeting, at some future session. So sorry, that's two distinct thoughts. One, yeah, I'd agree, is probably the net is cast as wide as it ought to be. But two, how do we come back to provide some ranking, whether it's this some iteration of this table format with some changes, like I note the table is actually medium, not short term as per the primary objectives, or whether it's something that's qualitative, like the pros and cons table that was first put up and is currently on the screen now.
Yeah, maybe we could visit those one at a time, unless there's I don't see anyone else on the screen who seems to be like sort of burning with like, we're missing this MP that is an example of such and such, but maybe that's what Peggy has to say right now.
I do just have a quick question. I may have missed this, but there was some talk about changing the harvest rate in 4 CDE, and I'm curious if that would mean that we might want to throw in H. But I think Alan answered Jeff's question about whether there was research being done on migration that would help with that issue of changing the harvest rate from 0.75 to 0.1 in 4 CDE. Do you remember what the end of that conversation was?
I mean, I can let Alan comment on that, but and here he is, so I'll let him comment on that.
Yeah, the summary of that was there is research going on. There's a little bit of brand new research that could inform that. But realistically, the MSE model is really the place to investigate the relative harvest rates with the right set of operating models and sensitivities. And I think what's missing from this MSE are sensitivities to alternative hypotheses about migration to see how robust a management procedure might be to those hypotheses. So I think we have a first look at the effect on those relative harvest rates, but there's still some questions on how migration might be affecting those results and what it might look like with different hypotheses, and it would be good to investigate that. There is research going on migration, but I don't know that it's going to be incorporated into the MSE for another couple of years at the earliest, I imagine. But right now, it's the right tool to investigate a management procedure of relative harvest rates is the MSE. It's not estimating productivity by each region is an interesting research topic, but if you really are interested in the procedure of relative harvest rates, the MSE is the right tool for that.
Great, thanks.
So I'm wondering, based on what Peggy said, if we could put MPH on this list so that we don't lose the concept of having an MP of interest that explores harvest rates. And I just had one more quick question, which was last year we saw a productivity analysis that showed that potentially the harvest rates that have been used in the past, if they are based on productivity and kind of biological concerns, may be ready for an update. But I think that where that was left was that there might be more refinement to that analysis, and I'm not sure where we stand on whether there's been any refinement or will be, and if that matters.
I can give you a really quick answer on that. We provided an analysis of productivity in the terms of surplus per yield per recruit, actually, and that showed changes over the decades that actually agreed with an analysis done by Clark and Hare one or two decades ago when they were proposing these relative harvest rates. But saying that, there were a number of other reasons for differences in harvest rates in western and eastern areas besides productivity. So there was an indication that those western areas were less productive. There was also the net migration from western to eastern areas. There was uncertainty in the data coming out of those and a shorter time series of the data. But remember that those were decisions made in the 90s when the survey was, and maybe early 2000s actually, but that was when the survey only had, I think less than 10 years at that time, or maybe 10 years at the most at that time. So there was still a lot of uncertainty about those areas, region 4 and 4B. Whereas now we have another 10 years or so of survey data, a lot more research. We have stock structure analysis. We have improved understanding of migration, and we have an operating model with MSE where we can investigate the effects of migration. So it's time to update that analysis, but we haven't done any updates other than the yield per accrued analysis done that was presented last annual meeting. And now we have investigation of a management procedure that has alternative relative harvest rates in it. I think those are the recent updates.
And then that would, the MSE would need to be run with some hypotheses about productivity, is that right? In order to really get at what the effects of the different harvest rates are, whereas the yield per recruit analysis was a bit different in focus.
Yeah, I mean, we'd want to run the MSE with alternative migration hypotheses, alternative recruitment distribution hypotheses, and potentially different hypotheses about size at age in those areas. Introduce the variability on selectivity. These are all things that have been identified anyways as improvements for the MSE. But right, and just to see which one performs better, which management procedure performs better over the range of options. And I think we'd want to put in some sensitivities to those as well and really have a look at the effects. It just seems an important element that we don't want to lose track of. I agree. Whether that's listed as a management procedure or up here as an important element, maybe that's just important. Wherever that goes, it's definitely something that the IPHC Secretariat is keeping track of, and I think the MSAB would want to highlight as important.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. And so if we keep it under MPs, maybe we can explain sort of what's of interest about the alternative harvest rates, and then also point back to some of the paragraphs in the report about future sensitivity analyses that may be useful and may elucidate the performance of management procedures with different harvest rates, with some added consideration of uncertainty in the model. I see Jeff, and I don't mean to throw us off to a huge discussion of this. Let's have Jeff, and then I think if we can, before the break, take a look at these couple of visualizations of ranking alternatives that we could move forward with.
Just gonna ask about that. Thanks, Carey.
Yeah, so thanks for that. And I appreciate the comments made by both Carey and Alan on this one. And I appreciate the fact that we'll keep it on the MP list or a hot list and keep it there. And I really look forward to continuing to evaluate this through the MSC process over the next year or so. So it feels a little bit premature to prioritize or put as a top priority at this point, but I'm glad that we're keeping it alive and keeping it on this list, because it will be important going forward. And once we have a little better understanding and have some time to digest this, I think it'll be good to look at in our upcoming meeting. Thanks.
Thanks, Jeff. So if we want to give the floor back to Alan for a little bit to take us through what are some of the visualizations that we've seen of comparing these management procedures to each other, and how do we want to, as a stepping off point for how we want to write about them, perhaps.
Sorry, I missed that. You'd just like me to step through how we have compared these management procedures, or at this meeting already, or give some insights that I might have?
You can, I would say both of those would be useful.
Okay, so we've seen the MSC Explorer, we've seen the ranking tables, and what I have here on the left side of the screen are the is that summary rank table for the management procedures that are actually listed here as MPs of interest. And then if I scroll down, I see the even further summarized table of those, and you can see that with only 6 there, you have the rankings are only 1 through 6 now, and it produces a slightly different pattern than we saw with all 11 there, but some do stand out, including D as one of the lighter colored of all of them. So I think one of the questions was, how does management procedure D work? Let's give a quick explanation of that and show you something. Sorry.
Alan, could you also maybe like make this the thing you're focusing on the whole screen, just because it's pretty small?
Yep.
As a quick aside, folks have the ability to expand their own view of the shared screen. It's a bit awkward, but you can use the plus or minus on the right-hand side of your screen to zoom in on whatever the shared screen is. I wish I would have discovered this earlier.
Thanks, Adam. I think that's useful, but for those of us who have particularly poor vision, I think we need both.
Yeah, no, it's quite all right. I'm thinking it's a mix of two.
Another little secret about this that I learned recently is if you press this little thing, it makes that disappear and gives you more room to actually look at the results. That's at the top. So there's that ranking table of those sort of 6 management procedures that were identified in that Word document thus far. That's one way to visualize this with equal weighting across the regulatory areas. And then you have the option to view all the different general objectives individually in this ranking categories, or you can scroll down and look at those then further weighted equally to look at the broader goals and how they come out in terms of the goals. And what we see here are, well, maintaining the coastwide female spawning biomass around the target. That's how close it gets to the target. Those are probably relatively close. D was, much closer. And then, this D is sort of standing out as one, but others are, the yield is very different between B and F compared to the others. And that's all that I'll say about that. It's a one way to quickly visualize a lot of MPs, but now we're getting into a smaller set and it might be worth looking at the tables. So I'm not going to walk through all of these, but I will mention that a couple of comparisons that I've been making are some of these real two-way comparisons between all 11 MPs, and the MSE team has come together. Just really quickly, some very high-level ones. I wanted to point out G to H, which is that relative harvest rates. And, just observations that we had from the tables and the plots. So G is with the current relative harvest rates where it's 0.75 and 3B, 4, 4A, 4CD, and 4B. H is where it's 0.75 and only 4B. And as you would expect, you see an increased TCY in those areas where the harvest rate goes up, reduced TCY in all other areas, because now that is moving the allocation a little bit into these areas. It may be more stable in all areas due to this, and I think that's why that ranking comes out the way it did that we saw. And the coastwide TCY had a very small decrease. It was really small, but what was interesting about that the MSE team thought was that looking at coastwide discards, even though that's not a current primary objective, it's been a goal in the past, the coastwide discards showed a small increase. So they're small. We don't know whether it's within the precision or not, whether that's just Monte Carlo error, simulation error. But it was just interesting that the coastwide TC went down, but the coastwide discards did go up. So it's an opposite effect there. So you can look at those sorts of things to get an idea of these individual ones, the national share. People have already been looking at that and mentioned a lot about that. So that's one way we've looked at it, and to look at the elements. And I think it's a really useful way forward to one, identify the ones that are of interest. And my thought was, can we just eliminate some management procedures? And the first management procedures I thought to eliminate were K and A, because people just didn't seem to have interest in either of those. And it was mentioned that this changing the stock distribution every 5th year by at least some MSAB members was mentioned as not desirable. So we've already gotten down to 9. Here we've identified 6, and I think that's a really good start to this process. It's going to be really hard to fill all this in. I'm not sure what else you would like me to review or visualize, or I'm happy to show you any specifics of this. Or I know it was requested to talk about exactly how Management Procedure D operated, and I can explain that and show you a brief result that can help highlight that as well.
Why don't we do that, Management Procedure D, and then are we at a break time, 3 o'clock?
Well, actually, I think 3 o'clock was when we were scheduled, or yeah, I think we're at a break. We were scheduled to actually break 2:30 to 3, putting in a couple, an hour and a half to 2 hours for report writing. But I think if I explain D really quickly, it might be a good time for a break.
Yeah, I think maybe let's do that. Apologies for
No problem.
Chair who's not looking at the agenda right now.
So what I'm going to do is compare B to D just to show you how D operates. And while I set this up, I'll explain it to you. And Pierre, feel free to jump in if I mischaracterize anything, or there's some more details you think are important. I'm going to look in the long term as well.
Alan, sorry, maybe to start, would you mind going to the MP definitions just to put it up?
Yeah, sure. Good idea. So just to start as the base, MPB is that one with the max change 15, has the 032 stock distribution, relative harvest rates as they currently are, and then the agreements for 2A and 2B. How MPD differs, it defines an SPR, so we'll work with an SPR 43, and we can look at a different one if you wish later. We'll start with an SPR 43 as the input SPR. It determines the coast-wide total mortality. It removes the U26 bycatch, non-directed discard mortality. And then you have the coast-wide TCY, and that TCY is then distributed first on the 032 stock distribution with relative harvest rates applied. So that first step is operating exactly the same as MPB. Where it differs is that second, it then adds in the agreement for 2A, so it just sets 2A at 1.65. So say this first step said 2A gets 600,000 pounds. It then says, nope, we're just going to replace that with 1.65 million pounds. And it calculates the formula percentage for 2B and replaces 2B with that, but does not change any other areas. Does not change the TCY that was distributed to any other areas based on just the 032 and the relative harvest rate. So I guess that's more comparable to G. So what it then does is, because adding in these agreements could really increase the total mortality coast-wide, right? Because you're now just adding on. You don't have this exchange in taking away from one area to give to another area, but you're adding on to 2A and 2B, increasing the total mortality. Recalculate what the actual SPR for that total mortality is. And so that's going to be potentially, if you're operating with an initial SPR 43%, you now could be operating at an SPR 38%. So you're increasing the fishing intensity because you're increasing the total mortality. And what we want to do is, when we increase the total mortality, we just want to make sure that we stay at a fishing intensity less than what's associated with an SPR 36%. So we just want to make sure, yeah, we're willing to increase the fishing intensity up to a point. If we go beyond that point, we then prorate back 2A and 2B to get to the SPR 36%. So what this is saying is that there are times when it is potentially possible, to operate at a 36% SPR. That would be the recommendation of this management procedure. It's not always going to be 43%. So if that's somewhat clear, I can show you.
Sorry, one clarification there. I realized I didn't examine this. Would 2A ever actually be prorated here? It would only be prorated if it was very low TCEYs, and then further plot that.
Well, I'll go to Pierre to ask. I think is that right, Pierre? I can't remember exactly how that prorating occurred.
So in MPD, right?
Yes,
correct.
In MPD, yes. So if after the agreement, the sum of all the distributed TCY is above the maximum, the TCY corresponding to the maximum fishing intensity, which in this case was 36%, both 2A and 2B are prorated proportionally down so that the sum of all, so that it doesn't exceed the TCY corresponding to the maximum fishing intensity. So both 2A and 2B are prorated proportionally. And you can verify that if, well, I'm sure Alan is going to show you now, if you put the quantiles on the plots, if you compare the TCY putting the quantiles, you'll see that actually the quantile for 2A, the fifth quantile is actually goes down because it's prorated.
Right, and so it's when it's prorated, that means 2B will have a bigger reduction because it has a higher TCY in that area typically than 1.65. So it just does it appropriately, you might say. Does that make sense?
Yep, that's clear to me. I hope folks followed that. They found it a helpful overview. MPD is a particularly complex one. So
it is. It's an interesting one for sure too. So I'm showing now B, D, and G. So like I said, D is actually G first applied, and then and then the agreement applied within that buffer. So it's also like B, except that B is prorating all the other areas for the increase in 2A and 2B, or the potential increase in 2A and 2B. And so the first thing that I'm showing here is the median average SPR and then the quantiles around that SPR value. And what you'll notice is B and G operate basically at they're exactly the same SPR values, where on average you're very close to 43%. Every once in a while you accidentally go a little bit below, and that's because these are true SPR from the simulated operating model. But a lot of the time, not a lot, but sometimes you're operating above 43%, meaning you have a lower fishing intensity than intended. And that's because your estimation model might put you onto the ramp of the control roll when you don't need to be on the ramp of the control roll. That's that asymmetric risk. So the difference now is with D, you're still operating a little bit under your target SPR on average, but you go down to lower SPR. So in 5% of the simulations had an SPR less than 40.9%, which actually is not that close to 36%. I thought this would be much closer to the 36, but our input is 43%. And then we're not going to these because it has the buffer. You're always increasing the fishing intensity. So even if it says you should be decreasing it, the buffer or the agreement brings you back up. So effectively, you're spending more time less than your input SPR. And that's sort of the purpose of this management procedure anyways. And so if we look at what Pierre is probably easier with the plots, is let's put in reg areas 2A and 2B. And we can plot the 5th and 25th, and we'll just do the upper part too. So there's the SPR plots. You see how you're operating in a different range with D. And then we look down for the median average TCY. There's not a lot different between all of them, but here's where it is different. Now you can see in D, Oh, G doesn't have the agreement. That's right. But with D, with B, you're always at 1.65. With D, you do sometimes decrease from 1.65 because it's not within the buffer. So there are a few cases where that buffer is exceeded, or at least it's estimated to be exceeded. And then in 2B, the same thing, you operate at some lower values, and the median average TCY is a little bit less than 2B because of that. So that's how D operates, and that's how it's affected. What might be interesting is to throw in an SPR 40, and now you see, again, this shape here. I haven't really looked at this, so very similar patterns. But okay, are there any questions on that then? I think Maggie's having a little feedback.
I had a comment on that, Alan. Thanks for walking us through that. Did you change the SPR back to 43? So one of the requests we had from the last meeting was to look at this with perhaps a limit of 40 instead of the 36 limit you have on, and see how that might affect it. And I just noticed when you were talking about it, if you look at the fifth average SPR, it's 40.9. So even if you had done those model runs and the limit was 40, you would have probably seen exactly the same results. Because no,
sorry, I wanted to jump in there because it's a little bit misleading, and I apologize for this, Dan, but this is the realized SPR, but what the buffer is actually using is the SPR from the estimation model, where that estimation model has the error. And that's why there's the little bit of discrepancy. It's like, well, we're hardly ever operating at a real SPR less than 40%. Then why would the TCY and 2A be reduced if we're never getting to the buffer, right? So that doesn't make sense. The reason is the estimation model is using its estimation of the SPR, which we're not actually reporting. So it'd be nice to report that number as well. And there you would see that there are potentially more times where you think that you're operating at that value, and thus you have to operate within the buffer. So a 40% would be more constraining and would reduce this even more. And so the result of that, and sorry, I'm jumping around here so much. The result of that is these numbers would actually be more stable around 40, closer to 43% is my my inference estimated guess.
Okay. All right. No, thanks for that. I mean, just thanks for that clarification. So I guess if we really wanted to pursue this, moving forward next year, we could ask you to do a contrast about what the right limit would be on something like D, as version 2 of the MSE.
Thanks, Dan. And then if we're clear on this, I think it'd be time for a break.
My quick question is, this is not something that we would, is this something that we would want to use in a hypothetical case of a lowering biomass, of a biomass that sees no recruitment for a few more years? Just anyone.
Are you talking about this MP or?
Yeah. D, delta. The thing that came to me when we were looking at this is with different SPRs, fishing intensities that are not super clear, it looks like we could be doing something that we're not planning on doing. So that's what I'm asking.
Is the question about the difference between realized SPRs and what the target SPR is?
No, this is a question of, this is not a management procedure that we would want to be employing in a condition, in a biomass condition of reducing stock or of no recruitment. Is that true?
I think it's a question for Alan there.
Yeah, I'll give a quick stab at it. And number one, Peggy, you're onto a very good point, is that these MSE simulations are simulations on average. The stock might be low or the stock might be high. But when we get to certain events, like low recruitment for 5 years, that might be in 5 of the 500 simulations or something like that over the period we're looking at. So a very different behavior can happen when looking at those certain events. And sometimes it is useful to look at those events and see what's happening. You know, what would happen if we applied this next year? That's something you can look at, I think, maybe even with the mortality projection tool on the website. But what this is, and this is why one of the reasons that I've been a little bit afraid of this management procedure, is it introduces an extra level of risk. And it's not as transparent as well, because it says, oh, I'm operating in an SPR 43, but really in reality, you're not. You don't know what SPR you're actually operating on. And that's where the extra level of risk comes in. And you can see that level of risk, although it's not a lot. And that's the probability that you're less than 36%, is, you know, closer to 50. You have a little bit higher probability of dropping below 30%. And again, we're already at high levels. I'm just going to switch to 40 here as a comparison. And you see, once you get to D with 40, those probabilities increase quite a bit. Now you're operating less than 30% in reality, quite a bit more time. And this is where, you know, this is dependent on the estimation model. And that estimation model, its behavior in those certain events as well with low recruitment is going to feed back on the ability of this management procedure to perform well.
Alan, would you be able to expand on that, the risk piece about Delta over Bravo? I mean, Delta is prorating the yield, but it is allowing increased SPR, and Bravo is not?
Exactly. So Bravo is always operating at a 43% SPR and adjusts all the other areas that don't have an agreement to match that SPR in the estimation model. It might be useful to look at it without estimation error, actually. I haven't even looked at that one. Sorry about all this. I'm getting a bit messy here. I'm just going to remove this. That might help. Is that not really, but yeah, it's Bravo, and yeah, so Bravo is operating at 43% all the time, and that's where you can see there's very little variability around there, whereas Delta is operating at a higher fishing intensity than your input, and that's because you're allowing it to increase. And that's my concern with when I have to go talk to like MSC certification, is they're like, you say your input SPR is, you're operating at SPR 43%, but in actuality, what are you operating at? And I say, well, the MSC results say we're operating at this, at 40% or something like that, which is fine. You know, it's MSC tested, simulation tested. It's just introducing a little bit higher level of risk.
And that increased fishing intensity is realized because of increased TCEYs in areas without the agreement.
No, the TCEY is not being increased in areas without the agreement.
In Delta it is.
Compared to B it is. Yes, that's right. But the way that it works is the buffer adds to the areas with the agreement, if necessary, to match that agreement. Point of view.
So then I'm sorry, I want to let Chris go, but I guess I have a clarification about this point. Maybe you do too, Chris? Or are you on to something else?
No, I just wanted to clarify. I mean, you know, we're talking about what if this happened, what if that happened, like what if we were in a period of low abundance or low recruitment? But that's kind of the point of doing the MSE. I mean, you know, we could always say, well, what if this happened? What if that happened? And I mean, I think if you ever ran up against an MSC certifier, a cab coming into you and asking a question, and you said, look, we've run all these simulations, I don't think we'd have much of a problem there. But I guess my point is, I mean, we could say, oh, well, you know, if we're in a period of low recruitment, then shouldn't we be concerned about things like the 5-year moving average or the 5-year fixed things, because they're going to be slower to react as well. So I just think I just want to be cautious about or flag the fact. I mean, we could always say, well, what if this, what if that? You know, should we do this during a period of low recruitment? Well, that's the point of doing these simulations.
Clarification, the 5-year moving average doesn't change the target SPR at all. It stays within the SPR. That's the one unique feature of D, is that it does allow an increase over that input SPR, whereas the 5-year moving average and stuff, it doesn't. It just smooths out distribution within a constant SPR.
So the difference there is D is operating at the coast-wide scale, whereas the 5-year moving average operates at the regulatory area scale within the size pie that remains the same.
But I think the point Chris was making was not wanting to entangle ourselves between tactical decisions and longer term strategic decisions. Because and if we were to, you know, anything that's making harvest advice less responsive to what you see that year could be problematic. Whether it's allowing SPR to increase, or you're smoothing any within regulatory area perceptions of stock distribution.
So I think this could be kind of a separate point, actually, of, you know, whether do we want to see a set of specific runs of these of what if scenarios, or do we want to continue to see you know, an MSC that's integrated over as much variability and uncertainty as is possible to properly account for. But one thing I wanted to ask Alan was, I understand that MPD in doing this buffer is maybe introducing a little bit more risk, but I think it is still an interesting idea to present. And one aspect of it is, I know that we have sort of agreed, people have said F43%, that looks good, but maybe if the commissioners decided that they really liked something like this buffer, what you would do is you would just pick a starting SPR that was a little bit more conservative than F43, and that would kind of take care of that that issue. I mean, given that, you know, there is a little bit more risk here, we're closer to the 50%, but we were trying to be at that 50%, I believe, for the objective that you're talking about, the probability of falling below 36%, is that right? And so we were trying to make that 50%. So it gets closer to that, unless I'm off base and I'm talking about something totally different now.
No, I would agree with you. It's a tuning of your input SPR to get the performance that you want. And I do note with an SPR 43%, those biological sustainability objectives are met, and you are closer to the target. But you could do the same thing by going to 40% on, say, procedure B, an input of 40%, but you have then the trade-offs with the yield and the stability in the yield. But that's exactly right, Carey.
Yeah, so I say we don't lock ourselves in and just say, like, this is too risky, because we can adjust that risk level and still use the concept.
Yeah, agreed.
I don't know if it's an objective of transparency to stakeholders, but it might be an objective to Ian on the work he has to do, because this would introduce a lot, well, not a lot, but it would introduce an extra level of work to calculate the buffer and all that other stuff. It was quite a bit of coding, which is the reason that we didn't get this one posted until last.
I think back to some, well, Mr. Gabrius and this idea of the handrail or the third rail or whatever it was called. And this was something that was of particular interest to a number of MSAB members in the earlier days. There be dragons, that's what he called it. There be dragons.
Okay, I don't know how we're gonna get to a break point. Let's do Forrest and then Dan, and see if we can take a break after that.
Thank you, Carey. So if I recall how we approached this, or why this even got on the table, was because we were trying to hold all other areas that didn't have an agreement at some normal level of SPR, that we were comfortable with. And if you go adjusting to 46, you're essentially penalizing the other areas to get the outcome that you want. So it seems to me like it's moving away. If you did that, it would be moving away from the intent, the original intent, as I recall, I think.
Forrest made the point I was going to make, is that lowering the SPR just penalizes the other areas by giving them a lower starting point, as opposed to taking it away from them and under B. So I think Forrest made the point well.
Sure.
I'm sorry, I didn't. Carey, would you be able to recap that? I didn't actually understand that point.
I think what they're saying is that if you wanted to use this concept, but you were uncomfortable with the risk and you moved to a less intense fishing intensity,
understood, yeah,
then you would also have to take the penalty of having moved to that.
Great. Sorry, folks. It's late in the day. I'd missed the part about the tuning.
So, but it could also be an acceptable level of risk for people, and so that's something to consider too. Okay, I don't see anybody in the queue. I think we should take a break. Let's take a break, and we'll come back at 3:40.
This conference will now be recorded.
Welcome back. I'm sure everybody is fully refreshed after 15, 20 minutes. So I think we did a lot this afternoon post lunch, and we've got some good things written down that can be turned into recommendations and notes about what we have discussed at this meeting. And so what we would like to try to do now is to move into report writing. And we'll move into report writing. And I thought what we would focus on first is we've got this list of management procedures of interest, and if we could write those down in the report, kind of with their pros and cons or things to think about, then I think we'd be in really good shape on the report. Once we do that, I think we'd want to write into the report about the more general. If we scroll up on the Word document, the more general observations, I think that those might come a little bit more easily. So I suggest that we focus on getting these, and because our brains are kind of already in that mode, kind of getting our reasoning about why we like and don't like these example management procedures down in the report first would be good. So Alan, if you could pull up the report, and then let's keep this other Word document up at the same time.
I just want to note, I'm not sure that our comments are going to be captured in this report that was brought forward by Dave, and he keeps the versions going to make sure that they're consistent. So we just have to remember those two comments, and I can bring up the report that we were looking at this morning to remember those.
What comments are you talking about? Maggie's comments that she was interested in?
No, we just noted, let's see, start today. I think this was this from this morning. Yeah, we had noted these two comments here for paragraph 35 and Yeah, both of them in paragraph 35. So just something to keep in mind.
Yeah, so I think we also have tomorrow to refine the report, and I would suggest that we've got a lot to focus on in terms of what we discussed and decided on today. So I suggest that we'll leave everything that we've written, just leave it alone, get written down what we did today, and then tomorrow we can refine.
Yeah, I just want to make sure this is carried forward. So I'm just going to put these comments in here now.
Okay.
Thanks. And then we can come back to them tomorrow.
Great. So if Glenn is still on the line, I'm gonna call on you first to give us your blurb for management procedure J.
So but before that happens, Carey, sorry to interrupt, but is this something that I'll be writing directly into the report then, or?
Yep, we're just gonna write directly into the report.
Okay, so this is going to go.
So point us to the section that we were in when we had our discussion this afternoon, and we'll just start there, essentially.
Well, this is the results section of the report, and there's some text here. I think if Glenn's going to talk about a justification for J, I think it's going to go under paragraph 39.
Okay, so paragraph 39 will be like potentially a very large paragraph. Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, well, I was thinking we could say something like the MSAB recommended the following management procedures that meet biological sustainability objectives, and maybe stop there and then do A, B, C, D, or something like that, subpoints.
Yeah, that would be fine with me. Or we could summarize. We could say there's these 6 management procedures that the MSAB would like to draw your attention to or recommend further thought about, or something like that. Other people can feel free to chime in with other wording.
Right, I think that would be important to get that wording correct.
Yeah.
In this. I guess I'm just looking for clarification of the beginning of this paragraph to then that supports the multiple MPs that will be listed. Is there anything more that we need?
I think there is a little bit of wordsmithing there, because we aren't necessarily recommending using these as is.
Right.
We're recommending them as sort of examples demonstrating.
I've been talking away on mute here, sorry.
Okay, take it away.
Yeah, no, I think you said it is, yes, paragraph 39 will change. But let's wordsmith it after we get the thoughts out for all the other MPs. So let's hear about MPJ, and then we'll figure out if we need to wordsmith that other part. Sorry, I forgot I hard muted on my headset.
Yeah, that sounds good. So we'll just note we're going to wordsmith the introductory sentence. Glenn, I saw you on the screen. Would you like to come back?
I'll come back and note that I didn't complete my writing assignment yet. So sorry, I was perhaps operating under the assumption it was later, but I can put something together quickly, and if folks want to move on to the next.
Or you're welcome to dictate what you said earlier if you wish.
Yep. Yeah, you can do this on the fly, would be another option.
Okay. I will
whichever you prefer.
I'll try and recapture. Let me float to the screens that I had previously. So
I guess there were a couple of issues that I wanted to highlight for why J. Excuse me, sorry, I'm having a hard time finding my stuff again, of course. For J in particular, and I think one of the things that we had talked about, at least within the US section, was that it represented a consideration of several factors that were particularly important, using the survey as the basis for the distribution of stock within regulatory areas, that it accommodated concerns about stability that had been raised both in terms of the 15% variation, as well as the fact that it would smooth out the survey results over a multi-year period and reduce some of the potential impacts of those types of changes in survey abundance, understanding that in some years, in some areas, there can be substantial variation in survey results. I'll look for some of my other points that I had. I was also, I think those were kind of some of the key issues. And then of course, we talked about the importance of the 1.65 and some of the rationale for that, which was covered under this as well. But I think we'll take that as a separate note or discussion or paragraph later.
Yeah, so I would just say maybe we should fill in how MPJ accomplished stability, since that was one of the things. And I think we can, perhaps we can also point to table 10 and the ranking of MPJ for several of the performance metrics, fishery performance metrics.
Carey, one suggestion on that about the ranking is I think we'd be better served to recreate the table with these selected MPs. At the very least, make sure we're using the short-term metrics, because the table 10 is medium. So if we're going to be consistent with our primary objectives, let's make, like, we can use the tool to create the table that ranks all of these MPs.
Maybe Alan, are you willing to recreate that tonight with the short term? And
Piera did that last night. It's available in the MSC Explorer.
Oh, I'm sorry, you probably
yeah.
mentioned that earlier.
Yeah, which is really helpful, Piera. Thanks again.
It's defaulted now for short term.
Okay, so we'll include that in the as an appendix. How about we can refer to that appendix? But I do think we need to kind of point to it and say this had a relatively high ranking for these. Then I would say we need kind of like following that, we'll need kind of a blurb about any concerns that people have about MPJ.
For bullet A, I think it would be helpful if we start to develop for all of them some of the consistent language from our document on the right about, maybe we could say MPJ, contained, what do we call them? Key elements or key components. If you could scroll up a little bit on the other document there, please, Alan. Recommended elements. Well, maybe we don't have wording on that effect.
It depends if we're going to have elements recommended above this paragraph.
Right. Oh, yeah, I was thinking of 37, which identified some of those, but we didn't actually recommend some specific ones.
Right. I'm wondering if 37 recalls that. 38.
And 38 refines.
Say this, what it says now, built on that, and then 39 could say the MSAB recommended these elements and list, the elements that were considered important when building management procedures for evaluation.
Right. I think that'd be really helpful. That said, I don't want to hijack Carey's proposal, so maybe we should continue to the hard work first of getting out the MPs, the pros and cons, and then going back to the wordsmithing.
Is there, sorry, I just wondering about formatting. So let me know if you have any specific formatting, but go ahead, Carey.
No, I think maybe Adam captured my point that we can kind of write down as much as we can without having written a couple of paragraphs, potential paragraphs above about like general observations, recommendations, and any recommended elements or tools if we decide to recommend elements or tools. But then we might need to just come back and link those up in 40 later. So Dan?
Yeah, just 2 points I would add to what Glenn's already started is that it accomplishes stability by having the 15% max constraint coast-wide, which helps buffer SPR changes, and it has the 5-year rolling average, which then smooths the survey areas. But I think it'd be helpful to note that it has both and explain how they each are actually providing stability, what they're fixing. Would be one comment, and then my second comment is, if you look at the Explorer for these 6, under the short-term objectives, you note that the median coast-wide TCEY is very similar across all of them. I think there's 300,000 pounds difference between the highest and the lowest. And I think it would be good at some point to note that all 6 of these result in a very similar median TCEY, somewhere higher up there.
Just gonna let the writing catch up with the conversation.
Let me know if you can't see the screen very well or something like that.
No, I think that's good. I think I would just bookmark too that we, under recommendations, want to circle back and specifically recommend the 43 SPR with the 30/20 control rule at some point, or reaffirm that recommendation at some point in the minutes.
I think we are going to do that, but we want to get the details of these 6 MPs written down first, and then we'll go back to these more general points. And that we have written at the top of the Word document that's on the right. I think it was Glenn and then Rachel, is that right?
Yeah. I was also wondering, do we need to capture in 38 the fact that none of these management procedures address the issue with Area 4B, or have we already covered that, just for consistency?
4B was covered a little bit earlier.
Yeah, 4B was covered. I think we need to go back to J, and there were a couple of points made about it accomplishes stability through 2 methods, and just be a little bit more specific about that, through the 15% constraint and plus the 5-year rolling average. Can we get that in there? That was brought up.
I have it in a really rough format, but accomplish stability. Getting closer?
Getting closer, yeah. And I think we will have a more general paragraph about stability above, where maybe we can go through the different constraints and their pros and cons, so we can just kind of leave this as is.
Mm-hmm.
We ready for Rachel?
Thanks, Carey. You know, that was my comment. I was going to provide, I was trying to respond to your earlier comment about we needed a little bit more detail around what we meant by stability. And I was just going to recommend, you know, we use limited catch variability with respect to the annual change in TCEY, you know, more specific language like that. I must have missed where we're going to do that above. So I will hold my discussion until that part.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I realize this might be a little bit of a confusing order to not have listed the general takeaways before getting into the recommended MPs. Maybe we can continue along this path for a little bit, and if it's really not working for us, we can abandon ship and just do the general takeaways and then come back again to 41. So are there other comments about MPJ? Does anybody want to bring up a concern about MPJ that they'd like written into here? We can have something that is a pro and the same thing as a con if people want to, or if people are happy with it too.
The con I heard is it doesn't contain the 2A 1.65 million floor to stabilize that area with a complex catch sharing plan, something like that.
It was I would say, yeah, J is missing the both the items that you know, reflect policy considerations for regulatory areas. It doesn't address 4B's Region 4's concerns, 2A's concerns, or 2B's concerns. Well, there's got to be a better way to, more succinct way to define this, though.
Can you articulate Region 4's concerns for me?
Well, actually, maybe this is covered through all of them, but thinking of, there's both 4B's objective 1.1 not being met, but I was thinking more specifically about relative harvest rate adjustments.
Might be cleaner to take up relative harvest rate adjustments under H rather than having to put that sentence in all or 5 of them.
That's what I was thinking, the more concise way to identify, like MBJ is largely data driven, not many policy considerations aside from the averaging, I suppose. So is there some more comprehensive wording we could use for that? Perhaps wordsmithing we can deal with later.
It seems like we could focus on like performance metrics not met rather than elements not included in the cons. Would that help? Because we also have MPE where we address the method for achieving concerns in 2A in E. So can we?
So do we just remove cons from all of them and just list what's the pro? So J, J is responsive to the survey data. It also accomplishes stability in a number of ways.
I mean,
and leave it there, and then E. Sorry, go ahead.
It's complicated. Glenn, is your comment related? Okay.
Yeah, I guess you know, this becomes a bit of a challenge, but I think that it's this also gets back to what are we going to put for the introductory sentence in 41, right? Is this a recommend? Are we actually recommending these management procedures? Are we noting that we discussed and identified these management procedures for potential future consideration, right? And then depending upon how we phrase that introductory paragraph, I think that that could potentially reduce some of the need to go through all of the pros and cons in great detail. I do think it's helpful to have some of those issues of concern raised within why, you know, MP X or Z is a particularly good or bad one from the variety of perspectives. I think what you've captured with the conversely sentence here is appropriate. The one other concept that I thought might be helpful to capture in J in particular was the idea that the U.S. supported this from a consensus standpoint, provided that there could be some consideration for Area 2A. And that might be helpful information, I think, for the commissioners. Whether we do that here within MPJ or not, I'm just trying to think there's got to be some way to kind of convey that information to the commissioners.
I was thinking we do that in E and specifically say, you know, it was noted that this concept in E could be an effective add-on to J in particular, or other management procedures rather than used alone. And I do think that we will adjust this introductory paragraph to say we're not recommending these management procedures kind of as is, but we're just drawing attention to these examples, essentially. Okay, Forrest.
Yeah, thanks, Carey. I don't think that doing it that way conveys the message or the actual activity in this meeting. I think it's important somewhere to convey that the U.S. delegation really coalesced around this, and there was good support as long as it had an addition. And I don't think working through E and saying that it applied itself to other areas is strong enough to get that message across.
Okay.
So we'll need to figure out some way forward there for us, because I thought that was where we had come to some agreement was, you know, J and E in terms of a process piece are the two distinct MPs, but we'd add some additional language around the ability to infer performance by combining the two, and that some future work by the MSE team may be possible to undertake that evaluation. I mean, I don't doubt there was other discussions leading up to this meeting or on the side of it, but our conversation as a group was that what I just stated, I believe. One other point that I realized might be missing from Glenn's summary, which might be helpful, is Glenn, you'd also referred to table 3 in paper 9 about highlighting some of the regional disparities between regional allocations that might result from some MPs. Maybe that's not so much for Juliet, but for other ones.
I think I was being frank about Frank.
Got it, yeah.
I guess, you know, building on Forrest's comments, I agree that the discussion of the group was that it would be difficult to introduce the 1.65 TCUI for Area 2A into J at this time, but I do think that it's important to convey the U.S. had consensus around that combination, noting that incorporating that particular provision and having a full analysis of that, given the time we had, would not be possible, but maybe worth or further exploration would be appropriate. Something along those lines. I think it's there's sort of separate concepts, right? It's the introduction of the issue, noting the consensus around that particular view, then noting some of the challenges of trying to address that within the constructs of the MPs we have in front of us now.
Well put. Yeah.
Can you maybe just like suggest some wording to write in to finish us up on that then at the end of A?
Sure, what I said.
There's a time when Alan can be writing it.
Yeah, I would say, how about this? The United States reached consensus that MPJ, with the addition of a minimum TCEY of 1.65 million pounds, would be the ideal or the preferred management procedure. The MSAB noted, however we want to convey this, that MPJ does not currently include this specific provision for Area 2A, or this element for Area 2A. And that additional analysis and recommended, additional analysis and consideration of this combination going forward or at future meetings. And I think we were somewhat up in the air in terms of the specific timing of when that could occur, of this combination in the future. How about that? Perfect.
Or we could say 2021.
There you go.
So I'm wondering if this would be better as its own paragraph, keeping this 41 as a recommended the MP for what they are. So we're just listing the exact MPs that were evaluated, and then potentially we could, I started writing one down here, noted that some elements such as a fixed limit could be added to any of these MPs, and then maybe have a following paragraph that says the MSAB recommended additional analysis and consideration. One of the reasons is now we have a noted and a recommended within a recommended, and I don't think that's a good, I don't think that's going to be very clear, and it's better that we try to separate those. So my
Why don't
proposal,
we just,
go ahead.
In terms of where you have the cursor, the MSAB noted that, can we just get rid of that and just say MPJ does not currently include this element for Area 2A, and we could just keep that.
I think, yeah, I think if this is going to be a recommendation, that we put it on its own in a recommendation in its own paragraph.
I don't understand your paragraph structure because we've got MPE coming up and we're sub bullet right now, and then you've got outer paragraphs. And so I don't understand, maybe
Well,
Not understanding.
it's it's up to the MSAB, but in terms of suggesting the formatting is have clear recommendations in each paragraph that are sort of individual recommendations. So 41 will be the MSAB recommends the following management procedures that meet biological sustainabilities and were evaluated at MSAB 16. And that'll be MPJ for these reasons, MPE for these reasons, et cetera. And then additional paragraphs saying, noting paragraph 41, if you even want to link it back to it, the MSAB recommended additional analysis and consideration of the combination of MPJ with the element 2A 1.65 for analysis and consideration in 2021 or something like that. And then you have a really clear indication of what is being recommended, because the recommendations are going to go in the executive summary and be passed on to the commission. And then it's very clear each recommendation has a specific concept, a specific timeline, and a specific purpose or why it's coming from or where it's coming from. Does that make sense?
It does. And I'm okay with you making it so. I'm wondering if Chris has a related comment.
My comment, I think, is similar to what Alan was saying. I just think this point about the U.S. consensus would come under what is, I think, paragraph 44 is my recollection of the discussion is you could be adding the 1.65 or what other elements of other management procedures. You can mix and match on a bunch of different ones. We had that discussion, and that's something the commissioners might want to look at. So I think that point is probably better made and more appropriately made in the discussion on paragraph 44. Talk about the recommended management procedures, talk about the concerns people might have, and then get into that point. The other thing is I wouldn't say in the management procedure J does not currently include, I'd say management procedure J does not include this element, because if you add it in, it's going to be called something else. It's going to be called management procedure J2 or management procedure 17 J whatever. So just so it's clear.
Glenn?
I don't want to get too in the weeds, but I do think it's appropriate, though, if we can, to keep this in the discussion of MPJ. 44 is a note that some elements could be added to other management procedures, but I think in our discussion we were pretty clear that we weren't looking to create an expansive mix and match between the various alternatives. We had a very specific ask here that this one element be incorporated in this management procedure. On its own, I think paragraph 44 is true, regardless of whether or not it is in the report or not. In other words, at any point we could decide that we want to add other elements, but that wasn't really the point or that we were trying to make, I think, with this specific provision.
If that's the case, that you really want to point out that the MSAB is recommending MPJ with the 1.65 and not recommending MPJ on its own, then I suggest we just write that in without saying recommends again. So the U.S. version be preferred in it. And
well, Alan, I guess I'm struggling a little bit. That was our original suggestion. Then we had the discussion around the table about the concern of adding this additional element into J. And then there was discussion about whether or not this, created a pretty substantive change from what was already there in J. And we talked about the potential for us to kind of infer the implications of MBJ with the 2A floor by comparing J with E. And we thought that that would be appropriate then to have MPJ and MPE both proceed forward, really as a way to provide a contrast for the commissioners on the implications of the Area 2A floor, understanding that we don't currently have a management procedure J with the floor already incorporated in it. So there's lots of ways I guess we could describe that, but that's my recollection of the conversation that we had. It was the preference that we proceed that way, but I thought we all sort of settled on the idea that we would have both of those management procedures move forward, with the understanding that we were also making a recommendation to try and incorporate the 1.65 into J at some point in the future.
That's my understanding, Glenn. I think it's important, reflects that. My concern about trying to combine them within this recommend is then we also have to change the preamble about that it meets the biological objectives. We have to change it to something about we're inferring performance.
Not sure I follow.
Well, right now, 41 says these MPs are recommended because they meet the biological objectives. First bullet, MPJ with the floor meets the objective. We don't know that. We can infer it, but we don't have the results to point to for that yet. Which is why we'd come to that suggestion that let's put forward both of them. And then through subsequent evaluation could confirm that's the case.
Did we conclude that it wouldn't meet the objective, or that we just didn't have that specific iteration before us?
We couldn't make a conclusion about it. We didn't conclude it didn't. We couldn't make a conclusion about it. Alan suggested we could infer, which is why I thought both were proposed to go forward, so they could be evaluated and we could demonstrate their performance.
This is my recommendation of your recommendation. I'm just recommending this as to really make it clear, to delineate recommendations and to make it clear for the commission as well as the IPHC staff when we come back and try to sort out what the intent was of this. I think this is a paragraph, this is my own opinion, this is your report. I'm just making a suggestion.
Are we allowed to say recommended? Wasn't that what we got pulled from this morning? We had to say agreed? Because it's direct, it's not to the commission, it's to the MSE team?
No,
like the one.
I think it's to the commission.
The commission's going to make the decision to have that analyzed in consideration. I think that's very important to have it recommended.
Okay.
Because
I was thinking about the sensitivity analysis one that we
that wasn't defined as specific as this, and that's why I put in a very specific analysis.
Yeah.
And I think that's what's going to be helpful is here's a recommendation of a bunch of management procedures and why. This is recommendation for, it just recommended all these management procedures for these reasons. And here, keeping this to what has been evaluated and analyzed along with caveats on what discussions were around with additions to it would be useful. It's just the commission can consider these, and then this follows it and it ties into that as a clear recommendation of the MSAB. Otherwise, I think this recommendation might actually get a little bit lost within the bigger recommendation. So pulling it out might be an advantage as well. My opinion, but however you want to wordsmith this, I'm happy to do.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would agree with keeping 43. So we have a little bit of text like we have it in 41A, and then we keep 43, and I have a clarification. We've said in a couple of places minimum TCEY of 1.65 million pounds. Is that what we mean, or do we mean fixed TCEY of 1.65 million pounds?
That is something to flag as well, because I think that's important. I want to flag it in green. Because that is a question that the MSE team had.
Glenn?
So perhaps others from 2A can correct, but my recollection was that this was a fixed amount, and this was sort of enshrining what is currently the interim management procedure moving forward. But if there's a different understanding of that, I think that'd be really helpful to get out now.
I agree completely, Glenn. I'm just going to take us to that paragraph.
I agree too, and I would add to that, if it's minimum, then we haven't defined what happens if it's under what conditions would it not be 1.65.
Mm-hmm. And so the report from annual meeting 096 does state fixed TCEY, subject to any substantive conservation concerns, which we interpreted as decreasing from 1.65, if necessary.
Is there anyone still online who might be able to clarify?
I'm not sure I understood just the one that just preceded here. I just walked in a few minutes ago, but my understanding is that was a fixed minimum that would go up with the stock biomass going up. You know, using the same distribution that the commission uses.
Okay, and then I also see in the chat window, Scott says fixed.
So that means not going up?
Like what you mean, Peggy, is if you had a stock distribution that would naturally assign more than 1.65 million pounds to 2A,
Right.
and use that instead.
Yes, that was my understanding of it way back when. But Scott probably knows better than I do.
Okay. Glenn?
So my suggestion would be, since we are effectively using the same agreement that is currently in place for the interim management procedure, and we already have that report language, just using that same report language moving forward, I think would be helpful. And certainly, correct me if I'm wrong, Alan, but in the Explorer tool and otherwise, I think that this has always been a fixed amount in all of your simulations, is it not? So I guess I'm not sure that we have an evaluation of something that is actually flexible from that 1.65.
Yeah, so
that's correct.
E was fixed.
I say we fixed.
Sorry, this is Maggie. My camera's not working, so I can't jump in the queue that way. I'll just offer that my recollection was also the same as Peggy's. When the commission made a decision on this several years ago on the 1.65, was that the intent was that it be a floor, but that if in the future survey and stock status show that it could go up, that it would be allowed to do so. I know that's not simplifying any of our discussions right now.
Thanks, Maggie. I see Tom saying something similar as well.
And I think that the commission has obviously stated it as a fixed 1.65 million pounds. That's the way we interpreted it in our implementation of this management procedure for all of those containing the 2A agreement. However, this is an MSAB report, and if the MSAB would like to recommend a change to that this would be, they can do that. However, I recognize that this proposal at the annual meeting was a larger group of 2A representatives.
I'm wondering, since we're in report writing and we're not in kind of meeting discussion, if there is a way around this where we can just note that, yeah, I did
It's the need for a further change to the MP to reflect what folks' interests are.
yeah, further need for, I don't know, clarification from the commission, or I don't, yeah, not it like that, or yeah, I'm sorry, my words are kind of escaping me right now, but somehow to capture that we didn't know and here are the two possibilities, and then we just move on.
Yeah, and I don't think we asked the commission for clarification. I think it's clear in their report and their application of it. That's our interpretation of it. If the MSAB is recommending changing this agreement, that's a different paragraph. But we haven't had that discussion also, and that would be a larger discussion.
Okay, Glenn.
So I guess I would just note that the report language had that, what was it, substantial conservation concerns or otherwise. I think that was the rationale that was previously in there. I don't know if we need to carry that forward. I like the idea of what you're expressing, Carey, and maybe one way around it would be to have a statement. The MSAB notes that management procedures provide a fixed allocation to area 2A, a number of management procedures, and there is, and then period, the MSAB noted that there could be an interpretation of this as a floor, and the CCY in area 2A could increase if specific conditions are met. That would require additional evaluation if that interpretation was carried forward, and would be different than the evaluation currently conducted through this process, or something like that, right? We're trying to note that what we have right now is a fixed amount. That's what we've intended. That's what the commissioners agreed to. If we do something different than that, that would be additional analysis that we don't have before us currently.
I mean, I think that's really the crux of the issue there, Glenn, at the end of it, is that, the MP has been implemented in a certain way, that it's a fixed amount. The MSAB has identified a modification to that within MPs that, it may be a floor, not a fixed amount. And so there'd be some future analysis that would be necessary to make sure that MP reflects that.
Yeah, I saw Peggy was up but disappeared, so maybe.
Sorry, I muted Peggy. There was some feedback, so I can unmute her now if she would like to talk. Now she's muted.
Thank you. This is just really strange to me because I'm just trying to look, as we were talking about it, to find the actual wording from that annual meeting. I think everyone was crystal clear that it was not a fixed under any condition. But I also really hear what you're saying, Alan. And if you and Ian have not have thought of that as a fix, then I'm very much flummoxed on that one. What Glenn suggested might be a good way just around it for now, but I'll let you know as soon as I find what I think I'm looking for.
Thanks, Peggy. Chris?
I guess and maybe I'm remembering incorrectly, but I'm not sure we had quite such an in-depth discussion of this during the meeting. We seem to be adding some new stuff in here. I mean, I think Adam summed it up. What we talked about it was that in the future you could add this to and create a new management procedure, what paragraph 44 says. I don't recall us going back and rehashing what this meant or didn't mean, or maybe I missed it, but I think that 44, at least in my recollection, accompanies it. I don't think during the meeting we were looking back on what was said at annual meeting 96.
We weren't, but we were saying and writing down something different that is in the annual report and something different than was simulated. And so we're stuck between a rock and a hard place right now, because we've realized that we have this confusion that we didn't realize before the report writing session. So I think that's why we need to just like write down paragraph about how we got tangled up so that we move on.
I understand that, but that's not my recollection of the discussion. And the discussion was to look at a fixed limit of 1.65 for 2A. If we want to have that discussion later and add it in if we're doing this work in the future, that's my only question. It's not what we were. It's sort of being added in now, but that's whatever.
So I've added in this paragraph, if it's a placeholder right now, I think it's easy to say, well, this is a recommendation, so the MSAB can say whatever they want to be analyzed in the future. Up here, I think this has to say a fixed TCY, because that is what was analyzed. Well, wherever I said the inference, yeah. If we want to infer the effect of that, we have to use the word fixed. That is what has currently been evaluated. And the MSAB can note somewhere the different interpretations.
Yeah.
We could have a paragraph where we just say we noted that we may have sometimes been referring to fixed and sometimes referring to minimum, period, without realizing.
I wonder if we put that note up here in the management procedures section. And then it would probably fall very nicely after this paragraph.
Okay.
Noting a revised interpretation of the MPs.
How about, I don't know that it's revised. I think it was just ambiguous.
Right.
Because the table does say floor and the MSE team, but it referenced the agreement. And so the MSE team interpreted it as the agreement.
Yeah, just noting the ambiguity and that we need to clean it up.
Yeah. They spell ambiguity.
Oh.
Leave that problem to Dave.
Yeah. The definition of I'll just put 2A and I'll flag it in blue. And oh man, I hate it when I do that. And if the MSAB is okay, I can just write that that paragraph for us to review tomorrow. Unless you want to see that now.
I think it's well, at least I'm comfortable with that being deferred till tomorrow, so we can focus on getting out some of these MP pieces, because we've got through one of 6.
Yeah, yeah, I think we need to move on from this. I think we've noted that. If that's good enough for people, let's move on. Dan, did you have?
I had one more nuance while we're getting into the weeds on the 2A rule. I recall from August that the compensation for that 1.65 million pounds comes from all other areas, including 2B. And if we're asking them to kind of tweak things moving forward, and actually it was at the August ad hoc meeting when Canada said, yes, leave it that way. But if we're moving forward with some refinements to how that might be analyzed in the future, I was just curious whether, you know, we want to just have the compensation come from the U.S. side, or whether or not Canada wants to be included in that.
Do we want to leave that for a discussion tomorrow?
I think that's fine. I can just highlight it, but it's just a quick, simple decision, I think. But I believe right now it's from all other areas.
Is that right, Piera, in our coding of it?
Can I? The compensation right now is for all the other areas except 2A and 2B. So 2A is fixed, 2B got the fixed proportion, and all the others get compensated for that. So the rebalancing, that's how it occurs.
Right, when we look at just, say, management procedure E, how does the rebalancing on that work?
In that, E is the one that gets the agreement only for 2A, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, the rebalancing then it occurs across both 2B and all the others.
So all areas, including 2B. Thanks.
Correct.
Okay, Jim? Nope. Okay.
No, it's okay.
All right, so are we ready to move on to the next MP? I think, given all the discussion we've already had, maybe we can write down a key sentence about this. I think the point that came up that I recollect is that this implemented a fixed TCY for 2A of 1.65. And we noticed that in comparison to, I think, MPG,
And was similar in comparison to MPG?
But I guess the point that became clear was that it seemed like the effects of implementing the fixed 1.65 million pounds for 2A in E were minimal for the other regulatory areas. And someone else can say that differently if they would like to. I guess, which can be seen by comparing MPE to MPG.
Now, my only concern with that is MPG is not actually a recommended management procedure.
But we're not recommending it, but we're just seeing a point by comparing. So is that, it's a problem to even mention any other management procedure in our justification?
No. I just want to make sure that that's okay. In case somebody says, well, you didn't like MPG, so what does it matter if it showed the similar effect? But I think it's implied that you like MPE, thus you like the agreement, and yeah.
I think it'd be helpful to also flag some of the stability pieces. MP Echo had the 15% constraint, correct? I think a lot of us can probably copy paste language from previous MP statements. This is actually part of the reason why I suggested, we maybe not do it now, but we can take language from paragraph 39 or 40, which is going to talk about elements, and come up with some consistent language.
Yeah, yeah.
The data-derived allocation, policy-derived allocations, stability, et cetera.
I think as we start putting all of these paragraphs together, we're going to realize that we can do that.
Mm-hmm.
Could use some wordsmithing, but given the time.
Yeah, should we move on to the next one?
You want to say on a con that MPE does not contain the rolling averages, so it has higher variability at the regulatory area level? I mean,
then aren't we going to have to say that for all of them?
Sorry, what was that?
If we say it for this one, we have to say it for all the rest of them that we write down.
This is going to be a challenge with trying to put all these pros and cons down. It's more like it needs a table format, or to Dan's comment earlier about utilizing some sort of ranking tool once we've worked out the kinks.
And I was thinking earlier, maybe a separate paragraph noting the cons. The recommended for these reasons, the MSAB noted there are these downsides, or there are these limitations, or something like that. That's a suggestion. I don't know if it's a good one or not.
You're just going to do a whole separate paragraph where you talk about all 6 of these, but in terms of just cons. Is that what you're saying?
That's a suggestion. I think it flows nice. These are being recommended. Why are you recommending them? Give their high points, and then note that there's also downsides or limitations to all of these.
I think it'd be better to keep the pros and cons with each one together.
Okay.
For J, we did both the pros and the cons.
Would a table, we've done a table in the past for certain things. We could do a table with each MP and then a pros and cons columns.
I think we'll need to do something like that, because this is not going to be digestible.
No.
Anybody.
I'll try to do that now, but it may be something I just have to do later.
Yeah, we could move to, yeah. Okay. Yeah, Rachel likes the table suggestion too.
I'm just wondering,
whatever
what the form of the table would be. So, the pros are it has these policy-derived allocations, it has these data-derived allocations. The cons are it doesn't have. I really want to be consistent with the element language that we've talked about above. To link it to the previous paragraph.
We could, and I guess my concept of this too is that we're trying to capture the discussion, and we didn't necessarily talk about like every element or every management procedure in our discussion. And so I don't think it has to be kind of like comprehensive in that way. It can just sort of point out, here's a couple things that we liked and a couple things that we didn't like, and it maybe doesn't need to, I don't know, it maybe doesn't need to like mention every very specific thing beyond that, but maybe other people feel differently.
Is that supposed to read? Oh, did you just change it? Is that supposed to read as greater than MPJ or in MPJ?
Greater than, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Is it the variability that's greater or the stability that's great?
Sorry, yeah, that's right. Yep. Flip-flop between the two. So if you have a preference, let me know. We'd want to, I hesitate saying all. We can check and see if it is all, but it might, I think it is, but we can, I don't know if you want the word all there or not.
Improve stability for 2A, or reduce variability for 2A, so it's not all.
Yeah, that's true. Well, yeah, okay. I think I just like that. Yeah. Would it be a good idea to just get down the main structure of these and the main content and wordsmith more specific?
I was going to say, I think we can almost like bullet points here that might be helpful just to at least get it out.
Yeah, I think we're moving along though. We're making progress. We're on a whole new one now.
I think we can actually, I mean, there's not a lot of difference between Bravo and Delta. So we could flag probably copy paste a lot of the responses from that.
Okay. This is what I had just scratched down when Jim was speaking to it. And so Bravo. So do you want something to go before F? Bravo and Delta, or?
I don't know. We can come to sorting later. But first, I see Jim's camera's on, so perhaps he can speak to F a little more.
Yeah, so basically you can wordsmith that. You know, it's one of the objectives of, you know, Canada put forward, and it shows that national shares, you know, can be done biologically, and that's not the issue. It meets, like I said, it does have most meets the sustainable or this stability objectives. It doesn't rank the highest, but it's really, you know, I think there's a couple that are just like slightly over the 15% threshold. But I don't know, maybe this puts into a note and whether or not we can say this, but you know, because Dan brought it up, talks about, you know, it changes the distribution and stuff. Well, that's the whole point of a national share, right? It will change the distributions. But note that the way the national shares part is, it's up to the nation or the contracting party to decide how it distributes its national share, and the MP does it one way, which is fine, but there are other ways in which you may want to look at it in the future, which may give you a different perspective of ranking and stuff. So I think you know, we didn't get too much into a discussion of it, but it did get brought up about how it changes the distribution of the stock, and it makes change, you know, and it is significantly, it does impact other areas, but that's the whole point of a national share compared to a stock distribution type of thing. But the point is that you can rearrange your your shares within your contracting party any which way you want. So if you want to meet the floor or the whatever we want to call it, the 1.65 and 2A, that's up to the contracting party to do.
Well, how do we transcribe this?
We look at the recording. You want me to repeat that, but slower?
Yeah. I mean, maybe. I mean, so I guess the first part is we've heard it both from 2A and from Canada about maybe this is like a previously unstated objective, or I mean, it's not unstated. It's been an objective for a long time. 2A has been very clear for a long time that their objective is a catch floor. Canada has been very clear for longer than this process that a national share is a concept of interest. Just not sure how we flag these cryptic objectives from our MPs in this.
I don't think it's a cryptic objective. I think it's a national share, and it showed it meets the biological sustainability. It does meet the using the table 10 to rank, which I don't think is the most appropriate for a national share one, but anyway, that's where it is. It also doesn't rank all that bad. It's not the highest, but it's not outside of what it would be acceptable as far as when I look at it. But my point was also as maybe this is a note, because it's not like in MPJ, it is the current MP looks at stock distribution outside of the 2B one way. There are other ways to do it, and that may give you a different perspective of how well this would maybe quote rank or whatever, depending on how you want to distribute the 80% of the remaining TCEY. And that is that's a function of what how the the U.S. would kind of would want to do it based on whatever concerns or objective or stock object or TCEY objectives they have. But that's the responsibility of the U.S. That's kind of maybe the thing that's not stated well in what a national share is. The nations get a share and they decide how they want to distribute it within themselves. And this one looks at one way of doing it. Sorry, I muted myself. Oh no, I didn't. I took the camera. Okay. Does that make more sense?
A little, but I'm still trying to think about how we get this in some form for Alan to or how we can summarize this within the report. I do see there's a speaker's queue here. Maybe we'll just let this thought get put to paper first and then go. Tom, I see your comments in the chat there, yeah.
I'm writing this general, not specific to IPHC, but we can write it specific to the U.S. Saying they can distribute the TC. It's a little weird the way I'm writing it, though.
It'd be simpler just to state that provides flexibility for contracting parties to optimize TCEY distribution amongst the areas, which is actually one of our objectives.
Dan, could you repeat that once more? Make sure.
Well, we have an objective, which is to optimize TCEY percentages among regulatory areas. And this one provides contracting parties flexibility to optimize TCEY percentages among regulatory areas. And so I heard what Jim was saying, and it does tie into an objective from that approach. And then the other part I heard of what Jim was saying is it provides stability for 2B. And those are the only two rationales.
It's more stability. That I said the other stability objectives. It actually, if you look, I went and looked at it again, actually a few times, and the stability of, a number of the stability objectives that we have listed, it meets the tolerances, except I think 2A and 2C, where it's slightly over the 15% of, we'll forget about 4B. That's with the, one of the ones, and with another stability of, performance metric, it actually, meets the 15%, all the way through. I'm not saying it ranks the highest in stability, but it's the tolerance.
You don't have a tolerance.
Well, it's 15. I'm looking at it. Anyways, it's late in the day right now, but it's not just stability for 2B. I mean, it provides the flexibility for however the other contracting party wants to divvy up its allocation. I mean, that's the concept of a national share. People don't have to agree with it, but that's the point of a national share. And so it doesn't necessarily always fit into people's perception of how it ranks, but that's okay. My point was it meets the I think Adam said it earlier. It meets, I won't say the kind of specified objective, but it meets the objective of what a national share does. One, you don't want it to tank the stock. Well, it doesn't. Now, how you distribute that, it's pretty clear how you distribute it in 2B, because that one contracting party only has one regulatory area. How the other contracting party distributes to its regulatory areas is, in fact, up to them, and within other kind of other considerations. But that's kind of the point.
I guess the key interest I have right now is does that sell for MP Foxtrot currently? Is that reflective of the pros that we want to highlight?
Are these bottom ones necessary?
No.
Okay.
Maybe we'll look Forrest and to Chris for comments on this MP Foxtrot then.
Yeah, thanks. I'm confused at the rules now, because Chris was speaking earlier how about when we're doing minutes, we can't refer to anything that wasn't discussed earlier in the meeting, which this wasn't. And also our objectives in 2.3 don't define flexibility, which I think is a lot better word for what Jim's getting at. And I actually like it. I'm just saying that and Adam, you went back and said, well, it's been an objective for 2B from the beginning, but it didn't make it in the form that I feel like you're presenting it into 2.3.
I don't mean objective, sorry. I didn't, I don't mean, it's not in our objectives table, it's not there. I mean, it's been an interest of folks, just like 2A's floor.
Okay. And then I think there was a third point. Oh yeah, well, no, I think that's it. If I think of, I'm off track here in my mind, so I'll just give the floor.
So are you saying a national share wasn't an objective of Canada from the beginning?
I'm saying it's not an objective, at least for me, sorry, was that to me or to Forrest?
That's to you.
So I'm saying a national share is not defined in our objectives table in the appendix. However, Canada has clearly stated for a long time interest in a national share, just like 2A has stated for a number of years an interest in TCEY minimum.
But a national share is kind of a national share. We put the national share into the management procedure.
Exactly. So
because the objective was biological sustainability, fisheries stability, and stuff like that. Those were the objectives. And then the MP was the national share, which we put out, I think, like Tom. Thanks, Tom. I knew it was one of the beginning meetings, but yeah, meeting number 1, 2013, or was it back then? Oh my gosh.
This is
yeah. Follow up.
Yeah, Forrest.
Yeah, sorry. I thought of my original, and I think it's an important point for, or at least I need clarity on it. I feel like when you look at 2.3 and you talk about optimizing yield, that there's sort of an inherent assumption that that is, that it's good for all areas. And to put it in the report that it optimizes yield, at least in my mind, unless you specifically state it optimizes for one regulatory area to the detriment of other areas, I just struggle. I just don't feel like our objectives embody the idea that that we're promoting optimum yield in one area over other areas. But I could
I don't
have that
feel
wrong.
optimizing here though.
No, maybe it was in conversation and didn't make it into print. So, okay, thanks.
Chris?
If we just scroll up a bit, sorry, to management procedure, Juliet. Okay, I'm just wondering if we need to expand in area in management procedure F. Just make the point that management procedure F is a policy-based procedure, and then make the point that was made reflecting Canada's desire to have a national share consistent with its recent historical share. Like that was what was discussed during the thing. There was I'm not sure what we have there really captured the front end of it.
Thanks, Chris. I think this one is actually, I'm wondering if, to Forrest's point and to your point, that yeah, we can just say it's a policy-based procedure that is still of interest, that has been and is still of interest to Canada, and just leave it at that.
Sorry, I think we need to make the point that it's, which has been a recent historical share.
Sure.
That kind of creates a new objective that's not in our objectives, in the concept of recent historical share. There's a whole new concept on the table. And I mean, I'm pushing the limit of comfort by saying, it's a policy-based thing, which is an interest of Canada, without really referring to what are the objectives in our table that we spent 4 years developing. But
Dan, do you see, I mean, I don't see anywhere in here that any wording saying that relating the national share. I guess I don't, is this wording saying that some piece of it is part of our objectives? I don't see that. I think it just sort of.
So if I am recommending, this is on the list of things I'm recommending, I can do that as it relates to an objective. But if I'm recommending that Canada get 20% based on recent historical share, which is not in our objectives at all, that's a stretch. I mean, I think the term recent historical is an interesting term, and it's not in our objectives. And so I don't see how we can put it as a pro from the MSAB itself.
Sure. I mean, and it seems that didn't really come up in the conversation earlier either. So I think, I guess I'm leaning towards like this maybe, and sorry, I'll let Chris speak too, but I think we should maybe just keep this simple. This keeps in the idea of a national share, which is a procedure that is of continued interest to Canada.
Okay, yeah, just on that, I thought that the comment recent historical share was discussed earlier, but I have to be honest, I've been jumping on and off so many calls today and conference calls and stuff. I could be confused. If it wasn't mentioned, then it's the blue thing, the blue part there should be removed. If it was mentioned by Jim in the discussion, then include it. But if it wasn't mentioned, take it out and just cut it off in the interest of been of interest to Canada, period. I thought it was mentioned, but if I'm incorrect, I'm incorrect.
Yeah, I don't remember it being mentioned. I mean, I suppose my memory may not be perfect on that, but it sounds like one way to move forward on this is to keep it simple. You know, and I think the commissioners are not unfamiliar with the argument of recent history as it relates to this without it being written down.
Okay, but MPF, the national share was 20% to Area 2B. That's part of the management procedure. I don't see, it's not an objective, it's a management procedure. And all right, I may not have said 20%, but I said MPF, and that means the management procedure and what it contains. We can take out that if it's gonna, you know, keep us going, but my gosh. If we do that, then we'll go back to every MP, and we didn't exactly say what's in the MPF, what was in the MP, and describing it, then we have to take it out, which I think is silly.
It is challenging, Jim. I think we had, you know, a similar sticking point with the 2A floor. I mean, the way it's in here is that it's a fixed amount. It's not a floor. Right. So, you know, if it's a matter of maybe going back and needing to flag that, then we can deal with that after. But I would, you know, in the interest of moving us forward, suggest, you know, we continue, as Alan has here, continue to refer to previously published reports.
I agree.
So
okay,
I see,
but it's in the management procedure. My gosh.
I see Dan's on the screen, and then Peggy.
You ready to fill in the con side?
We can do that. Would you like to fill in the cons?
I mean, I think these all came up in conversation, but I think it does rank poorly in table 10. I think that it does decrease yield and increase variability in other U.S. areas. Those will all come out of our Explorer results. I think it could reallocate up to 12% of the coastwide TCE. It could result in, it's Glenn's point about reallocate up to 12% of the coastwide TECY to a management area, which effectively is 200 to 250% of the local abundance. And I think it has those two effects on U.S. areas that I spoke of. One is it decreases yield by almost, I think it was 4 million pounds is what we had in our short-term objectives. I can look at that number for the U.S. areas. And it also increases fishing pressure in the southern part of Region 2, which has a long-term negative effect on 2C's relative percent of the TCEY.
And maybe two suggestions there. We had previously inserted a paragraph to replace table 10 with some updated information. So I'd suggest instead of referencing table 10, we reference that previous paragraph. And the other piece was, I think that creating regional disparities, I think Glenn had referenced paper 9, table 3, so we could reference that, which shows 4 to 13%.
Sorry, Adam, that last part was?
Where it has reallocation of up to 12%.
Oh, okay.
I think it'd be helpful to provide the reference for that. I think it was, Glenn, maybe correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was table 3 of paper 9.
It was table 3 of paper 9.
Oh, sorry, thanks, Dan. Yeah, I think Glenn had specifically said it was between 4 and 13%, although those may have been estimates.
think he survey referenced, the amount that increases above the local abundance, which was 8%. You can work that in there somehow.
Sorry, Dan, can you repeat that?
I think Glenn made some comments, and maybe he can revisit them tomorrow when we come back to this. But the reason 12% is a significant amount was that the median TCEY percentage under MPG was about 8% for Canada. And so going from 8 to 20 increases there's a significant increase above what the survey abundance says is there. I think that was his point, is why is 12% of concern?
I have these question marks here, Dan. I can't remember what you said there. Sorry about that. To an area that was something about 200, 250% greater than.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was trying to get.
Oh, okay. Would it be okay if I deleted that part?
It would be.
Okay.
A quick time check. We're at 20 after 5. I see there's a bit of a speaker's queue. Maybe as a target for us, we can get through this table before 1800 and call it a day there. Carey, is that appropriate?
And then would the plan be to come back in the morning and fill in the more general concepts?
I think so.
General
So
recommendation.
tomorrow is dedicated for report writing aside from the program of work. So
yeah, that's okay with, that is okay with me.
I noticed we're starting to lose some folks on the
Right.
participation list.
Yeah, yeah. If we went beyond 6, you would definitely lose me too.
So one addition that's missing from the pro of MPF was, I think that was the opening statement about meeting the biological objectives. I think this is covered in the preamble here, so probably no need to add anything else.
Yes, I'm trying to remove that from all of these pros.
Great, okay.
They all meet that.
And I've lost track of who's up next, if it's Jim or Chris. Rock, paper, scissors. Jim's first on my screen, so.
Oh, okay, so okay, so I kind of, I mean, some of the comments that were made. So, and I don't want to sound like nitpicking, but ranks poorly in table 10. No, it ranks lower, and so I really do take that's a very subjective type of assessment. The other part is that we're mixing up what the assessment says is the distribution is, and what the operating models is using to compare things. And so where it says relocate up to 12% of the coastwide TCEY, well, okay. We've already looked at stuff yesterday that showed that what is actually happening and observed is in area 2 is the distribution is quite a bit higher than what the model is, and that's an element through that. So I think that the second paragraph, results in reallocation of 12% and I think is kind of disingenuous to really what's the effect of that MP. I don't disagree that it changes the distribution of compared to a stock, strictly the stock distribution, but that's the point. But the way it's worded there, I'm having a problem with it, as it is like that's a fact, and it's not a fact. It's a modeling process, and so I would have a hard time agreeing with everything there. I don't have any problem saying it changes the distribution of of the TCEY between Area 2 and Area 2B and the other areas, and it affects them negatively, and sometimes that's going to be greater or less depending on how the U.S. decides to want to use it. But to put up those specific numbers of 12% and stuff, I don't think is appropriate.
Thanks, Chris. And I think just noting time, we need to just be careful that we are recording. We're recording discussion that already happened. So I'll let you go.
Yeah, just my only comment. Sorry.
In general.
My only comment would be, and this might be something we have to put in the parking lot and address when we're wordsmithing tomorrow, but just, we refer here to table 10, and above, I think we refer to table 3. Early in the meeting, we discussed these tables, and some concerns were expressed about they can exaggerate the differences between them. I want to make sure that's reflected in there. Some of the potential flaws with these results. We also flagged at the time that the results used, our objectives are long-term or short-term, and those were medium-term. And I think we need to be reminded that paper 9, which we're referring to or using here, was a preliminary results. I think Alan said they'd produced new results, and they'd sort of combined the long-term and short-term to do the rankings correctly. I just think we want to, I know that was the discussion at the time that people use those tables, but do we need to make sure we're using the updated tables? But I do also think that the paper has to reflect the comments and concerns about potential flaws, or how you have to be careful and cautious looking at the results, because they can exaggerate the differences when in fact the differences might be slight. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Chris, for that table 10 reference. I think it's highlighted in blue, as we'll consider inserting an updated table from the tool, thanks to the work Pierre has done. And a paragraph, as Alan has got here, will need to be inserted about some of our thoughts on the ranking mechanism.
Thanks. Dan.
Sorry, there was one more comment I made on Tuesday afternoon about Appendix F, and that was it increases the probability that the commercial 2C will equal 0, and it increases the probability that 4C, D, and E will equal 0. And I think those are important cons to put in there as well.
Okay. Thanks. And then I think Adam might have a proposed word for MPB.
I actually just sent it to Alan for MP Bravo, just in the interest of getting some momentum. Oh, there you go. Fast. So this will need some wordsmithing because it was just copy pasted from my notes in our discussion earlier today. But folks will see here that it reflects my desire to try to develop some consistent language with the previous paragraph, to be developed paragraph, about what are the key elements to consider. I think actually this same thing could be used, or very similar, for MP Delta, just adding the difference between Bravo and Delta is that Delta uses the max SPR to distribute that contracting party agreements or adjustments. Yeah, in the end there, Alan, so I don't know how we talk about how we describe what this max SPR does.
for Alan does a lot of wordsmithing on that in both places. I have two concerns with the language in MPB. One of them is the second sentence. It uses a combination of the FISS for stock distribution and policy-based procedures that address socioeconomic objectives. What are those objectives? I mean, I don't want to introduce this concept that there are new objectives that we don't have in our table.
No, so maybe objectives is the wrong word, but it includes both 2 alphas, regulatory area 2A's floor, and some version of 2B's share. So maybe we should replace socioeconomic objectives with what was used further above in MP Juliet. I thought there was a socioeconomic reference there, but maybe not. Oh, it's just considerations, I think.
It seems like if you're referring to the inclusion of something getting towards national shares, that we could borrow from F wording, with the wording that we already have in F.
I think the
socioeconomic objectives.
Yeah. I think actually what Alan's copy pasted may work, but at the end of it, agreements for RBC, and I think it is important to include the contracting parties piece, because that was something that I heard from a number of folks.
The other part that I'm getting uncomfortable with is referencing the interim agreement as one of the bonuses of this. I mean, I think the interim agreement was specifically designed to expire at some point and go away. And I believe Chris Oliver was very clear about that at the commission meeting. And it's never been an MSAB objective to extend the interim agreement. It's been to test different management procedures. And so I guess I'm not comfortable talking about previous agreements of the commission, reflecting those being a plus, because those previous agreements were designed to expire. So I think this is another one where it's best to keep it simple if we can.
Yeah, I mean, we could say this is interim agreement period. And the commission didn't know why they thought it had pros and cons. So sorry, I saw Rachel, but she disappeared, and now I see Chris.
Sorry, just so I could add to that piece, I do think this approach is going to present a challenge for us for a number of ways, because none of our objectives really clearly define socioeconomic objectives. And so we need to figure out how to close the loop on the fact that distribution and allocation is both data-driven and policy-driven. I think, well, yeah, maybe I'll need to pause and a little bit more and reflect.
So I guess, I mean, management procedure Bravo and Delta reflect an agreement that was made between Canada and the U.S. It might be a limited time series, but it was in place. And that's just factually correct. That's just the facts. You know, if we want to, that's what it's based on. That's what they were. I don't see why that's an issue. To say that what have we changed? We've changed the wording now. Okay, just saying. I'll say reflecting previous agreements of the commission to allocate. Okay, I mean that's factually correct. I don't see what the problem is saying that basically we're taking an agreement, we're seeing how we're evaluating it. The other comment I'd make in here, and maybe you're bringing it in about, when I talked about this, I talked about the stability, and there's a wide range of stability things that it would, you know, it scores well on the stability. So is that in there? Yeah, okay.
Rachel?
Thanks. Sorry I disappeared for a minute. I guess I'm not going to really speak to Bravo or Delta. I think, you know, I'm not going to wordsmith there. I guess what I was starting to get uncomfortable with was using the same reference for the rationale for either national shares or the 2B agreement using the same language as the rationale that was provided for the 1.65 million pound amount in Area 2A, because I heard Glenn, when he spoke to that, speak specifically about a couple different things. The first being the tribal obligations that are reflected in management in that area, and some of the unique bathymetry associated with potential representation of the survey. And so I heard very specific things that I think have been spoken to for that 1.65 million pounds in 2A. And so I don't want to repeat that, but I was just getting a little concerned if we were saying, oh, well, the 2A 1.65 million pounds is the same thing as national shares and the interim agreement for 2B. I didn't hear the same things articulated for both of those management procedures, so I would be concerned about representing them the same way in the report. I think what Chris has said is fine. I just wanted to make that point.
Okay. I think they're the same in that they are policy-driven decisions about allocation, as opposed to FISS data-driven decision.
I turned my camera on when we started talking about socioeconomic objectives and using them in all three pros, and maybe we've moved beyond that. So.
I see in the window there's Scott saying agree with Rachel.
There's another comment. Sorry, Alan, I realized you've turned your camera on and mic, and it didn't actually look to you for your comment.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if those types of wordsmithing, they seem to be more of a debate right now, and maybe overnight people can have a think about what might be better wording for those. And now the goal is to just get down the general ideas and leave the specifics to tomorrow, because if we're going to change that down in B and D, we're going to have to change the wording up here because we have a lot of inconsistencies with wording regarding the 1.65 and then the agreement in 2B. Here we reference the agreement, here we don't, for example. Just trying to move it along here and get some text on the pages.
So can you suggest a place for us to move to?
Well, we have down some text here for B. We can copy it into D. People will have the chance. Hopefully we'll get this out tonight. People will have a chance to look at it, and I'm sure that we'll have these discussions tomorrow again, regardless if we have them right now or not. So we can just make sure we have the general points. Is there any other point for B? And then we're working on the flexibility part of D.
And hotel still needs to be
and hotel
completed as well.
I think also
and actually
columns need to be filled in.
Maybe we could try to split this up a little bit. That I know there was some other highlighted text above that was based on comments Chris had made near the end of the day yesterday. I don't know, Chris, if you actually have notes that you are referencing. Yeah, for paragraph 40, maybe while we're filling out some of those cons, you could, if you have those notes, you could, or if they're ready, if they're polished enough, you could drop them in the chat for 40.
Sorry, I thought it was 38 back then. Maybe it's changed. I thought I emailed them to you and to Carey. I thought I emailed the draft to you and to Carey.
Oh, you may have. I'm not on email. I will take a look and see. Thanks, Chris. Sorry, Dan.
The comment was on the cons for B, Bravo. I think they're fairly similar to national shares, just the numbers may change. It's approximately 8% of the coastwide TCEY gets allocated under MPB instead of 12. But I think ranks lower in table 10, resulting up to 18, increases fishing pressure, and also increases the probability of zero-directed fishery. All those apply. So.
And we'll just need to circle back to ensure that those ranks are still the same once table 10 is updated. And we probably need to add relative to what ranks lower than which.
That's what I was going to think. And I'm wondering if we maybe do this.
Yeah. Thanks, Chris, for that paragraph 38 proposed language as well. I see it now.
And then I could modify that up there as well, if that's acceptable for now.
Chris.
Just for the cons just added to management receiver Bravo, I'm not, were those discussed during the meeting? I was the one that spoke to Bravo and Delta
being addressed. No, this is, I think, why there's this at least my concern, my consternation about referring to these ranking tables and compared to Glenn had referenced it in one of them, but not for all these other MPs.
Well, I had presented the ranking tables in general, showing these procedures were ranked lower in general on the summary table.
For the ranking tables, which, yeah, we need to update. It's the cat share percentages.
Yeah, definitely. I think I mean, we can look at them right now if you want, but they're ready to go whenever you want to look at them.
Okay.
Well, if we're going to add stuff in, then I'd like to add something into Delta when the time comes.
I think what I'm saying is that given the ranking tables that were presented on Tuesday morning, it was presented that MPB and MPD did rank lower than G potentially. It was presented. I think it's getting a little.
I think, Chris, you're talking about Delta.
I'm talking about with Delta, and I'm just talking about the other points there. I don't remember them part of the discussion. Yes, the tables were presented. They did use medium term. We already discussed the things there, but I just can't recall the other discussion.
Real quick, I think I did address the probability of zero-directed commercial fishing when I talked about the different management procedures on Tuesday afternoon, and then Alan pulled up the Explorer tool and was contrasting B and F with G. I think Glenn did talk about how MPB results in a 16% from table 3 when he was talking about, you know, the 8% base. At the same time, he pointed out the 16 there. And scrolling up to the first one, if you would. Oh, no, I'm the first con in MPB. And I think, yeah, we have already talked about table 10. So I think they were spoken to, Chris.
I don't think they were spoken to in that level of detail. I'm wondering how much effort we want to invest in this, though.
I just with what Dan said, I did bring up the point that when he talked about commercial, the probability of no commercial fishery, and I don't see it in the report, but I also brought up the fact, I brought up the point of maybe, as opposed to no commercial fishery. It should be no directed fishery, because the commercial fishery, that's a domestic allocation issue, which the IPHC doesn't get involved in. And so, you know, I think I brought that point up. And if we're going to go down and split hairs like this, and which I don't think we should be, but you know, we're going down that road again, I'm going to bring that up again.
Okay, we've got a comment from Tom. Most of these items have come into the conversation over the past few days. So I'm not saying anything that's new to me. It was general conversation, but not listed in an MP item per item discussion. I think we should just think about, okay, it's 5:45. We're trying to wrap this up for the night. We are trying to summarize the results of this MSE as best we can for the commissioners. And I think we might want to prioritize filling in something for MPH.
I think that's fair, although we need to acknowledge that there's going to be more wordsmithing. Jim's point is definitely a fair one about not just looking at commercial mortality limits, because there are domestic allocation issues that need to be resolved.
Sure.
You got too far down that rabbit hole. They're based on a performance metric that we all agreed to pull out. So I was simply citing a performance metric that's in the Explorer. So, you know, we're using the tools in front of us and citing those in our rationale.
Yeah, and a counterpoint was that the primary objective was looking at the AAV, and that there's domestic issues that are not the objectives to evaluate.
That statement about the performance metric factually incorrect.
About looking at probability of commercial fishery equaling 0. We do not have a primary objective about probability of commercial fishery being 0.
Have a performance metric that specifically looks at model results on that.
Right. So my statement was that we're first looking at the primary objectives. Thinking back to the comments earlier in this table, you had raised a few times, Dan, about what primary objective are we? We're bringing up items that are not primary objectives. The argument goes both ways. Probability of commercial fishery being 0 is not a primary objective.
Have this discussion in the morning.
I agree. I think we need to get text down so that everybody has a chance tonight and tomorrow to see the general thoughts and concepts here. And that might include thoughts and concepts that are occurring to people right now that they just want to get down on the paper. I see this potentially as part of the discussion today, and it will help us move forward through tomorrow if we can just get these thoughts down and then have further discussion in the morning.
Yeah, no, I agree, and I appreciate that accommodation, Dan.
I think also something that we can think about overnight is kind of taking all of the points that have come out this afternoon, in this late afternoon as we get more tired, is what is phrasing that we could use that would be kind of a synthesis of both sides that we could all agree on.
Yeah, I agree, Carey. This is where we need to try to find some consensus, and that's where I was hopeful that these key elements might be helpful.
The other pro I would go for MPH is it did rank well in whatever table you want to use.
I think part of that discussion tomorrow will be to better quantify ranking well or ranking.
Yeah. I was just about to say that I think that's an item we need to look at tomorrow, is what are, so I'll look at the same table, comment on that.
Yeah, so I think part of my task tonight will be cleaning up a lot of this, as well as putting the correct tables in the appendix, and then we can all be looking at that.
You just put
Yeah.
a bullet down, table ranking under a pro, so we can remember that to come back and address that point one way or the other.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we could, instead of saying well or lower, we could say it ranked higher than this number. It ranked lower than this was its ranking for various things, or you know, something just a little bit more specific.
Sorry, Alan, if you could refresh my memory, if we did already insert a placeholder paragraph to outline the comments about ranking. We heard a number of concerns. There was a couple of suggestions. I think Glenn had talked about, you know, like color coding or something like that. Oh, yes,
I've
great.
put in 36 that needs to be developed. So that's another something that we need to put together. But I have a note there as a reminder for now.
Okay, and then I just emailed you some text for I guess I can't put it in the chat for 40, paragraph 40.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Chris had forwarded on to Carey and I, but I have to use multiple devices here to get it out there.
Well, this is the last MP, MPH, in this paragraph. Should we finish what we want to say in this one for tonight and then move on to some of those other paragraphs?
Sure, yeah.
And we don't have anything in that second column for MPD either. Or were we going to try to do that, or were we going to leave that be? I mean,
I think we're gonna have to revisit a lot of these once we have the ranking table and our discussion tomorrow. I feel like we're gonna have the same conversation we've just had for the past couple of MPs, and it won't be very productive.
Well, I mean, I think for MPD, we did have like a pretty specific discussion about the pros and cons of having a buffer just before we did this. So that's different.
Yeah.
Dan?
Yeah, I'm just going to note that, you know, just in bullet form, it did increase the realized SPR harvest rate, which did increase the risk of going below B30 slightly. I think that was discussed.
Actually, the other pro for D was that it was better tuned to the biomass target objective.
For the, I'm going to put it specifically here. Which we might want to consider putting this language at the very top, even though the preceding paragraph does say that. It just realized that we're saying all these MPs, but we did multiple SPRs for these. And I think that's pretty important to specify there.
I think we did note that MPD does minimize the impact on variability for Alaskan areas associated with the 2A and 2B, whatever you want to call that.
Right, we add something to the third paragraph about the stability. Like Alaskan regulatory areas were stabilized by the fact that this max FSPR value meant it wasn't coming, the 2A and 2B shares weren't coming from the other Alaskan areas.
Okay. I'm not.
Maybe prove it by through the use of what do we call this? Max SPR buffer.
But if I just move this paragraph first.
Oh yeah, that makes it better. Forrest?
Yeah, go
Sorry,
ahead.
Alan.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. So I recall that Carey said that when we jumped to report writing, we could address some cons because we ran out of time. And we didn't specifically, when we were talking about MPD, I don't think we specifically said this, but I think it belongs there, that that this procedure would also do what B and F do, where it stresses region 2 biological resources, because and we can just paste a copy is fine with me. But so, I mean, I guess I'm not supposed to be able to say that under normal circumstances because it didn't come up in association with that MPD, but we did say that we were going to address some of these cons because we ran out of time. If that works for everybody.
Forrest, the request is adding in the highlighted text that Alan has on the screen now into Delta.
Yeah, that would work. Thanks.
Chris?
Well, if that's the case, can we add in on the pro side that management procedure delta scores for the probability of no commercial fishing, which was a concern to some regulatory areas, is relatively low compared to the other ones?
I think MP Delta is actually the highest rank out of all these MPs. We're going to be talking about the rankings, but that's a discussion for tomorrow.
Okay.
Chris, were you referring to this statement here as a counterpoint to this con up here, or did I misinterpret that?
I just think in management procedure D, relatively speaking, in terms of it has fairly low the probability of no commercial fisheries. But I think it's we didn't talk about it, so no, let's not bring it up.
I'm happy to delete it or leave it or verify it if you want.
Delete it. I'm not following my own principles. Delete it.
Complexity or understandability. Better to capture that point you've made, Alan, about explaining this to MS Charlie type groups.
Yeah, con is I'll just say complexity for now.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got those cons. Anything else in MPH?
I don't know at this time, Alan. I think it's been a bit of a whirlwind with this table, and maybe we'll be better refreshed to consider these tomorrow when we've got some of the outstanding information that's pending. Well, not outstanding, it's there. We just need to have it pulled up in front of us, like these some of the references in the ranking tables.
I think you're just looking for something to help fill it in. Some of the cons we have listed under MP Echo about variability in the rolling averages could go here as well if we want to repeat them.
Did MPH have rolling averages?
No, it didn't. But under the MPE box, we noticed that it had higher variability than MPJ. I think something like that. Look at that.
Ah. And then is that a con, Dan?
Yeah, I think that's a con. And you can just take out the reference to 2A.
Oh, okay. Can't remember specifically. Okay, we did have that discussion. That was, I think, questions from Jeff Kaufman, and I think it's actually something important to note, that con.
I completely agree.
There was also a point about discards for this one, wasn't there?
I did make that point.
I think you made a point about like the discards went up if the harvest rates, and yeah.
B to D. No, that was a different one I was looking at. That was
G to H, I think.
Yeah, that was G to H. Yeah. So. Okay. These can go. How much more do we want to work on this tonight? Should we leave this table as it is for now, noting that it's very draft, and take it up tomorrow and work on some other paragraphs now?
Yeah, I think that's where we need to leave the table until we've got some of this other information in front of us. Given ourselves a 6 o'clock timeline to get to this table, so that's where we're at.
You sent me this text for 40. Should we just try to insert that for now?
Yeah, I think that'd be helpful. So the background for others for this is Chris had proposed some of these comments near the end of the day yesterday, but when we were doing the report writing, Chris wasn't present. We weren't able to accurately reflect them. Chris reiterated it this morning and then provided this to Carey and I just now, and I forwarded it on to you, Alan. I think there might actually be a couple of paragraphs there. So paragraph 40 was specifically referencing paper 7. I think that's verbatim from paper 7. So I don't know if we need to note that or anything.
The original one, or the new text is?
The new text, the MSAB. So not the recommended part, but distribution of TCEY, several components, yeah. I think it may need to be a new paragraph after that. Sorry, Chris, are you still on? Would you be able to speak to any of this?
Well, yeah, I think this was when I was trying to run out the door on Tuesday, and I made the points during the meeting, and I tried to summarize them while we were starting the report writing, and then I had to run out the door. So thank you for accommodating me here. But I was trying to make the point that the distribution of the TCEY can have several components. It can be purely scientific, and for countries, or it could be policy driven, and that's been reflected in, I think it's in an earlier paragraph from a previous, I think just the one above it talks about it. And then, we've seen that in the framework IPHC has presented to us, and it's also in paper 7 this time. So it's similar to that. And then the second 41, we talked earlier about, MSE is a scientific process. And so we've distributed these things, and some are data driven, some are policy driven. Just make the point they all satisfied the conservation objectives. I think that's also made earlier, so I made a duplication there. Just wanted to kind of get those points brought out, just given we have the discussion that, MSE is a science, it's a science process, it's a scientific process. And I think the one thing that might be, well, maybe it's not in here, but that, has a value produced as part of the science. Okay, that's fine. I had used this, I thought about, I think I said something about backed by the science, but I think that the wording we've got there now is better.
The reference to paragraph 27.
Maybe it's not 27 anymore.
Yeah. And I knew we have that reference elsewhere. So we'll look for, oh yeah, there it is there. Sorry, paragraph 38. I think 38, what's between 38 right now and 41? It may be that, you know, they're the same.
I think for 38, if we say we're looking at 27. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
If you look at 38 is more, we're calling it the objective. We're calling that, and then it's just.
I think 41 is a new version of 38.
No, I think we are referring to 28. That here, like, which is a result of the OM specifications rather than effective.
Yes, sorry. The reference 27 to be changed, but if one looks at paragraph 38.
Okay.
There are 41 and 38 are similar.
Exactly. I think 41.
Oh, gotcha.
It's just a different version of it. It looks like the difference is 38 is only referencing objective 1.1, whereas 41 is referencing both of the objectives.
And 42 is also in the similar vein.
Yes.
I think maybe we could put 41 after 42. Well, we can wordsmith it. I know it's late. And then I agree 38 and what is now 41 are very similar. But I think 41 is more.
Yeah, maybe a 38 could be struck given 42.
I take this one out.
I think so. Looking at them, I mean, they look very, very similar.
And I think we have it here for that SPR and control rule, which I think is good. And then I think here you're separating the scale and the distribution component, so I'm fine with that.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just one to think about is, do you want to elevate that to an agreed?
Can you highlight that? I think that's a good point to flag.
Okay, progress. And we'll have to, I think we can work on that one tomorrow once we see we can wordsmith that tomorrow. Oh, I just had, I don't know if we still, if we still want to have, whoa, that was weird. Oh man, this is a disaster now.
I do think that elements piece would be helpful still.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how to get it in. There's some weird formatting after that table.
Would it be, is it fair to, and that table's messed up. If you press return after or just before the on paragraph 43.
It does the same thing. It does that.
I see. Oh,
and
never mind.
Maybe another way I can. There we go.
There you go, yeah. To copy paste some of that MP element language on the Word document on the right.
Which went, what was that?
Scroll up a little, right there. Those 5, 7, 11, 17. I don't think the sub bullets are as useful, but those are some of the concepts, some of the recommended elements we had flagged.
This is going to be a disaster. Do you want me to take out the gray ones? We didn't really.
Though they were items that I had spoken to, but we didn't end up having, besides my speaking to it, we didn't really have much that came up after it. So it would probably better serve just to focus on those 4 dark ones.
Although the max fishing intensity did appear in the table above and the harvest rate. And yeah,
Actually, multi-year did as well.
Yeah. Adam, this is reminding me of a real MSAB meeting, those late. Okay.
We'll have 15 of us hanging on there. Good work, folks.
Yeah.
We're just about done here. We'll probably be wrapped in about 5 minutes.
I'll have to work on this formatting, which I can do later. And Dave's an expert with formatting.
Okay.
Is there anything else we should be putting in tonight?
I feel keeping placeholder items is important, but I don't think we should be making much substantive change to it given critical mass or lack thereof here. The general observations are helpful. Maybe it's just more a matter of keeping the document on the right close at hand so that we can use it as a discussion point tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll do that. I definitely don't want to lose this, so it's all saved.
Great.
Captured a lot of it. And this 45 is probably going to be moved up into the management procedure section. I'll have a look tonight and just make a comment. I won't actually move it. And then here's the recommendation that we still need to discuss. I don't know, was there consent? So we put in the con, so I'm going to remove 47. We have a paragraph talking about the ranking table, which we'll reference as in an appendix, the correct one to look at.
And I think 46 is specifically talking about a modified MP, future work.
Yes, and that could actually go on the program of work potentially.
Yeah, that's what I'm just wondering is like if we want to put things into the 2020, the new program of work, there's a few items we can flag there.
And then these were 2 placeholders, 48 and 49. I think we got 48 in this up here.
Agreed.
Yeah, and I think it's one thing that I'd really like to come out of the MSAB is how to present this stuff. And I know that's been discussed. So I think maybe we can have that discussion again tomorrow.
I think part of that's going to be informed by tomorrow's conversations.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Okay. I think we should leave it there. Perfect. Okay. Last comment to Jim.
Oh, I'm just saying thanks, everyone, and you guys. Challenging discussion today and kind of frustrating, but you know, it's the end of the day, and we can go down to that little brewery thing you have down the road from your office.
I'm going to the brewery downstairs in my house.
It is just not the same.
I know. I wish we could. I miss all of it.
I just want to make that it is much more challenging to do these things, especially on multiple days. But yeah, thanks everyone. And, you know, because I know it's harder for me sometimes to collect my thoughts because I also have, like you guys, other things going on. And it just like, especially when you're at home,
Yeah.
So thanks a lot.
Likewise, especially for those that were able to stick around right to the end of the day. These are challenging conversations, and we knew this from the get-go with the MSE process that it was these meetings where you get into the really tough trade-offs when you're talking about allocation, and there is no clear single answer that we were going to be in tough for this, and it's just made all that more complex given that we're doing this all remotely. So I appreciate folks sticking in there. It's a good point to make sure we flag in the report. We did hear that from Peggy and Chris about challenges of engagement and having these discussions. So maybe that's a paragraph to consider for tomorrow as well. But that's for tomorrow. Yep. Let's call it a night here. Thank you everybody for your work.
So just to verify, I'll just clean this up a little bit. You know, I won't change the language. I might highlight a few things to make sure we realize we're, you know, have to address that again.
Thank you, yeah.
So that Dave does realize it too. And then send it to Dave to really clean it up. And then it'll be sent out hopefully later tonight.
Great. Forrest, that sound all right with you?
Yep. Thank you. Good night. Appreciate everybody's hard work.
Good night, folks. We'll talk soon.
Okay. Thank you.